the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Hell, and don't be so nervous. I just told you, I'm just curious, Mephisto said, shifting his gaze from Callison to Shen Fei. The Tyrants seemed deeply intrigued by Callison's resurrection, and Garrett was desperate to learn the secret. But to Mephisto, it was no big deal. It was just a soul leaving hell. Such things had happened countless times over the years. You'd be surprised if I weren't nervous. Mephisto's words didn't make Shen Fei relax his guard. Both the records within Kamar-Taj and the intelligence he'd previously gleaned showed that Mephisto was a cunning and treacherous individual. In comparison, Shen Fei's performance was quite impressive. Meanwhile, even the usually calm Melinda, on Callison's side, was nervous. Your soul has already reached hell. I don't know. Shen Fei didn't finish his words, but Mephisto surely understood the underlying meaning. Since your soul has already reached hell, it's time for you to leave. It's a rare opportunity to meet a wizard, and I have something I need your help with. Of course, I'll pay you. I can grant you one wish, any wish. Mephisto spoke calmly, seemingly oblivious to Shen Fei's lingering thoughts. I'm sorry, but I'm a contented person and don't have any wishes, Shen Fei flatly refused. This matter has something to do with him, Mephisto said, glancing at Callison. That old fellow, Callison's resurrection is indeed a bit strange. I hadn't considered the existence of hell before, so I didn't think it was unusual. Could it be that Callison's soul, like that other guy, has somehow remained in the human world and not been sent to hell? On the surface, Callison's resurrection seemed to be due to the substance extracted from the Kree, but upon closer examination, there was something quite amiss. No matter how powerful the Kree substance was, it couldn't possibly pull a soul from hell. Shen Fei hadn't considered the issue before, but now that he did, something was clearly amiss. You two should leave for now, Shen Fei said to Callison and the others after a moment of contemplation. Since Callison was involved, and as long as his own safety wasn't in jeopardy, Shen Fei didn't mind seeing what Mephisto was up to. As long as he was determined not to make a deal with Mephisto, there would be no problem. Mephisto's activities in the mortal world were all about trade. While there was a lot of deception involved, it was still trade. He never resorted to force, it was all about whether one could resist the temptation. Over the years, only a very few could withstand Mephisto's temptations. Even Ghost Rider couldn't resist at first. In fact, if you delve deeper into human history, you'll find an interesting fact. The concept of contracts originated with him. It evolved into a profession, lawyers. Indeed, if you dig deeper, lawyers' origins lie with Mephisto, and the traps they set in contracts also stem from him. Of course, there's more to this than just this. The oft-repeated number 666 also originates from hell. If you don't say it often, it's nothing, but if you do, you might one day be connected to the demons of hell. The evil of demons has long been circulated among the human world. Why, after all these years, do people still make deals with them? There are two reasons for this. First, there are those who believe they are smarter than the demons and can outwit them. These individuals end up having their souls devoured. Second, there's a lack of awareness of the dangers of bargaining. For example, some demons like to make deals with humans. They give you vast wealth and enjoy your life, but after death, your soul belongs to them. For the poor, this is a very lucrative deal, believing they'll be dead by then, and their souls won't matter. By the time they regret it, it's too late. Since this is about me, it should be okay for me to stay here, Callison said, not leaving as Shen Fei had hoped. Mephisto's mention of him piqued his curiosity. Although Callison's memories had been overridden by false ones, he still knew something about the changes in his body. There are some things you shouldn't know right now, Melinda, Shen Fei said, motioning for Melinda to take Callison away. Callison, of course, objected, but Melinda knocked him unconscious with a single blow and carried him away. You're truly worthy of being an Iron Cavalry. Shen Fei, standing by, was speechless. He hadn't expected Melinda to be so decisive. Watching Melinda leave with Ward, Sky, and the others, Shen Fei felt reassured with Melinda watching. For Callison's sake, she wouldn't let anyone else eavesdrop. What's with him? Shen Fei asked immediately after Melinda and the others disappeared. Because of him, some people left hell, Mephisto said, Unpacking the situation. You're trying to pass the buck. Mephisto's words left Shen Fei speechless. The truth was simple. Mephisto's son, the witch-heart demon, had escaped hell because of Kelson. Mephisto didn't elaborate on how, simply saying it was because of Kelson. The reason the witch-heart demon escaped hell was simple. He wanted to defeat Mephisto and become king of hell. Simply put, he was a Loki-like figure, only far more miserable. While Odin would age and die, Mephisto had no such limitations. Lifespan was meaningless to Mephisto. Under these circumstances, as Mephisto's son, he could only become the new king of hell by defeating Mephisto. In hell, Mephisto's home turf, the witch-heart demon was no match for him. Therefore, the witch-heart demon sought to gain power in the human world, the Saint Venganza contract. He intended to seize the power of the demonic contract, which remained in the human world. He sought to reach the level of a demon king, and then defeat Mephisto. However, Shen Fei believed this was overthinking. While the Saint Venganza contract was powerful, if it truly could grant him power comparable to Mephisto's, Mephisto wouldn't have allowed it to remain in the human world. So, after Loki, this is another case of a son beating his father? Speaking of which, in the Marvel world, son-beating father tropes are truly rampant. Thanos, the name truly lives up to its name, Loki and Odin, Peter the Fool and Ego, and the inner demon and Mephisto. To some extent, the relationship between Ultron, Iron Man, Caecilius, and the Ancient One, can be considered similar. It's similar to a world where killing teachers is the only way to achieve enlightenment. After explaining the story, Mephisto directly made his demands, Shen Fei's help in killing the inner demon and obtaining the Saint Venganza contract. The conditions were simple. He wouldn't be held responsible for Kelson's resurrection. Please allow me to decline. If you wish to reclaim his soul, then do so. Shen Fei refused without hesitation. Anyone else might have been intimidated by Mephisto, but Shen Fei was a sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, and he knew one thing: regardless of the reason for Kelson's resurrection, resurrection was resurrection. And hell couldn't just take a soul away. Of course, if he killed someone directly, that was another matter. Others rarely paid attention to the information about hell within Kamar-Taj, considering they might never encounter it. However, Shen Fei was well aware of it, so he read it all. While he might never need it, it was better to be prepared, and now it was in use. The stronger the demons of hell, the greater the restrictions they face in the human world. Ghost Rider, the sorcerer, and their minions could exert their power in the mortal realm, but demon kings like Mephisto and Lucifer couldn't act freely. You know, once he obtains the Saint Venganza contract, he'll be able to unleash immense power in this world, and there will undoubtedly be many casualties. If such a thing were to happen, someone would naturally deal with it. Shen Fei remained non-committal. The Sorcerer Supreme and the Ancient One were still around. Who could possibly think he'd be intimidated? He wasn't some one-eyed, bald man who wished he could control everything in the world. I see. I have a contract here. I believe you'll be interested, Mephisto said, tossing a scroll towards Shen Fei. Snap. Seeing Mephisto's move, Shen Fei immediately formed hand seals, and a golden shield appeared in front of him, blocking the throne scroll. Having seen Ghost Rider before, he wasn't easily fooled. If he reached out and grabbed the scroll, he might have signed the contract. Johnny, the Ghost Rider, had cut his finger while opening the scroll, and was forced to sign the contract without even reading the contents. With that experience in mind, he certainly wouldn't touch anything Mephisto offered. While that might be a bit overblown, it wasn't wrong to be cautious against the King of Hell. If he had the power of the Ancient One, he certainly wouldn't be so cautious. Even if they had signed the contract back then, what would have happened? The Ancient One had also signed a contract with Dormammu, yet he gained Dormammu's power, and Dormammu still had no power over him. Just look at Caecilius, who also gained Dormammu's power and ended up being Dormammu's slave. In this world, power ultimately rules. Whether it's individuals or nations, the strength of an individual gives them the confidence to renege on a contract. The same goes for nations. I'm not satisfied with this treaty. It doesn't count. It's void. What can you do about it? Shen Fei's shield then transformed into a club, and with one blow, he knocked the scroll from the ground towards Mephisto. Interesting. Mephisto raised his hand, and the scroll immediately returned to his hand. A vague smile crossed his face. By the way, Lucifer is in Los Angeles. Before disappearing, Mephisto left behind this message and an address, a bar in Los Angeles. This guy, before he left, He was setting me up. Did he think I'd go looking for Lucifer? But I had a feeling it wasn't right. The place where Lucifer would appear in Los Angeles seems to be in the next universe. After Mephisto disappeared, Shen Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then he sensed something was amiss. Forget it. Let's leave this kind of boss-like matter to the boss, Shen Fei thought to himself, preparing to return and tell Ancient One the news. With Ancient One's strength, Mephisto's situation wouldn't be a problem. There was only the issue of the witch inner demon and the Saint Venganza contract. And then there was Mephisto's Ghost Rider. If you count carefully, there seem to be 3 Ghost Riders in the Marvel Universe. In the original comics, it seems Ghost Rider was the one who dealt with the witch inner demon. Speaking of which, Ghost Rider seems to have the ability to travel across dimensions. Speaking of Ghost Rider, I realized I forgot about the Darkhold. Who has it? It seems to be in a lab, but I can't recall. The Darkhold seems to be a valuable item, capable of creating virtual reality worlds. You'd better tell him about Coulson's problem as soon as possible. Mephisto's words will surely make him suspicious. After Mephisto left, Shen Fei quickly found Melinda and said this. Is Coulson okay? But Melinda wasn't paying attention to that at the moment. Mephisto's appearance made her extremely worried. Don't worry. I don't know what methods you used to resurrect Coulson, but since he's alive, there's no problem. As for whether Mephisto would remember Coulson after his death, that was something Shen Fei couldn't know. Are you sure? Melinda seemed unconvinced. After all, that was Mephisto. Don't worry. Hell has its own rules. There are some things that even Mephisto can't violate. Okay, I should leave now. I need to notify the higher-ups about what's going on here. Wait a minute, the director already knows what's going on here. Just wait a minute, he's on his way. With a legendary figure like Mephisto involved, Melinda couldn't possibly keep this a secret from the one-eyed bald man. The one-eyed bald man was equally shocked upon hearing the news, no less shocked than when he'd heard about Alice. He immediately flew over in a Quinjet, demonstrating his eagerness. Alright, hearing Fury's arrival, Shen Fei had no choice but to remain on the plane. That's really Mephisto. How is that possible? While Shen Fei waited for Fury, Fitz, Simmons, and S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to have not yet recovered from Mephisto's appearance. It was such bad luck. Yesterday's sudden power outage caused a huge loss of data. The rewriting process wasn't as good as before. It was so frustrating. Chapter 127, The Winter Soldier, Part 1. Nothing's impossible. Don't worry, this was just an accident. You probably won't encounter it again, Shen Fei whispered to Simmons, Fitz, and S.H.I.E.L.D. It had to be said that suddenly encountering such a legendary figure had a significant impact on the 3 of them. In comparison, Coulson, Melinda, and Ward weren't as shocked. Shen Fei wasn't lying. In fact, if he hadn't been there, even if Mephisto appeared, he wouldn't have revealed his true form. While demons have always had a habit of tempting humanity to fall, at Mephisto's level, ordinary people wouldn't be able to personally confront him. And meeting him isn't without its benefits. At least it'll broaden your horizons, right? Only a fool would want to gain such insights, S.H.I.E.L.D said, letting Simmons pull her away. Simmons was much more timid than S.H.I.E.L.D. Although there were 3 women on the plane, Melinda and Simmons didn't dare disturb her, so they had to take S.H.I.E.L.D with them. On his first day at work, the company collapsed. S.H.I.E.L.D's luck is truly incredible. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D and Simmons, who were sitting in a low voice in the distance, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle as he remembered her story. Ward is truly remarkable. Even with Coulson and Melinda's foresight, they didn't see his true identity. What a shame. Looking at Ward, who sat across from Simmons, Shen Fei sneered. Honestly, Ward could still be saved. His loyalty wasn't to Hydra, but to Garrett. Killing Garrett now might have completely turned to S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, Ward in the original story had just such an opportunity. If he had killed Garrett on the plane, as Agent Hand had instructed, his secret would have been hidden from everyone. However, Shen Fei didn't have the time to save him. He wasn't Coulson, and there were people like S.H.I.E.L.D who wouldn't have tried to bring Ward back to Hydra even if they later learned he was. You're really causing me trouble. Not long after, Fury reappeared before Shen Fei, still dressed in a black leather jacket. Coulson and the others had been driven away. The plane, which Coulson's team members called the bus, had only an interrogation room in the surveillance area, with no other areas. This was for privacy. After all, the entire team would be spending most of their time on the plane, and with 3 women involved, It was impossible to install surveillance cameras throughout the entire system. I think you have yourself to blame. You're so bold to bring the dead back to life. Shen Fei unhesitatingly threw the blame back at Fury. After Mephisto left, Shen Fei pondered. Perhaps Calison's resurrection was indeed as Mephisto had claimed. If not, perhaps Calison couldn't be resurrected at all. Resurrecting the dead wasn't easy, even with Asgard's power, it seemed impossible. Otherwise, Thor's mother wouldn't have died like that. What happened to Mephisto? Is Calison okay? After all, Calison was the person Fury trusted the most, otherwise he wouldn't have brought him back to help him after he died. The reason why Fury did this was not only because he didn't want to see Calison die, but also because he really didn't have any subordinates he could trust. Fury was really tired during this period, both physically and mentally exhausted. Fury used to be very proud and believed that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be able to complete the task of protecting the people under his control. However, accidents happened one after another. Asgard suddenly appeared. And then such a big problem was exposed within S.H.I.E.L.D. Then came the Battle of New York. Although the war was considered a victory, the losses were heavy after all, and someone had to take the blame. It can be said that if it weren't for the critical moment and Fury was very capable, and if S.H.I.E.L.D. still needed Fury, he, the director, might have been dismissed. Fury had been maneuvering between the five great powers for a while. Just as things had finally calmed down, the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, appeared. If Melinda hadn't reported this personally, Fury would have dispatched the person who reported it to the North Pole to find the Red Skull. It should be fine now. I'll report any follow-up issues to the Sorcerer Supreme. You don't have to worry too much about that, Shen Fei said calmly. I'd like to see the Sorcerer Supreme, Fury said after a moment's silence. There's no point telling me that. If he wants to see you, he'll appear at any moment. If he doesn't want to see you, you won't be able to see him anyway. Shen Fei shook his head and refused. Well, it's almost time. I should be leaving. By the way, Calison is having some health issues. Send me a copy of the things you used to save him, Shen Fei said, gathering his belongings and apparating off the plane. The Ancient One must be informed of Mephisto's situation, and the same goes for Lucifer. I see, yeah. After hanging up the phone, Shen Fei let out a soft sigh. On the other end of the line was Ancient One. After learning about Mephisto and Lucifer, Ancient One's tone was remarkably calm, as if unconcerned, and he assured him not to worry. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Don't even think about holding it up until you become tall yourself. After putting Mephisto and Lucifer behind him, Shen Fei immediately took Loki's scepter to the world of giants. Afterward, Shen Fei didn't immediately begin researching the two Infinity Stones, but instead began studying S.H.I.E.L.D. and Calison's blood. Information embedded in the genes? Kree biotechnology is truly impressive. Is this to activate the inhuman bloodline? Could the Kree blood that saved Calison come from those who conducted research on Earth? S.H.I.E.L.D's blood doesn't contain this genetic information, which is a bit strange. While the genes are a bit strange, it's hard to tell at this point. It seems we need to get S.H.I.E.L.D's blood after he becomes an inhuman to even analyze his abilities. Shen Fei wasn't overly disappointed with this result. He had this idea in mind long before the start, and the reason he wanted S.H.I.E.L.D's blood now was so he could compare it later when he became an inhuman. We also need the obelisk. And that inhuman temple seems to be underground on an island. It seems we'll just have to wait. This is GH325. Fury quickly sent someone to deliver what he needed. It was Natasha, the Black Widow, who personally delivered it. Of course, Fury couldn't send anyone else to deliver an item of this level. Natasha didn't stay long before leaving. She, Hawkeye, Shirley, and even the captain had all been very busy recently. Although the Battle of New York took place only in the United States, its repercussions were felt throughout the entire planet. I see. So, if all Kree possess such physiques, this is terrifying. Or is this Kree also a high-ranking figure within the Kree Empire? The Kree are a renowned power in the universe. Thanks to their unique biotechnology, the higher their rank, the greater the power. Ronan the Accuser, don't let a fool kill him, but he can even hold the Power Stone with his bare hands. It's precisely because of this strength that the Kree resistance, even with a powerful figure like Captain Marvel, hasn't been able to shake the Kree Empire's foundation. Any other country facing an enemy like Captain Marvel would have likely overthrown the Empire long ago. Of course, considering Captain Marvel's somewhat saintly nature, it's also possible that Captain Marvel doesn't want to use his power to overthrow the Empire. After all, Captain Marvel hasn't even killed the Kree leaders who harmed him, including Ronan. Speaking of which, if I keep going, I might be able to remove the genetic power embedded in Coulson's body, so he can stop drawing that map. By the way, it seems GH325 saved more than just one person. Were all those people resurrected from the dead, or were they just seriously injured? Physical injuries are easy to heal with GH325, but how do we solve this soul problem? This is a really big problem. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. My head is going to explode if I keep thinking about it. Shen Fei raised his head and sighed deeply. Some problems can be ignored. Once you think about it carefully, you will find more problems. Although Kamar-Taj is very knowledgeable about the soul, it doesn't know how the dimension of hell actually works. Let's take a break. It seems Pepper wants to talk to me about something, and there are some things I should talk about. Shen Fei looked at the message Pepper left on the comms and went directly to Stark's villa in California. You look like you haven't rested in a while. Upon arriving, Stark was spotted in the lab testing the newly crafted Iron Man armor. Stark looked haggard, and considering the numerous Iron Man armor surrounding him, it was clear that Stark had been working tirelessly on them. Drink this, Shen Fei said, pulling out a delicate glass bottle. It was the vitality potion from the Harry Potter universe. While wand casting could restore vitality, strictly speaking, the vitality potion was more effective and more nourishing. Pepper had explained that Stark's behavior was due to fear. At the time, Stark had embraced the nuclear bomb without a second thought. Of course, there was no time for fear then, but later, the fear took over. Because of this, Stark had recently even slept in his Iron Man armor. Even so, he still suffered from insomnia most of the time. It had been a while, and Stark didn't want others to know about his condition, which was why Pepper had only just thought of contacting him. You're just in time. I want to know how you managed not to be afraid. Stark, having regained some of his spirit, put down his Iron Man armor and asked Shen Fei. Without waiting for Shen Fei to speak, Stark continued to speak. After the end of the nuclear bomb world, Stark's inner fear finally erupted. He was afraid of death. After being kidnapped by terrorists, Stark had changed somewhat. He stopped partying every night, closed the weapons manufacturing factory, and appeared as a superhero. But at that time, he still had some idea of pretense and attention. Because of the protection of the Iron Man armor, he thought he would not die. But the nuclear bomb incident was a real mistake, and he would die completely. Actually, I'm afraid too. No one isn't afraid of death. But some people believe that certain things are more important than death. These people haven't thought about being heroes, things just got pushed to that point. You were holding a nuclear bomb at the time, so you certainly didn't have as many as you did. Speaking of courage, Shen Fei is even more timid than Stark. Stark truly risked his life in the Battle of New York. Those Chitauri were no mere decorations. Just look at how much damage Stark sustained to his armor during the battle. In comparison, Shen Fei only took action out of self-protection. Get some sleep, you'll feel much better when you wake up. Stark was about to say something, but Shen Fei suddenly unleashed his wand, putting him to sleep. Because of Stark's psychological problems, even sleeping pills had little effect on him, and increasing the dosage would obviously be harmful to his health. Using magic wouldn't be a problem. When he wakes up, give him this as directed. He'll be fine in no time. Medical treatment for Stark's condition would be difficult, but magical intervention would be a different matter. His condition stemmed primarily from excessive mental stress, so a mental stabilizing potion would be sufficient. Both the herbs and potions in Harry's world could be helpful in this regard. Speaking of that luck potion, we need to find a way to create it. While Harry's world might seem basic, some of its elements were incredibly powerful. Not only were there space and time magic, but there were also potions related to luck. Even Marvel couldn't measure such things. In fact, apart from a certain person with a right hand that could automatically erase luck, no other world had ever been known to test for such a property. Although a person could only take it once in their lifetime, that was enough. In crucial situations, a single use could change everything. Shen Fei wondered if taking the luck potion and searching for a dimension would affect his health, or if it simply lost its effect outside of Harry Potter's world. What's the matter with you calling me here? Or let me come alone? Carter, arriving alone in Shen Fei's villa, looked puzzled. The captain was supposed to come too, but Shen Fei insisted, so Carter left without him. I've got some intelligence I think you'd better take a look at, Shen Fei said, motioning for Red Queen to turn on the big screen. A car Carter was very familiar with appeared on the video. Chapter 128, The Winter Soldier, Part 2. How is this possible? Carter's entire body trembled after watching the video. She had never imagined that Howard and his wife had been murdered. It was them. Carter quickly understood what was wrong. As one of S.H.I.E.L.D's founders, Howard and his wife's death would undoubtedly be a key concern for the agency. The video clearly showed that they had been strangled, yet Carter was reported to have died in a car accident. Carter immediately understood the implications of this question. This could only happen if she had been sidelined. Carter had sensed something was amiss within S.H.I.E.L.D back then, but she hadn't considered it significant and hadn't delved into it. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Even now, Carter hadn't fully grasped the severity of the problem. S.H.I.E.L.D was utterly rotten, and so was Fury's. Although S.H.I.E.L.D's problems were grave, Fury still tried to turn the tide. Only when he was completely exhausted did he decide to expose everything. Does Tony know about this? Carter, who was silent for a long time and took several deep breaths, finally calmed down. I haven't found a suitable opportunity yet, Shen Fei said directly. This was the truth. He had obtained this information for some time. Give it to me, I'll go talk to him. As Carter spoke, his eyes gradually became colder. No matter what, Howard's revenge must be avenged. The reason why I haven't told Tony about it is not the main reason. The real reason is because of this person. Shen Fei picked up the remote control on the side and pressed it. The figure of the man who killed Howard and his wife appeared on the big screen. Who is he? Carter immediately understood the meaning of Shen Fei's words. Barn Bucky was brainwashed by Hydra and became their assassin, the Winter Soldier. I just learned this news from someone else. Telling Carter about the Winter Soldier was to prevent a rift between Tony and Captain America, leading to a civil war. Even though Shen Fei had a favorable impression of Captain Steve, he was somewhat dissatisfied with his handling of the Winter Soldier. While Bucky, the Winter Soldier, was a close friend, so was Howard. Strictly speaking, Steve might not have become Captain America without Howard's help. Even when Steve rescued Bucky, it was only because Howard secretly flew a plane to help him. Without that assistance, Steve might not have been able to rescue Bucky in such a timely manner. In this situation, Steve only considered Bucky's situation and completely ignored Tony's. This was indeed a bit excessive, demonstrating that even a righteous man like Captain America is not perfect. What? Carter cried out in shock as he watched Barn Bucky's profile appear on the screen. As someone who had fought alongside Cap, Carter knew exactly what Bucky meant to him. Bucky was the Winter Soldier, the man who killed Howard. In this situation, even the usually clever Carter didn't know what to do. If this video leaked, the entire world would likely witness Iron Man vs. Cap. It was foolish of Hydra to have such a large organization not to have thought of releasing this video. If they had, Hydra might not have been destroyed so quickly. Hydra's failure to think this through led Zemo to exploit their weakness, effectively splitting the superheroes without a single drop of bloodshed. Don't let Tony and Steve know about this for now, Carter said after a long moment of deliberation. If this problem drags on, once it explodes, it'll be even more serious. It's much better for us to tell Tony than for someone at Hydra to leak it. In the original story, no one at Hydra had considered this idea, but this world's Hydra might have. Hydra's people are full of fools, and fools can't grow an organization this big. Shen Fei might say the Hydra people are short-sighted, but that's because he's taking a bird's-eye view. Try it in the bureau. I know. I'll find a way to communicate with Tony. Carter pressed his hand between his eyebrows, a rare moment. Carter had faced countless troubles in his life, but none this difficult. Okay, but leave this thing with me for now. You take it back. If the captain sees it, it'll be troublesome. Do you have any information about his whereabouts? Carter said, gesturing to the large screen in front of him. It would be even better if they could capture Bucky now. No, I only got these things from other people, Shen Fei said, shaking his head. Then Carter left, his mind full of thoughts. Should we heal Callison now, or wait until he finds the Inhumans temple? Sigh, it seems Whitehall was killed too early, but if we do that, Callison will probably have to suffer for a while longer. By the way, you can have S.H.I.E.L.D deliver the obelisk. The obelisk Carter had seized from Reinhardt naturally returned to Whitehall after his release. Although Whitehall hasn't made much progress in his research on the obelisk and the Inhumans since then, He has made significant progress in other areas, such as the fission bomb. This is a terrifying bomb, a must-have for silencing people at home or on the go. Corpse-dissolving water is far inferior to it. During this time, Shen Fei has been slowly acquiring the technological achievements of Whitehall's men through S.H.I.E.L.D. Ronk Industrial Company is now practically his. This company is very advanced in high technology. The mechanical bodies of the Death Warriors were manufactured by this company. Recently, the company has received many orders from Quinjet International Group. Previously, Shen Fei had been preoccupied with other matters and hadn't paid much attention to these matters. However, upon reviewing the relevant intelligence, he discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D's team had already engaged in a battle with Coulson's team. This intelligence provided Shen Fei with some information about the Centipede project. Although the lab, secretly established by Garrett, posing as a clairvoyant, seemed completely futile to Shen Fei, this was the Marvel Universe, and the Centipede project had indeed achieved some success. Shen Fei considered the Centipede project a complete sham because the enhancement potion contained a hodgepodge of currently available viruses, even incorporating a Chita virus. The reason for this was simple: Garrett was anxious. He had established these labs not to research Death Troopers, but for himself. He had been one of the first subjects of Hydra's Death Trooper experiments. The project had been discontinued within Hydra, having failed and wasted manpower and resources. The cessation of Hydra's plan didn't affect anyone else, but it was a calamity for Garrett, one of the first test subjects of the Death Troopers. Garrett's survival to the present day, reaching level 8 status, was a rare exception. All the Death Troopers of his time had perished. To protect his own life, Garrett was forced to relaunch the Death Troopers project. Although he was considered a mid to high-ranking official within Hydra, he lacked the authority to mobilize Hydra's manpower and resources to build a laboratory. So, Garrett came up with the idea of using his level 8 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent privileges to pretend to be all-seeing and omniscient, conning wealthy individuals into investing. In this era of big data, level 8 S.H.I.E.L.D. privileges are incredibly powerful. Garrett used this to deceive many wealthy individuals, even Ian of Quinjet International, a man worth nearly 10 billion, into investing his entire fortune. Ian paid for Garrett's mechanical body from Ronk Industrial. Even if they were both members of Hydra, they still had to pay for each other's items. In fact, Garrett's ability to survive this long and rise to the rank of level 8 agent is largely due to his clairvoyant identity. Garrett pretended to be a clairvoyant very early on, but at that time, his authority was relatively low, so he could only defraud small-time individuals. Once his authority increased, he could defraud wealthy individuals like Ian. Garrett survived thanks to the research in these laboratories, but now his body seems to be reaching its limit, so he has set his sights on Coulson, the man who is resurrected from the dead. Shen Fei didn't care too much about Garrett's intentions towards Coulson. Although he had a good impression of Coulson, he was not Coulson's bodyguard, and he was very busy at the moment. So, the Mind Stone's ability to create superpowers like the Absorbing Man, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver must be a sublimation of psychic power. Through his research and understanding of the Absorbing Man, combined with the power of the Op-No-No, Shen Fei has developed a certain understanding of the Mind Stone's power. For experimental purposes, he also conducted similar experiments on animals like mice. Although none of the mice survived, several were strengthened. In other words, if one can withstand the power of the Mind Stone, they should be able to gain superpowers. However, to what extent can one be considered able to withstand it? With my current recovery ability and the power of the Op-No-No, can I withstand it? Constitution, or perhaps talent, is truly elusive. It seems we should try to find Wanda and her brother. While Vision is unlikely to appear, it would be a shame if Scarlet Witch, such a powerful force in the fight against Thanos, disappeared like this. I hope the private detective can find them quickly. Captain Marvel must have had incredible luck to gain such immense power from the Space Stone. Shen Fei's research confirmed one thing: Captain Marvel's luck was simply too good. You have to know that the Space Stone wasn't originally intended to enhance humans, otherwise, Red Skull wouldn't have used the Tesseract only to create weapons and not humans. Given Hydra's style, they wouldn't mind sacrifices if there was even a slight chance. Just look at how many people Baron Strucker sacrificed for his experiments. It seems my strength is ultimately too weak. If I were stronger, the effects of the Op-No-Me would definitely be even greater. It's a pity that the Devil Fruit's power development relies solely on physical fitness. Shen Fei's current physical fitness was already quite impressive. Aside from the Hulk, and gods like Thor and Loki, no one else could match him, but even then, it was only so-so. In the Marvel world, physical enhancement relies primarily on various potions, not specialized training methods. Shen Fei's physical fitness is currently improving very slowly. If I were to go to the world of One Piece right now, would two opera fruits appear? And what would the awakening of the opera fruit entail? Never mind, now is not the time to dwell on that. Let's just keep working hard. Shen Fei pondered this as he repeatedly struck the wooden stakes in front of him. Devil fruit abilities are based on physical skills, and Shen Fei has never given up on practicing these skills. He maintains a dedicated training ground within the villa. Fortunately, he has a magic spell that restores him to his original form, otherwise, just cleaning up after daily practice would take a considerable amount of time. For Shen Fei now, hitting sandbags is no longer effective. Wooden and iron stakes are his primary targets. It's undeniable that compared to practicing magic, practicing physical skills is incredibly tiring. It's no wonder that martial arts are increasingly rare in modern society. Advances in technology have made such hardship unbearable for most people. Hi, Mr. Banner, how have you been? Shen Fei found Banner that day. Thanks to Fury's vouching for his contributions in the Battle of New York, the military no longer pursued Banner. So, Banner no longer needed to hide in the mountains and forests, and he'd found a house in the New York suburbs. He chose to live here, not in the city, at the request of some officials, as a precautionary measure. Even if something were to happen, the impact would be minimal. New York had suffered so many disasters in a row, and it couldn't afford another one. To address the issue of international corporations relocating, the authorities had already introduced a number of preferential policies. After all, without these giants, New York's international standing would undoubtedly decline. Of course, Banner's stay here was only temporary. The Stark administration was already preparing to move Stark Tower out of New York, to a location farther from the city, where the Avengers base would be located. This would minimize the devastation if another war broke out. The authorities hadn't been slow to act, even giving the land to the Avengers for free. Ultimately, the superheroes had saved New York. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Werewolf. It's much better than before. How come you have time to come here today? Banner's tone was a little puzzled. The place he was living in now was arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D, and apart from Fury coming once and Black Widow Natasha sometimes coming, Banner didn't seem to have any other special relationship with his girlfriend, Betty, the daughter of General Ross. Speaking of which, Banner was indeed a bit pitiful. The Hulk's body meant that he was destined to have only friends, not a girlfriend. The relationship between Banner and Black Widow Natasha was just pure good friends and comrades, and there was no bad relationship. The same was true for Natasha and Hawkeye. Hawkeye had a wife and children, and he had a good relationship with his wife. There's something I want to discuss with you. The other party was Banner, a man with 7 doctoral degrees, so Shen Fei made his request directly, wanting some of the other party's blood. Perhaps I can solve your problem. Magicians also study science. Banner didn't show any excitement after hearing Shen Fei's words. Initially, Banner still harbored the desire to recover, but over the years, with his continuous research, he had come to terms with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have severed his connection with Betty. Magic, strictly speaking, can be considered science. We just observe the world from a different perspective. Perhaps a different approach can solve your problem. Okay. After some consideration, Banner nodded in agreement. After all, although he was somewhat frustrated, deep down, he still hoped to return to normal. If science proved impossible, perhaps magic could be a solution. He had plenty of blood right now, having already given S.H.I.E.L.D quite a bit, so giving Shen Fei some more wouldn't matter. Banner's blood was incredibly valuable to S.H.I.E.L.D, not just Banner's, but Captain's as well. Although Fury hadn't asked for Captain's blood, it wasn't because he didn't need it, but rather because they had already drawn a lot of it while Captain was unconscious. Can we talk about your transformation? From the previous battle, I can tell you're still able to reason under certain circumstances. After receiving Banner's blood, Shen Fei didn't leave immediately. He genuinely wanted to help Banner. Well, Banner said after a moment's silence, then spoke about what it felt like to become the Hulk and the Hulk within him. Anger. The Hulk's power grows with rage, and once anger intensifies, reason vanishes. Even ordinary people, not just the Hulk, can act irrationally when extremely angry. Banner has been practicing yoga and other techniques to prevent his anger and excessive emotions. The Hulk is such a brat. He just needs someone to beat him up. Shen Fei actually had an idea for how to help Banner. It was to do what Thanos did and beat the Hulk into autism, so he wouldn't dare come out again. The problem was, there was no one like him right now. Odin or the Ancient One would have the power, but even Shen Fei couldn't get them to do it. As for Thor, he was currently on par with the Hulk. If it were any other bratty kid, there would be plenty of ways to deal with him, just finding something he's afraid of. But the Hulk, with his immense strength, has no fear. Perhaps the only thing he fears is sheer force, the relentless pounding of flesh and blood. Have you ever considered merging with the Hulk? Considering your situation, I suspect the Hulk could be your alter ego. From what you've said before, I can tell you've been resisting him, wanting to completely destroy him. He's your alter ego, and to some extent, you. This method is what Banner later uses, combining wisdom and strength, but at the cost of taking on the Hulk's appearance. However, this fusion might allow you to inherit some of his traits, such as his appearance. Shen Fei bluntly pointed out the method's weaknesses. Fusion. Banner considered it for a moment, then shook his head. The original Banner chose to merge with the Hulk because of the trauma of Thanos' attack, which left him feeling autistic, and the loss of half of Earth's life. These devastations drove him to this method. Banner, who hasn't experienced those things yet, certainly wouldn't choose such a solution. Although we can't fuse, you should be able to communicate with him. From what you said, I know he's intelligent. You could definitely work out a solution that's the best of both worlds. For example, you could release him at a certain time, but keep him hidden from view at other times. Shen Fei wasn't surprised by Banner's refusal, and then he offered another suggestion. Communicate? I see. Thank you. Banner was quite intelligent, immediately understanding Shen Fei's intention, which instantly lifted his spirits. After all, if this solution worked, it would mean he could go back to his girlfriend. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the Hulk popping up while he was doing something. I have a lab in the city. If you're bored, why not go there? The equipment there is at your disposal, Shen Fei said, leaving a business card with the lab's address and departing. Banner was a man who, along with Stark, had created Ultron and Vision. If he joined the lab, perhaps Dr. Zhao could accelerate his research into nanotechnology. Asking Banner to work for him was a bit of a stretch, but collaborating on some research was possible. If Stark hadn't been so busy lately, he might have invited Banner. Whether Banner agreed was another matter. It couldn't be helped. Banner and Stark didn't have much of a comradeship yet, and Stark's playboyish demeanor meant Banner didn't have a particularly favorable impression of him. Gamma rays, enhanced serum, jellyfish. It seems Banner survived because of a combination of these things. Is General Ross trying to recreate the scene from Captain America's time? But how did the Hulk come about? Speaking of which, Hulk's father was a ruthless man, injecting his own child with an incomplete drug. These scientists are truly unscrupulous in their pursuit of fame and fortune. Jellyfish, due to their remarkable regenerative abilities, have long been a focus of research in many laboratories, especially those of the wealthy. They've been pouring vast sums of money into research, but even after all these years, there's been little progress. The Turritopsis dohrnii jellyfish, in particular, boasts the ability to rejuvenate in age, attracting a large number of wealthy individuals and scientists. Not only scientists, but even those with a modicum of biological knowledge are conducting research in this area, hoping to overcome this challenge and achieve instant fame. A television report previously exposed the medical intern who had converted his garage into a laboratory, claiming significant success in jellyfish research and conning numerous patients into seeking treatment. The phenomenon of desperate individuals seeking medical help seems to persist in every country. These individuals believe these claims because their family members are terminally ill and hoping for a miracle. While it's undeniable that some astonishing research in the United States has emerged from garages, this research has rarely involved medicine. Shen Fei could only shake his head helplessly. Some people will do anything to achieve fame. Of course, it's not about fame, but wealth. In the United States, fame, whether good or bad, brings enormous profits, but who ultimately accrues these profits is uncertain. I was wrong. I had previously overlooked the Hulk's influence. Now I think the Hulk's power seems to belong to the Hulk, and Banner was only able to freely use it after merging with the Hulk. In the Harry Potter world, Dumbledore was silent for a moment after hearing Shen Fei's news, but finally agreed. Shen Fei considered this request carefully. He needed to learn a great deal of knowledge and practice, and while normal time was not enough, considering the future of the Marvel Universe, he decided to utilize the Harry Potter Time Turner. The Harry Potter world wasn't very strict about time turners, even Hermione could apply for one. Without it, even Hermione, despite her intelligence, wouldn't have been able to learn so much in such a short time. In fact, most of the top students in the Harry Potter world had used time turners, including Voldemort. In the current Harry Potter universe, cell phones have already begun to be used in several countries, including the East, England, and Germany. They've spread fastest and most widely in the East, as Shen Fei isn't profiting from them. Compared to the prices he's used for the first generation of phones, his current prices are incredibly competitive. The reason they've spread fastest and most widely in the East is undeniable. Even in a different world, Eastern infrastructure remains supreme, a technology unmatched by any other country. The advent of cell phones has been a boulder in the calm waters of the wizarding world. Near London, England, thanks to the intervention of Shen Fei and Grindelwald, cell phones have entered many homes, including Harry's uncles. Combined with Shen Fei's prizes offered at board game tournaments, many of the main and supporting characters in Harry Potter's universe have received cell phones, including Draco. Ron's family has received several, practically one per person. Owls and howlers are just as fast as cell phones. While this quick way of communication was strongly opposed by older wizards, it was very popular with the younger generation, especially those in relationships. Previously, communication could only be achieved through owls or letters, which took at most a day or two to arrive. Furthermore, considering the owls' resting times, constant contact was impossible. But mobile phones were different. They allowed for instant communication anytime, anywhere. Of course, wizards had their own ways to counter mobile phones, using wards, which could block cell phone signals. Werewolves and vampires are moving. That day, Grindelwald brought Shen Fei a message. As a magical world, Harry Potter certainly had some creatures unique to the wizarding world, such as werewolves and vampires. However, werewolves and vampires here weren't the elegant creatures depicted in some books, with their handsome appearance and graceful demeanor. In Harry Potter's world, vampires represented filth and foul creatures, even filthier than werewolves. After learning about the characteristics of these vampires and werewolves, Shen Fei wondered if they had reversed the Harry Potter universe. Generally, a vampire's bite would transform a person into a vampire, a common perception of vampires. However, in Harry Potter's world, werewolves possessed this ability, transforming those they bit into werewolves, while vampires, on the other hand, seem to lack this ability. "I need a werewolf and a vampire," Shen Fei asked out of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald calmly took out his custom-made cell phone and sent a message. Grindelwald had already consolidated his followers, and the rapid development of mobile phones in some areas was due to the power of these followers. Without mobile phones, Grindelwald's commands would have required the use of magic to transmit messages, but now, with a mobile phone, he could easily accomplish this. "I remember Lupin was transformed by a werewolf bite. It seems he died in battle. If the side effects of being a werewolf were eliminated, wouldn't a werewolf transformation be the equivalent of an animagus? Besides active transformation, werewolves also passively transform on full moon nights, losing their sanity and frantically attacking nearby creatures." Shen Fei had been curious about this before, but because the werewolves' hiding places were extremely remote, he'd been too lazy to search. Now with Grindelwald's help, wouldn't it be much easier? Plus, Lupin had just joined Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts class, so Shen Fei wanted to see if he could solve the werewolf infection and his loss of sanity. As for Sirius's escape and the Dementor's presence around Hogwarts, Shen Fei didn't care much. He could now cast the Patronus charm. Harry Potter and Hermione's class had truly bad luck. The Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers for 2 consecutive years were unreliable, and they didn't learn anything. However, the teachings of Lupin, the werewolf, and Barty the Younger, the Death Eater, helped Harry and the others grow a lot. Chapter 130 Alchemy, Part 1. "Professor Shen, you're looking for me." Lupin, who was sorting magic books in his office, couldn't help but look puzzled when he saw Shen Fei walk in. Although they were both professors at Hogwarts, they were not familiar with each other. Shen Fei only appeared at Hogwarts occasionally. If it weren't for Dumbledore's insistence, Shen Fei might have lost his professor title long ago. Many teachers at Hogwarts had complaints about Shen Fei's inactivity. Well, there's something I want to discuss with you, but this isn't the place. How about we go outside? Okay. After a moment's silence, Lupin picked up his wand and followed Shen Fei out of Hogwarts School. What's it? We can probably talk about it here, right? Lupin stopped on a deserted road outside Hogwarts. It's hard to explain here, Shen Fei said, continuing to walk forward. As they approached their destination, Lupin unconsciously grasped the wand hidden within his sleeve. As a werewolf, Lupin's life before becoming a Hogwarts teacher was fraught with conflict, often embroiled in rivalries. In the wizarding underworld, the feuds between wizards were fierce. Lupin's reaction stemmed from the location of the Shrieking Shack. While others might be unfamiliar with it, it was a familiar sight to Lupin. Throughout his years at Hogwarts, he'd spent nearly a month there in his werewolf form. In here, Shen Fei said, leading the way inside. Lupin followed suit. At this point, he wanted to see what Shen Fei was up to. Werewolves have a very bad reputation in the wizarding world. Only a small minority of wizards are indifferent to them, but it's a common problem for most teachers at Hogwarts. Lupin's later resignation, after his body was exposed, was due to this very reason. To be honest, it's a miracle that Lupin eventually married Tonks and had a child. Of course, this outcome was largely due to the extraordinary sorceress Tonks, who took the initiative to win Lupin over. Lupin rejected the relationship out of fear that his offspring would inherit his werewolf traits. While the chances of this happening were slim, it had happened before. Dumbledore, however, must be commended for his remarkable skill. He admitted Lupin to the school, along with Hagrid, despite knowing he was a werewolf. Dumbledore was truly exceptional when it came to training students. Who are they? Upon entering the Shrieking Shack and seeing the two locked up inside, Lupin immediately drew his wand, pointed it at Shen Fei, and spoke. Don't be so nervous. They're Death Eaters and werewolves. Shen Fei glanced at the wand in Lupin's hand, unconcerned, and then revealed the details of the two men. This was the werewolf he later acquired through Grindelwald's followers. Vampires weren't particularly worth studying, they were too disgusting. But werewolves piqued Shen Fei's curiosity. After some research, he discovered that the so-called lycanthropy was similar to a biological virus, the same reason a bite could transform a werewolf. Continuing his research, Shen Fei made a surprising discovery. If the side effect of a werewolf's passive transformation during a full moon, resulting in loss of sanity, could be eliminated, then the werewolf would become a full-fledged animagus. While other wizards might struggle to achieve this transformation, a werewolf could simply inject a few potions. In the Harry Potter universe, there are many different types of animagus, the vast majority of which are transfiguration types. However, a few are extremely rare, such as Lupin's future wife, Tonks, who is a metamorphomagus, a transformation comparable to that of a Skrull. This type of animagus cannot be cultivated, it must be innate. Interestingly, neither of her parents seemed to possess this ability. Shen Fei could only marvel at the power of genetic mutation. Shen Fei was very curious about Tonks's magus, but since she hadn't appeared yet and Shen Fei had a lot of other things to do, he hadn't been able to focus on it for the time being. There's another type of magus, even rarer, the prophecy magus. Grindelwald was one of them. It was precisely because of his prophetic powers that Grindelwald was able to accomplish so many things. Unfortunately, even with the power of prophecy, some things ultimately failed. Werewolf, you know. Upon hearing Shen Fei mention werewolves, Lupin immediately realized his identity had been discovered. I've been researching werewolves lately and have discovered some things. I have good news for you, and I think you'll be very happy to hear it. Shen Fei nodded and continued. Good news, but you won't tell anyone about me. Not that, but through my research, I've discovered a potion that can remove the werewolf transformation in humans. I called you here so you can see it. By the way, get ready, I'm going to wake them up, Shen Fei said as he woke the two men and transformed them into werewolves. He then injected one of them with a bottle of the potion and the other with a direct injection. Soon, the two men reverted to their original human forms at a visible speed. Well, now that you've seen the effects, are you interested? Shen Fei said, pulling out a potion and handing it to Lupin. Lupin excitedly accepted it and drank it without hesitation. Things were much simpler after that. After Lupin confirmed that he had completely lost his werewolf transformation ability, Shen Fei quickly packed up everything and returned to Hogwarts with Lupin. They met with Dumbledore and Grindelwald and explained the potion. The previous steps had been taken so that Lupin could verify the potion's effectiveness. Without seeing it firsthand, Lupin wouldn't have been foolish enough to believe Shen Fei's claim that he had a potion that could reverse his werewolf transformation. He was seeking out Dumbledore and Grindelwald to promote the potion. Werewolves are a common sight worldwide due to their unique infectious nature and the fact that most of them seek revenge against society. It was precisely because of the International Confederation of Magicians that werewolves were a threat. Lupin is a rare werewolf. Most werewolves are extremely violent. Their revenge is simple, they prey on children. Lupin's transformation into a werewolf stems from a werewolf who secretly bit his father, out of hatred for him. With the advent of a potion to cure lycanthropy, werewolves have become virtually extinct in the wizarding world. Without their infectious nature, they pose no threat. Of course, the potion wasn't free, but it was only with the presence of Dumbledore and Grindelwald that Shen Fei could have profited handsomely. After all, for some families, the price of a child's recovery is certainly not an issue. If Lupin had had the potion when he was a child, the events that followed wouldn't have occurred. The potion was then handed over to Grindelwald's followers to administer. After all, convincing people of the potion's effectiveness isn't easy. And Lupin could have played a significant role in this, as he has many werewolf friends. Shen Fei didn't take out the other potion that could maintain a werewolf's strength without losing its sanity. The presence of such a potion in this magical world wasn't a good omen. Someone might even deliberately get bitten by a werewolf. After all, compared to the painstaking process of learning an ambiguous, a werewolf bite is still easier. The werewolf's fall from power also meant Voldemort lost a crucial pawn. It seems there aren't any bearmen in this world. If there were, perhaps a druid could be formed. Without Lupin's werewolf bloodline, he probably wouldn't resign his defense against the dark arts teacher. That would lift Voldemort's curse, wouldn't it? I don't understand why so many people are so concerned about the defense against the dark arts teacher. Voldemort's curse was posed because his application for the defense against the dark arts position was rejected. And even our genius, Mr. Snape, the head of Slytherin, had always wanted to teach defense against the dark arts. Because Lupin lost his werewolf bloodline, some things that happened later changed. For example, Peter Pettigrew was arrested, handed over to the Ministry of Magic, and imprisoned in Azkaban. However, although Peter Pettigrew was arrested, Sirius's injustice was cleared. Unfortunately, Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic refused to admit it, insisting that Pettigrew and Sirius were in the same group, and then arrested both of them. The reason why Fudge did this was very simple. If this matter were to be exposed, it would mean that the Ministry of Magic had wronged a good person. As someone who insisted that Sirius was guilty, if he admitted this mistake, it would be a big blow to his prestige as a minister. In this case, it would be better to stick to the bad habits. Dumbledore was of course very dissatisfied with this, but because Fudge insisted, and Fudge said that there was no evidence to show that Sirius and Pettigrew were not in the same group, and that he would continue to investigate, Dumbledore did not say much. However, it wasn't long before news arrived that Sirius had escaped from prison, which made Fudge extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. Although Sirius had been rescued at Hogwarts, the guards were from the Ministry of Magic. Fudge didn't trust the Hogwarts people and didn't allow them to participate in the guarding. He could only suffer in silence. These magical creatures are indeed amazing, but it's a pity that raising them is too troublesome. Shen Fei was of course curious about the magical creatures in the Harry Potter world, but he only admired them. It was impossible for him to raise any. The reason why Newt Scamander caused so many headaches back then was that the Ministry of Magic in many countries even banned him from entering, because they were afraid that his magical creatures would cause trouble. Even though Newt's magical creatures had once saved New York, the Ministry of Magic in New York was very unwelcome to Newt. After Newt became famous, his applications to travel abroad were generally rejected unless he specified that he would not bring any magical creatures. It's time to explore the new world. After arranging things almost completely, Shen Fei decided to continue with his previous plan. He had been preparing to take action a long time ago, but was always interrupted by other things. It's incredible that the cosmic cube can be shrunk. Is this the effect of the Pym particles, or is it the inherent ability of the space stone? In the quantum space, Shen Fei carried the space stone this time, but not the mind stone. At this time, the absorbing man had been controlled by him with Loki's scepter and thrown into the world of giants to help with some business. If it was a figure of Scarlet Witch's level, Shen Fei would never dare to control her with a Mind Stone, but the Absorbing Man, there was no need to worry about it. In order to allow the Absorbing Man to protect himself, Shen Fei even gave him a ring containing a little vibranium. In other words, the Absorbing Man can now become a Vibranium Man. Not to mention that the world of giants no longer has the power of giants. Even if there was the power of giants, the Absorbing Man would have the ability to protect himself. With a Space Stone, the speed is indeed much faster. Borrowing the power of the Space Stone, Shen Fei quickly opened up a new dimension. No accidents this time, good. Shen Fei, who came to the new world, was very happy after discovering that the surrounding environment was a deserted mountainous area. There were accidents twice before, which made Shen Fei a frightened bird. There is a city there. Judging from the scale and the type of buildings, it looks similar to the world of giants. Through the telescope, Shen Fei quickly discovered a city nestled between mountains in the distance to the south. Hey, there is also a train. It looks similar to the special train at Hogwarts. Is it a steam engine? The train at Hogwarts was modified from a steam engine and has been in use all the time. Even when Harry Potter's children were old enough to go to school, the train had not been replaced. The only difference was that it was newly painted. People at Hogwarts should really be able to see China's high-speed train. Robotic arms, mechanical legs, interesting. Shen Fei, who quickly arrived in the city, immediately discovered its unusual features. The streets were lined with numerous machinery shops, and among the pedestrians, one could occasionally see one or two mechanical arms or legs. This wasn't a big deal, as such robotic arms existed in the Marvel world. Ronk Industrial Company even specialized in this, and theirs were even more sophisticated than these. But the problem was that such a simple robotic arm could actually function as well as an arm. This was truly unscientific. For someone with a missing limb, it wasn't difficult to get a new one. The difficulty lay in connecting it to the nerves and controlling it. I didn't expect I'd even say the word unscientific. Filled with curiosity, Shen Fei quietly inquired about this world in the city. The result startled Shen Fei at first, but then he became excited. This was because this world was very useful to him, the world of alchemy, the Fullmetal Alchemist. Chapter 131 Alchemy, Part 2. S.H.I.E.L.D, the world of Fullmetal Alchemist, is a mecca for mechanics. Nearly 70% of the city's residents are mechanics, with the remaining 30% working in related industries. Thanks to these mechanics, those with physical disabilities are able to stand up. The reason for this large number of disabled people is the chaotic order surrounding the country, the result of war. While this has led to a booming business in S.H.I.E.L.D, most mechanics, with the exception of a very small number, are reluctant to pursue such a booming business. While these mechanical armors can restore mobility to those with physical disabilities, they are replaced by excruciating pain. The process of connecting the armor to nerves is excruciating. During his several days here, Shen Fei heard the screams of those wearing the armor more than once. Shen Fei stayed here partly to communicate with a dimensional space, and partly because he was curious about the technology behind these armors and wanted to learn more. After observing them, Shen Fei discovered that while these people were mechanics, they were also semi-medical. After all, mechanical armor is connected to the human body, and treating infections requires medical knowledge. This was perhaps the peculiarity of this world. With Shen Fei's knowledge, after just a few days of simple observation, he had a rough understanding of the mechanical armor's principles. He also understood why those who wore it didn't use anesthetics or other devices. This was because they needed to confirm the connection of their magical skills, which would be difficult to verify without anesthetics. After all, this world lacked advanced equipment. Of course, people with physical disabilities were different, and some mechanical armor didn't require nerve connections. These were all normal mechanical armors, but there were also less normal ones, those with weapons installed within them. For example, Pania, a thief active in S.H.I.E.L.D, had weapons hidden in the mechanical armor on both of her feet, a blade and a Galbarin cannon, which could only fire a single shot. Shen Fei knew Pisha because she had once attempted to steal from him, but had failed and been caught. However, Shen Fei didn't give her a hard time and subsequently let her go. Pisha became somewhat familiar with him, often appearing in his sight, and the two became acquainted. Shen Fei didn't comment on Pisha's theft. After all, for a girl who had lost both legs in childhood and had no family, being alive was a blessing, and he couldn't ask for more. For now, Shen Fei had no solution for Pisha's legs. While he had a number of potions, none could regenerate a severed limb without side effects. Shen Fei could only hope for the extraneous virus or Dr. Zhao's nanomedical technology. Shen Fei had always remembered the powerful extraneous virus, but unfortunately, he only remembered the virus and couldn't recall the name of the woman Stark had had a one-night stand with. Without her name, he had no way to find her. Therefore, he could only wait for her to show up. If he knew the other person's name, he would have sought him out and asked him to work for him. He would then have two products under his command, the extraneous virus and nanotechnology. Both could regenerate severed limbs, and it's unclear which was more powerful. Even more coincidentally, the developers of both products were beautiful women. With the advancement of nanotechnology, it would be possible to manufacture human bodies like products in the future. If soul transfer technology were available, humans could achieve immortality, provided their souls were not yet decayed. It's certain that once this technology became available, the elderly tycoons would go crazy for it, and it would fetch exorbitant prices. Others don't have the ability to transfer souls, but Shen Fei does. Kamar-Taj's magic can eject souls from the body. If nanomedical technology were combined with a human body, soul transfer should be possible. Different souls are incompatible, and forcing them together would only cause both body and soul to collapse. However, a body created using nanotechnology might not present this problem. Why is possession of a body so common in infants? It's mainly because children's souls haven't yet fully formed. It goes without saying that the more advanced technology becomes, the more terrifying it becomes. However, Shen Fei didn't really care. If he really wanted to do something like this, there wouldn't be any need for such trouble. The ability of the Operation Fruit was simpler, and it didn't seem like there was any soul matching issue. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. After waving goodbye to Petunia, Shen Fei boarded the train to Central City. While the train wasn't as fast as his other transportation options, like the Quinjet or his own flying broom, since he was already in this world, it was nice to see the world. The names of cities in the country of Amestris were very simple. Central City was located in the center of the country, and the four directional cities and the military headquarters were also named after their directions. The entire country was ruled by the military, with only a very small number of officials responsible for political affairs. To ordinary people, this was probably because the country was constantly in turmoil, necessitating military control. However, this only fooled the average person. For Shen Fei, he knew the truth about the country. The National Refining Formation was designed for this purpose from the moment it was founded, which is why the name was so simple. It must be said that the little man in the bottle had a very ambitious ambition. He wanted to pull the gods down from heaven and become a god himself. Is the god of this world the gate of truth? Shen Fei pondered quietly as he sat by the window on the train. This world's dimensions feel so strange. Even with the space stone, I'm making such slow progress. Could it be? Shen Fei had a guess, but without any proof, he couldn't confirm it. The president's combat power seems incredibly formidable. Is he a combination of the Philosopher's Stone and a human, fortified by the power of the soul? This is somewhat similar to the magic of Kamar-Taj. The soul strengthens the body, and the Philosopher's Stone is the power of the soul. The president's body ages because the Philosopher's Stone is used to strengthen it. Fortunately, the president doesn't have the ability to recover, otherwise, no one in this world would be his match. The little man in the bottle and Hahunheem of Light, their strength is based on the vast amount of Philosopher's Stone within their bodies. In battle, they rely on sheer force to overwhelm their opponents. Simply put, both of them possess infinite mana, like those in the game. This is Central City. Who should I go to learn alchemy from first? Throughout Fullmetal Alchemist's world, there are two locations with a large number of alchemists. One of these is Central City. The vast majority of alchemists here come for the annual National Alchemist exam. Although the National Alchemist title is often considered by ordinary people, and some alchemists become military stooges, a large number of alchemists still flock to it. There's no other way. The vast research funding and privileges are what most ordinary people seek. As the saying goes, everyone in the world is driven by profit. Becoming an alchemist is no easy task. In Fullmetal Alchemist's world, alchemists are like scientists in the ordinary world. The more powerful the alchemist, the more they need to learn and the more they must conduct experiments, which requires a lot of money. Of course, this refers to ordinary alchemists, those with talent are not included. The National Alchemist examination is held annually, attracting numerous alchemists each time. However, only a handful of alchemists pass, and sometimes no one even passes. The state's explanation for this is, of course, that they prefer to have fewer than the best. However, Shen Fei knew that this was simply a test to select human pillars and pawns capable of fulfilling their plans. Shen Fei had come directly to Central City because the National Alchemist examination was being held there recently, something he had read in the newspaper. Another place with a large number of alchemists is Alchemist City. The alchemists there are essentially freelance alchemists, not working for the state. Despite its name, with the exception of a few individuals, the majority of alchemists are of low caliber. It's simple. Those who make it to the top almost all become state alchemists. The Flame Alchemist's teacher was originally from the City of Alchemists. Their philosophy is that alchemy should serve the public. The term military lackey also originated there. The state alchemist exams are, of course, not open to the public, but this didn't bother Shen Fei. After using the disillusionment spell, he quietly made his way to the on-site alchemist exam. The alchemist exam consists of two parts, a written exam that assesses knowledge. After all, becoming a powerful alchemist requires extensive knowledge. The principles of alchemy are understanding, decomposition, and reconstruction. This understanding is knowledge. Because of different understandings, the same alchemy, using the same formation, can have varying strengths and weaknesses. It's like students taking an exam in the same class, taught by the same teacher, but some get full marks while others fail. How impressive! Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he watched a stone tower appear with just a single alchemy formation. He'd recently read some introductory books on alchemy. In terms of knowledge, he undoubtedly surpassed everyone else in this world. Even so, Shen Fei was deeply impressed by the alchemy of this world. He understood alchemy's understanding, its decomposition and reconstruction. But precisely because he understood it, he felt helpless. To Shen Fei, alchemy was like putting an elephant in a refrigerator. Putting an elephant in a refrigerator was simple. First, open the door. Second, put the elephant in. Third, close the door. That's it. The in-between steps can be completely ignored. That's alchemy. This omitted process wasn't truly omitted, it was accomplished by the power of the earth or the dragon veins. Therefore, for an alchemist, possessing extensive knowledge was the first step, followed by the ability to harness this energy. Not everyone with extensive knowledge could be an alchemist. The president is here. The assessment proceeded swiftly. Although many people's alchemy skills were impressive, none passed. Alchemy activation isn't about results alone, but also about speed. As a national alchemist, you need to participate in combat. If you take half a day to activate a single alchemy, by the time you do, the war might be over. During the assessment, someone reported that the president had come to watch. Soon, a middle-aged man with an eye patch on his right eye and an imposing demeanor approached. I've seen enough. Time to find an alchemist to learn from. Before leaving, Shen Fei glanced at one of the people awaiting the assessment and quietly departed. The person Shen Fei was looking at was none other than Edward Elric, the protagonist of Fullmetal Alchemist. Seeing him taking the National Alchemist exam here, Shen Fei already understood the current time. So this is alchemy. Without a good circle drawing technique, it seems you can't become an alchemist. A few days later, Shen Fei sought out an alchemist who hadn't yet taken the National Alchemist exam and hypnotized him, asking him to teach him. The reason for this was that normal alchemy training was too slow. For Shen Fei, the amount of knowledge wasn't the issue, the main challenge was the alchemy array. Every symbol within the array held a meaning, representing, for example, earth, trees, fire, water, steel, metal, and so on. Alchemists who hadn't seen the gate of truth could only activate alchemy through the alchemy array. This alchemy is truly fascinating. Understanding something conceptually is not necessary, it doesn't require a wealth of knowledge. Through study, Shen Fei gained a deeper understanding of alchemy. Conceptual elements, such as the earth, don't require understanding its specific composition. Simply drawing the symbol of the earth activates alchemy. For example, if a broken radio or table is to be repaired, one doesn't need to understand the structure of the radio or table, simply drawing all the elements within the radio is enough. Skipping out all the steps and directly achieving the result, I really don't know what to say about alchemy. Boom. As the lighter in Shen Fei's hand emitted a flame, a huge ball of flame appeared out of thin air in front of Shen Fei. This is the Flame Alchemist. No, it should be the Fire Alchemist. It seems that I need to find a way to see Mustang's alchemy array, then, After changing the alchemy array, a large water ball appeared out of thin air in front of Shen Fei. I really didn't expect the surgery fruit and alchemy to be so compatible. Chapter 132 Alchemy, and Full Metal Alchemist. Ouch, what a shame you don't know what awaits you. Shen Fei sighed as he looked at the newspaper report about the candidates who passed a national alchemist examination, along with his own photo. Edward's adhoj was his most precious possession, as it made him taller. His height had always been a constant source of worry for him. Edward was the only alchemist to pass the national alchemist examination and was named Full Metal Alchemist by the president, a title only granted to national alchemists. Aside from this news, the rest of the newspaper didn't contain any significant news. After putting the newspaper aside, Shen Fei returned to his daily practice. Now wasn't the right time to confront Edward and his brothers. The 7 androids, including the president, were not difficult for Shen Fei to deal with, but the little man in the bottle behind him was more difficult to deal with. There were too many Philosopher's Stones within him. Edward and his team's ultimate victory was due to many factors, not least of which was the contribution of Joachim, the Edward brothers' father. It's safe to say that if it weren't for Joachim, the Light, Edward and his team would have been doomed. Over 50 million lives traded for a chance to become a god. This world is truly terrifying. Thankfully, this rule only applies to this world. Over 50 million lives is indeed a significant number, but wars in the human world have always been extremely costly. Not to mention events as distant as the world wars, the death toll from Hydra's inside alone is estimated in the billions. Should we learn alchemy in the new country, or wait here for those seeking the Philosopher's Stone to arrive and learn? Shen Fei had already known something was wrong with that country's alchemy during his studies. For alchemists like Edward, using alchemy doesn't consider energy flow, nor can they sense it. But Shen Fei could sense it. Furthermore, it could discard the energy of this world and use its own magic to fuel alchemy. Considering the origins of the dwarf in the bottle, Shen Fei had a theory. Like the giants in the giant world, the dwarf in the bottle must have originated from the world of truth, or rather, the dimensional world. Since even the space gem couldn't quickly communicate with this world's dimensional space, and given the unique alchemy of this world, Shen Fei speculated that the world where the gate of truth existed might be the closest dimensional space to this world's surface space. In other words, if Shen Fei could communicate with a dimensional space, he would likely have entered the world of truth in this world. This would explain why he was having so much trouble communicating with the dimensional space. In the alchemist's world, entering the gate of truth required human transformation and a toll. Shen Fei was curious if using dimensional magic to enter the gate of truth would also require a toll. The dimensional space in Full Metal Alchemist's world was difficult to connect to, but not impossible. With his own strength, it might have been difficult, but he had the space gem. With the help of the space stone, it's still possible to connect to other dimensions, though it just takes a while. I remember there seems to be a Philosopher's Stone alchemy array in a certain research institute. I must get it first. Shen Fei was determined to obtain the Philosopher's Stone alchemy array. Although it was made of human materials, which was somewhat unethical, its power was indeed powerful. After learning about the Philosopher's Stone's problems, he and Edward, the brothers, vowed never to use it for personal gain. So, even when many people asked him to use the Philosopher's Stone in exchange for Al's body, he refused, ultimately trading his own gate of truth for Al's return. Shen Fei admired Edward and his brother's actions, but he knew he couldn't do it. For Shen Fei, using a bad person to refine the Philosopher's Stone was not a problem, and that was his motivation for obtaining the Philosopher's Stone alchemy array. The vast universe is filled with countless people who should have died, like Whitehall. If Shen Fei had known he could reach this world, he would have kept him alive and transformed him into a Philosopher's Stone. Speaking of Philosopher's Stones, there are a vast number buried beneath this country, but it's a shame they're not easily accessible. The Bottleman's plan would be easily thwarted by stealing the stones, which would undoubtedly delay his plans. Unfortunately, this would only be a temporary solution. For the Bottleman, the worst that could happen without the stones was that he could simply refine them. This was the reason so many wars in this country were fought for this very reason. For the Bottleman, victory or defeat in a war was irrelevant, all that mattered was ensuring enough lives were lost. Now that Joachim had already laid the groundwork, delaying the Bottleman's plans wasn't saving anyone, but rather helping him. The only way to defeat the Bottleman, who possessed nearly 1 million Philosopher's Stones, was to allow him to complete his plan to devour the gods. Of course, if he could ask the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One to come and kill him directly, that would be fine. If you were powerful enough, there wouldn't be the need for so many plans. The abandoned 5th Research Institute should be here. Shen Fei quickly located his desired location by consulting a map of Central City. Is this the Philosopher's Stone's formation? Although he couldn't use special abilities, infiltrating the 5th Research Institute wasn't difficult for Shen Fei. At night, under the influence of the disillusionment charm, he easily entered. He saw several people dressed in white, resembling researchers, placing several individuals on an alchemical formation carved into the ground. As the formation activated, the individuals roared in pain and collapsed to the ground. On the ground, a red substance, like blood, slowly gathered. Several lives had been transformed into a Philosopher's Stone, slightly larger than a sesame seed. Those men were wearing prison uniforms. Unsurprisingly, they were probably inmates from the neighboring prison. The state of Amestris imposed harsh penalties on prisoners, with the most severe punishment being death. Ostensibly for national stability, they were actually seeking the ingredients for the Philosopher's Stone. I've always had a question that I can't understand. The Prince of Xin Kingdom has come seeking the Philosopher's Stone, the source of immortality, and wants to take it back with him. Speaking of which, if an emperor is immortal, does he still need to pass on the throne? As Shen Fei watched the men quickly carry the corpse away and collect the Philosopher's Stone, a question suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't fully grasped for a long time. After the rulers of this world learn how to refine the Philosopher's Stone, the people below them suffer the most. In Amestris, the entire central military headquarters was composed entirely of androids. The reason was simple: androids offered them immortality, and with only a few exceptions, the vast majority couldn't resist the temptation. Every emperor throughout history, from the most famous, the first emperor, to those who later adopted elixirs, were constantly searching for the elixir of immortality. The same is true of Whitehall in the Marvel Universe. Strictly speaking, the original Superman Soldier Project and the government's years of experiments with enhanced serums were certainly aimed at creating enhanced soldiers, but they were also designed to protect their own longevity. Without absolute certainty, high-ranking officials wouldn't just inject the drug. Soldiers might die, but they couldn't afford to suffer any harm themselves. Even Shen Fei felt the same way, though he didn't conduct human experiments. In the world of Fullmetal Alchemist, those in power are capable of ruthless acts to achieve immortality. The military brass of Ames didn't care that their entire nation was being used as material for the Philosopher's Stone. As long as they lived and achieved immortality, they were content. At worst, they would attack other nations. Did the king of Causilcus, the nation of the bottled creature, sacrifice his entire people for immortality? Unfortunately, he was deceived by the bottled creature, allowing himself and home to achieve immortality. It's a shame none of the androids seem to know alchemy, otherwise I could capture one, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he filmed with his small camera. Luckily, I have PIM particles. Besides filming, Shen Fei also took the opportunity to install several smaller surveillance cameras around the area so he wouldn't have to come here himself next time. A country is a country, and individuals can compare. The 5th Research Institute possessed a vast amount of information on alchemy, primarily concerning the Philosopher's Stone and medical knowledge. Lassiter, it smells like a stranger. As Shen Fei continued filming the information, a portly man sitting some distance away suddenly jumped up. This man was none other than Gluttony, one of the 7 androids. Although Shen Fei knew what each of the 7 androids represented, he hadn't grasped their specific abilities. "Can I eat him?" Gluttony said, his tongue, adorned with the Ouroboros symbol, unconsciously extending itself, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Is someone else in?" "Can I eat?" Luster, sitting in a chair and looking incredibly sexy, nodded with a smile. Seeing Luster nod, Gluttony quickly rushed out of the room. Though he looked overweight, he was incredibly agile. "Found you." Shen Fei, who was still stealthily photographing documents in the library, turned immediately upon hearing the rumbling of footsteps behind him. He saw a massive, portly man lunging at him with his maw gaping. Bang! The man's maw bit directly into the bookshelf in front of him, and Shen Fei noticed a missing piece, swallowed by the man. Though Glutton was fast, Shen Fei was even faster, dodging the attack and revealing himself. "Glutton, you've been discovered." Seeing Glutton scramble to his feet and lunge again, Shen Fei kicked him in the stomach. Glutton was sent flying, crashing into several bookshelves and getting crushed inside. Time to leave. After kicking Gluttony away, Shen Fei, not yet eager to confront the androids, immediately ran outside. He made it out of the 5th Research Institute with remarkable ease. Boom. Shortly after Shen Fei's departure, Gluttony shook off the bookshelf that was weighing him down and stood up again. He actually ran away. It seems the person who came in this time is no ordinary person. Just then, Rast approached. We can't get exposed here. We must catch them. Yeah, Gluttony's expression was a little aggrieved. He nodded and immediately gave chase, with Rast close behind. How did we get discovered? Is it because of alchemy? Shen Fei paused in an alley 2 blocks away from the 5th Research Institute, pondering the reason for his discovery. In Fullmetal Alchemist's world, while alchemy was marvelous, there were no warning signs. The only electrical appliances were radios and landlines, not even televisions. I was a little careless. Although he hadn't fully grasped the reason for his discovery, Shen Fei finally put aside his previous contempt. After learning that this was Fullmetal Alchemist's world, Shen Fei, aside from a slight fear of the little man in the bottle, didn't really take anyone else seriously. Alchemy was impressive, but if you had the ability, try refining vibranium. Alchemy relied on a transmutation array. Even someone like Edward, who had witnessed the Gate of Truth and could take Polaroid photos, seemingly without a transmutation array, actually had one, though it was overlooked by the Gate of Truth. The android's fighting style was pure force, devoid of any skill. This presented no challenge to Shen Fei, even to the president, with his impressive physical prowess. Never mind his vibranium-clad Ant-Man suit, even with pure physical skill, he could defeat the president without using powers like the Opnomi. In terms of strength, he surpassed the president, his only disadvantage being skill and battlefield experience. However, with his quick reaction times, he wasn't lacking in skill, given his daily physical training. I found you, Shen Fei, who was walking slowly on the road, heard the voice again, and then felt a gust of wind coming from above his head. Gluttony not only chased him, but also pounced down from above. Bang! After Shen Fei dodged his body, Gluttony hit the ground heavily, leaving a big hole. Then Shen Fei kicked Gluttony away. Who are you and why did you sneak in there? A somewhat charming voice came from behind Shen Fei. 2 androids, that's right, after all, it's such an important research institute. Looking at the figure that appeared, Shen Fei immediately understood who she was, the only female among the androids, Rast, who represented lust, and also the owner of the strongest spear. How did you find me? Shen Fei did not answer Rast's question, but asked. Gluttony has a very strong sense of smell. Chapter 133 Ice Alchemist. So that's how it is. Rast's words immediately made Shen Fei understand why he had been discovered, and even found. But for him to casually reveal his abilities, androids and humans were truly 2 different creatures. To the bottled homunculus and the homunculus, humans were weak and pathetic, only capable of repeating past tragedies. The only lesson humanity had learned from history was that it couldn't learn anything. 2 people together would cause conflict. 100 people gathered, and competition ensued. 1,000 would inevitably lead to opposition. But while humans were weak, they were also incredibly powerful. The most admirable figure in Fullmetal Alchemist wasn't Edward's brothers, but Hohenheim, known as the Alchemist of Light. For centuries, he had persistently communicated with the spirit within the Philosopher's Stone, purifying his soul and securing victory in the final battle. Had it not been for releasing the souls of over 50 million people from the nation of Amestris within the bottled homunculus, preventing it from suppressing the truth, Edward and his companions, no matter how powerful they were, would have been victorious. If the dwarf in the bottle possessed those 50 million souls, he would possess the power of a god. What's a rubbing of the arc reactor with Stark's hands? The dwarf in the bottle could actually rub nuclear fission, essentially rubbing the sun. Now you can tell me who you are, Lust said. As Shen Fei suddenly pulled out a pistol and shot him. Before Gluttony could react, he shot him several more times. Without even glancing at the 2 men lying on the ground, Shen Fei quickly fled. Now was not the time to kill or create. Shen Fei quickly took out his flying broom, mounted it, and sped off into the distance. While Gluttony's ability was powerful, it certainly had a range limit. As long as he was far enough away, it would be effective. Smell? Someone's farts are amazingly effective for that. Gluttony's ability reminded Shen Fei of another person with a powerful nose, and the solution was surprisingly simple. Perfume should be able to mask the smell. I wonder how far gluttony's ability can go. Shen Fei stopped only after advancing a sufficient distance. Gluttony, keep chasing. Not long after Shen Fei left, both Luster and Gluttony got up. Seeing the look in Luster's eyes, Gluttony entangled the fingers of his hands and shook his head with a look of grievance. I can't find it. Is that so? Let's go back then. Gluttony shook his head, which made Luster stunned for a moment. After a moment of silence, he immediately prepared to go back. It seems that we haven't been discovered. Let's study the medical alchemy ability we have obtained first, and then go to the new country to learn alchemy. Alchemy can only be used at close range, while alchemy can be used at long range, which is much more convenient. The Philosopher's Stone has almost omnipotent power and can heal any injury. If there are enough Philosopher's Stones, can it help some people survive the strengthening of the Mind Stone? This idea suddenly flashed in Shen Fei's mind. Hey, I was just thinking about not alerting the enemy, so I didn't take the Philosopher's Stone. If I had known we'd be discovered, I would have taken some. After all, Shen Fei was an expert in biochemistry, and with the power of the surgery fruit, he had an advantage in learning medical alchemy that no one else had. Some of the effects are similar to magic. But when it comes to targeting internal organs, there's nothing magic can do. Some of Harry Potter's magic also has healing effects, but they primarily target external injuries. Internal injuries rely primarily on potions and herbs, and alchemy has its own unique advantages in this area. Boom. One day, Shen Fei was studying alchemy when he heard a loud noise outside, followed by people exclaiming in surprise. Shen Fei immediately ended his research and left. He rented this room. After exchanging gold for a large amount of the country's currency, shillings, he rented a house specifically for his research. This is, Shen Fei, exiting the room, immediately spotted a several-meter-tall iceberg in the distance. Judging from its location, it should be near the presidential palace. Shen Fei immediately rushed to the second-floor rooftop and, picking up a telescope, peered in the direction of the icebergs. 4 icebergs. Judging by their location, they must be blocking the presidential palace. Has an alchemist attacked the president? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei immediately jumped down from the back of the second floor, took out his flying broom, and rushed towards the presidential palace. Amazing. They've actually used icebergs to block the presidential palace, casting the disillusionment charm. Shen Fei, riding his broom, surveyed the icebergs surrounding the presidential palace below and roughly guessed what had happened. Shen Fei was impressed because this person had actually completed such a large alchemy array near the presidential palace. The power of an alchemist's alchemy array is proportional to its size. The more powerful the alchemy, the larger the array required. Like the array on Colonel Mustang's flaming glove, there's a limit to its power. The national alchemy array needed to be so large because it could encircle the entire country. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of central troops gathered near the surrounding icebergs, constantly attacking the iceberg with guns and cannons, attempting to destroy it and enter the presidential palace. At the same time, several national alchemists in the center were also attacking the iceberg. Among them were the Flame Alchemist, the Iron-Blooded Alchemist, the Brawling Alchemist, and the Full Metal Alchemist, who was just preparing to become a national alchemist. At this time, the Full Metal Alchemist Edward and his brother were fighting a man with scars on his body on the iceberg. The iceberg was about 6 or 7 meters high. At such a height, Mustang and his men had no way to climb up, so they could only attack the iceberg from below. Mustang's fingers kept snapping, and flames kept appearing in front of him. Therefore, among the people, he was said to have the greatest destructive power. Even the Iron-Blooded Alchemist, who could forge many cannons, was not as powerful as his flames. Fire and ice are mutually exclusive. Most alchemists in the world of Full Metal Alchemist specialize in one type of alchemy throughout their lives, unlike Shen Fei who is involved in all aspects. If there were an earth-based alchemist on the scene, these icebergs would be easy to deal with. They could just make stairs out of earth or raise the ground beneath their feet. Here we can see how powerful a Polaroid photographer like Edward is. He doesn't need an alchemy array, he only needs to put his hands together to activate all the alchemy he understands. Theoretically, if Edward had a flammable cloth or a lighter, he could also activate the power of fire like Colonel Mustang. The reason why Edward and his brothers fought the enemy on the iceberg was because they activated earth-based alchemy to climb up the iceberg. How impulsive. At this time, it would be much easier if Mustang was brought to the iceberg, but they don't seem to have thought of this at all. Is this the alchemy array of flame alchemy? Shen Fei muttered to himself while using the built-in video function of the telescope to record the alchemy array on Mustang's gloves, as well as the alchemy arrays of Tixu and Haowen. Is there a chance to cut off these alchemy arrays together? The alchemy array is not static. As long as the basic elements remain unchanged, some things can be added to it. The alchemy of flame is the secret that Mustang's master has studied for many years. Of course, it is a secret to this world. After Shen Fei understood alchemy, he roughly knew the difference. It's nothing more than raising the temperature of the flame. There is no shortage of fire alchemy in this world. In some alchemists' homes, this kind of alchemy array is used for daily life and cooking. Of course, this is only something that alchemists can enjoy, and ordinary people can't do it at all. Ice alchemist? In the palm of your hand, a national alchemist is different from an ordinary alchemist. The state alchemists are called the running dogs of the army and the weapons of the world. This is probably related to the fact that they carry alchemy arrays with them at all times. Shen Fei has also met many alchemists in Central City these days. Apart from the state alchemists, most alchemists do not carry alchemy arrays with them. They are all drawn temporarily. The Edward brothers are also such people, while other state alchemists either draw alchemy arrays on their palms or on the gloves or equipment they carry with them. As weapons, they must be ready at all times. Is it Isaac, the former state ice alchemist? Shen Fei approached quietly and learned from the conversations of these people who the person who used ice alchemy was. He was an alchemist who participated in the Battle of S.H.I.E.L.D, but seemed to have disappeared after the war. When he reappeared, he had become a member of the resistance army. Not long ago, he sneaked into Central City to assassinate the president. Does this mean you know the truth? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei entered the presidential palace from above. At this time, Isaac was no match for the Edward brothers. After all, he was seriously injured before, which was the result of continuous battles with several national alchemists. Seeing that he was defeated, Isaac used his own blood to activate the ice alchemy and escaped from the Edward brothers. In fact, the reason why Isaac was defeated by the Edward brothers was not only because of his physical injuries, but also because he showed mercy. Edward was too small, and people would involuntarily treat him as a child. Damn it, Isaac, who had escaped, leaned against the wall and took the opportunity to rest. He had finally blocked so many soldiers and national alchemists outside. Even if he was seriously injured, he was going to kill the president. Isaac, are you looking for me? Just as Isaac was about to breathe quickly, a voice suddenly sounded from the front, and then he saw a middle-aged man with an eye patch on his left eye, wearing a blue military uniform, and holding an army in his left hand. He walked over. Kim Bradley. After seeing this man, Isaac immediately shouted loudly, and his body seemed to suddenly surge with strength. The blood flowing out of his body condensed in his hand, forming a snow-colored ice spear. It's all because of you. As long as I kill you, everything will be over. Gripping the blood-red spear tightly in his hand, Isaac roared and prepared to rush towards the president. The president just sneered at Isaac like this, and calmly drew out the saber in his left hand. You are courting death? Just as the president was about to take action, Shen Fei suddenly appeared behind Isaac, chopped the back of Isaac's neck with his right hand, and then pressed his left hand on the senior on the side, and instantly a wall appeared in the way of the president. Boom. But the next moment, a few cold lights flashed on the wall, and then it collapsed, and was chopped by the president's saber. You are indeed worthy of being the strongest artificial human. Although the president chopped the wall in front of him, Shen Fei had already jumped to the roof of the second floor with Isaac. Want to escape? The president looked at Shen Fei, who was carrying Isaac and preparing to evacuate. While muttering to himself, he jumped up and slashed at Shen Fei and Isaac with his saber in his hand. Since he had decided to take action, he would not return empty-handed. This was the president's idea. Shen Fei had no intention of fighting with the president. The reason why he rescued Isaac was that he was curious about his ice alchemy, but he didn't want to. The president didn't think so. What a trouble. Looking at the president who was chasing him at an astonishing speed, Shen Fei immediately took out a pistol with his right hand and shot at the president who was chasing him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots. Facing Shen Fei's attack, the president kept moving his feet and body, dodging 2 bullets, and then cutting through the third. You've opened your eyes. Looking at the president behind him taking off his left eye mask, revealing the Ouroboros pattern, Shen Fei immediately emptied all the bullets in his pistol, then took out a miniature camera and took a picture. The president was very fast, but he was not slow either. It's really entangled. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, I really thought I didn't dare to kill you. You are not immortal, Shen Fei said as he threw down several smoke bombs. A large amount of irritating smoke rose. Taking advantage of the smoke, Shen Fei took Isaac and left directly. You actually have the idea of fighting the president in hand-to-hand combat. Do I have such hot-blooded thoughts, or is it because the other party is a cyborg? For Shen Fei, it was too easy to kill the president. Not to mention the surgery fruit, just the Serenity Ant-Man suit would make him invincible against the president. With a vibranium Ant-Man suit, the president could not hurt him at all. I actually found something wrong. It turns out that the people in this world are not fools. After Isaac woke up, Shen Fei learned from him why he wanted to assassinate the president. It turned out that the Philosopher's Stone in the Battle of S.H.I.E.L.D made him realize that something was wrong, and then he began to investigate and joined the resistance. Then he regarded the president as the mastermind of all the conspiracies. So he wanted to assassinate the president directly to end it all. The country of Amastorius has been established for more than 100 years. During this period, of course, some people have discovered that something is wrong, but they did not expect that the person behind the scenes was so powerful, and they all died in the end. Although Isaac also told some alchemists about the president, most of them did not believe it. Some people did not want to give up the convenience of the Philosopher's Stone in their hands, such as Kimberly, who was still in prison. The president is very powerful, and you are no match for him now. I saved you. According to the principle of equivalent exchange between alchemists, I want to learn your alchemy. You are also an alchemist. This country is in danger, and Kim Bradley is behind the scenes. Isaac wanted to recruit Shen Fei. Chapter 134 Alchemy, Part 1. After learning about ice alchemy from Isaac, Shen Fei immediately left him. As for what he would do next, whether he would continue to seek death with the president or return to the resistance to continue fighting the military, it was beyond his control. Shen Fei naturally declined Isaac's invitation to kill the president. Killing the president was easy, but it would do no good to the country. Without the androids, even if they were all killed, it would be useless. The androids in the bottle could be created at any time. Even if they could be killed and prevented from continuing their plan, if they missed the opportunity, dealing with them would be extremely difficult. The androids had a long lifespan. Even if they couldn't complete their mission in Amestris, they could simply move to another location. Without Hohenheim, no one in the world could stop them. The continued existence of the resistance group Isaac and his companions was a deliberate act by the president and the androids. Once they had reached a certain point, they would cease targeting them, all in an effort to inflict more casualties. Isaac's alchemy skills are still lacking. It seems he doesn't have the potential to become a Jinhatsu. Using the ice alchemy formation in his palm, Shen Fei instantly manifested an ice sword. Just as Colonel Mustang could manipulate the composition of the air to start a fire, he could also manipulate the composition of the air to create sufficient moisture. The so-called ice alchemy formation is actually an extension of the water alchemy formation. If water is lowered to below 0 degrees, it becomes ice. If it is heated, it becomes water vapor. In other words, if he so desires, he can freeze a person to death or cause their water to evaporate. Isaac lacks the ability to utilize moisture from the air. His ice alchemy can only utilize water or blood. The alchemy formation he used to seal the Grand Presidential Palace was accomplished by utilizing the surrounding water pipes. The effectiveness of alchemy depends on one's imagination, but this imagination is not just imaginary, but based on scientific understanding. So, even with the same alchemy array, some people can quickly comprehend and utilize it, while others experience no results, or only subpar results. It's like a class of students taking the same test. Some get perfect scores, some barely pass, and some score in the single digits, even though they all had the same teacher and the same textbook. Shen Fei preferred ice to fire, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the initiative to save Isaac. While he could have developed ice alchemy if left to his own devices, it would have taken time. We should go to the new country, but now that we've arrived in this world, there are things we need to prevent. Besides remembering the general plot, Shen Fei also had two distinct memories of Full Metal Alchemist. One was Hughes's death. He had a chance to escape, but because envy had taken on his wife's appearance, he couldn't bring himself to act, and ended up dying at envy's hands. The other was the incident with the little girl synthesizer. There were many synthesizers among the androids, but they were all adults. The little girl and the dog were synthesized by their father, though he couldn't remember the little girl's name at the moment, nor the name of his father, the alchemist. Hughes, how can we warn him? He's so smart, why isn't he an alchemist? Apparently, alchemy depends on talent. Of the 5 pillars, 3 were members of the Edward family, 1 was their mentor, and Colonel Mustang was the only outsider. Speaking of which, Hume's blood must be different, which is why his 2 sons have such a strong alchemical talent. More importantly, the bottle figures seem to be made from his blood. If everything is as I suspected, then the bottle figures might also be creatures from a dimensional space. The giant world over there is also a dimensional creatures, and now here they are again, are the Edward brothers embarking on their journey. At the Central City train station platform, the Edward brothers waved goodbye to Mustang and Hughes, who had come to see them off. Having become state alchemists, and with Mustang's help, they quickly obtained information about the Philosopher's Stone. Many legends circulated in this country, most of which were unclear. It was the Edward brothers' eagerness to recover that led them to confirm the truth without further ado. The Philosopher's Stone is so valuable to alchemists, so why, aside from the Edward brothers, no other alchemists seem to pursue it? The reason is simple, all other alchemists who have sought it have found it. The reason it's so easy to obtain is that once the androids discover an alchemist's pursuit, they will appear and leave the stone behind. Such a valuable item, of course, would never be revealed. The androids distribute the stone to sow chaos. Those who persevere in their pursuit are undoubtedly greedy and will certainly not be honest once they obtain it. Furthermore, the androids are using the stone to target certain human pawns. Isaac also once obtained the stone, using it as a power source to unleash his might on the battlefields of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was precisely because of this that he discovered the problem. Mustang performed remarkably well on the battlefield of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why didn't the androids give him the Philosopher's Stone? A thought suddenly crossed Shen Fei's mind as he watched Mustang's back. I remember Kimberly, the doctor, and the others all used the Philosopher's Stone. No, I think I'm mistaken. He did. Never mind. I can't remember, look at his epaulets. He's not a colonel yet. Hasn't he been promoted yet? Shen Fei thought, and prepared to leave. The train station was bustling with people, making it an awkward place to approach Hughes. Sir, you seem to be staring at us. What's going on? Just as Shen Fei left the station and turned a corner, he saw a figure appear in front of him. He was wearing a blue uniform, glasses, and toying with a knife in his right hand. Hughes was a formidable knife thrower. Before Shen Fei could turn, he felt another figure appear behind him. Also wearing a blue uniform, he held a pistol and had short blonde hair. It was Lieutenant Hawkeye. Although she had the pistol, she wasn't aiming it at Shen Fei. From the third direction, Mustang approached, wearing a white, flaming glove on his left hand. Surrounded on 3 sides, with another wall, a dead end. This is the second time I've been discovered, Shen Fei was deeply frustrated. Being discovered by gluttony was one thing, considering he was an android, unlike ordinary humans. But Mustang and the others were ordinary people, and he was a long way from them. I do have something to talk to Commander Hughes about, but how did you find me? Shen Fei spread his hands, proving his intentions. He didn't have the alchemy array on his hands, but only on his hands. Under his clothes, he had a sleeve with the alchemy array painted on it. The alchemy array on Scar's arm didn't have to be painted on his arm, it could be painted on other parts of his body. What do you want from me? Hughes had already sheathed his knife. With Mustang present, he didn't need to fight. It's a matter of your life and death. This isn't a place to talk. Is there a safe, hidden place? Shen Fei said calmly. My life and death? What do you mean? Hughes frowned at Shen Fei's words. Let's talk somewhere safe, preferably away from military bases, Shen Fei said, glancing at Mustang. All right, Mustang and the other 2 exchanged glances before nodding. Soon, the 4 of them, in a vehicle driven by Hawkeye, arrived at a seemingly ordinary room. Could you please remove your gloves, Flame Alchemist? Shen Fei said directly to Mustang upon entering the room, extending his hand. His message was simple, give him the gloves. After a moment's hesitation, Mustang removed his gloves and handed them to Shen Fei. The other one, Shen Fei continued. Mustang always used only one hand, leading many to believe he carried only one flaming cloth. In reality, he carried 2, along with a box. Excuse me, since you're a state alchemist and a veteran of the Battle of S.H.I.E.L.D, I have to be careful, Ms. Hawkeye. Could you please point a gun at our state alchemist, After putting away the two flaming cloth gloves, Shen Fei suddenly felt a prank and said to Hawkeye. What do you mean? Hughes spoke before Mustang and Hawkeye could say anything. What I'm about to say is related to the survival of this country. As the national alchemist directly under the president, I need to confirm his position. Hawk, do as he says. Hughes was about to say something else when Mustang spoke directly. Hawkeye hesitated for a moment, then pulled out his pistol and aimed at Mustang. Now you can speak, Mustang said, staring at Shen Fei. Take a look at this photo first, Shen Fei said as he took out a photo. The photo showed the president, his left eye no longer wearing an eye patch, but revealing an Ouroboros pattern. President, what is this? The three of them recognized the president's appearance immediately, but the appearance of the left eye startled them, because a normal person's eyes could not look like that. That's Ouroboros, the mark of an android, Shen Fei said calmly. You said the president is an artificial being? That's impossible, Hughes retorted immediately after hearing Shen Fei's words, then glanced at Mustang. Hughes didn't understand alchemy, but Mustang was the state alchemist. Alchemy can create a human being, but, just because you can't do it doesn't mean there are others who can't. I'm sure you all know about the ice alchemist's assassination of the president, but I'm afraid you don't know the reason. Before Hughes and the others could speak, Shen Fei continued, it's because of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is forged from human lives. The War of S.H.I.E.L.D was actually caused by the people there to forge the Philosopher's Stone. As far as I know, many state alchemists at the time used the Philosopher's Stone. You were also a participant in that war, so don't you know this? What did you say? Hughes, Mustang, and Hawkeye stood up immediately after hearing Shen Fei's words. The War of S.H.I.E.L.D was an eternal pain for them. They had previously convinced themselves that it was a war. But if it was all a conspiracy, then that was a different story. Don't you find it strange? S.H.I.E.L.D poses no threat to this country. Why annihilate them? Isaac discovered this secret and decided to assassinate the president, so that's how it is. That makes sense. I was saying there was no need to fight S.H.I.E.L.D to this extent. It's all about the Philosopher's Stone, Hughes muttered to himself. Actually, this is just the beginning, Shen Fei said, pulling out a map of Amastorius and spreading it out before everyone. Several circles were already drawn on it. You're an alchemist, so you should be able to tell what's wrong with this map, Shen Fei asked Mustang directly. It's an alchemy array, Mustang immediately recognized it. As soldiers, Mustang and his companions encountered national maps almost every day, but they hadn't considered it in that way before. So the purpose of those wars was to make the country circular. Hughes' historical knowledge was far superior to Mustang and Hawkeye's. This was precisely why he was able to detect the android's conspiracy so quickly in the original novel. This is the National Transmutation Array. Once completed, it will transform the entire nation's population into Philosopher's Stones. Those wars are merely a prelude to this. That's impossible. There's no way the military brass didn't notice these things, Hughes exclaimed. Of course they did, but they chose to go along with the androids. The Philosopher's Stone has many names and abilities, one of which grants immortality if used. Those military brass want immortality. The Philosopher's Stone, which can activate any alchemical technique without any cost, isn't truly free. The cost is human life. Using the Philosopher's Stone allows one to bypass the transmutation array and directly activate alchemy, much like using a Polaroid camera. Although Isaac discovered the truth, he didn't discover the whole story. The president isn't the final authority. There's someone behind him, the mastermind. What I want to know is, are you truly unaware of this opportunity? From what I understand, alchemists from many countries are involved in this plan, Shen Fei said, staring at Mustang. Chapter 135 Alchemy, Part 2. Mustang can't possibly join them, Hughes declared firmly, before Mustang could speak. Hughes, Mustang, and Hawkeye stared at the national map with the alchemy array drawn on the table for a long moment in silence. Hawkeye had already sheathed his pistol. They didn't doubt Shen Fei's words. If anyone else had heard Shen Fei's words, they would have disbelieved them. But Hughes and Mustang had long suspected something was amiss with the military leadership. Previously, they'd simply been unable to understand the reason, but now they knew. But precisely because they knew the reason, the three of them remained silent. The enemy's strength and influence were simply too great. Imagine a military where everyone from the highest-ranking officers to the highest-ranking generals were all in cahoots. What could two lieutenant colonels do? While Mustang, As the national alchemist, held the rank of lieutenant colonel, a higher rank than others of his rank. It was a nominal title, carrying no command authority. Mustang only had a handful of direct subordinates. In a military organization like this, power is top-down. If the upper echelons are flawed, the lower echelons are completely helpless. A single order can strip you of your rights and even make you a wanted criminal. As for exposing the conspiracy, that's equally impossible. The upper echelons have plenty of ways to dispel rumors, as evidenced by the previous experience of the ice alchemist. This is truly interesting. Now I'm one step closer to the presidency. After a long silence, Mustang suddenly laughed, but despite the smile, his eyes were icy. That's the way it is. If you don't want to die, it's best not to do anything unnecessary. It's best to pretend nothing happened, Shen Fei said, looking at Hughes and Hawkeye. This was all he could do for Hughes. The best outcome for him now was, of course, to leave the military and stay out of these affairs. The androids wouldn't get involved in anything unnecessary. After all, they were androids, and their thinking was different from humans, and it was this very thinking that led to their downfall. It's obvious, however, that Hughes wouldn't leave the army under these circumstances unless Shen Fei resorted to coercion. Of course, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't do that. Reminding him was the most he could do. While he simply didn't want to see tragedy, he was still a babysitter. You didn't seem to warn me. Mustang looked at Shen Fei puzzledly. He'd warned Hughes and Hawkeye about safety, but he hadn't warned him, which struck him as odd. In Fullmetal Alchemist's world, it was rare for the protagonist not to be the ultimate champion, crushing their way through. The adults in this world, like Mustang, were incredibly reliable. Because you might be the sacrifice. You can't die until the android project is complete, unless a replacement is found. And among the many members of the state alchemists, only a handful are qualified. You and your closest Fullmetal Alchemist brothers qualify, but no one else does. Shen Fei thought for a moment before revealing some details about the Jinhaku. Of course, he didn't go into too much detail, focusing on the fact that the state alchemists were established to select sacrifices. He didn't reveal much more. Okay, that's all the intel I have. Be careful. Goodbye, Shen Fei said, standing up and preparing to leave. You're leaving? Hughes looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled expression. He hadn't expected this stranger to bring them here, tell them the truth about this country, and then leave without caring about anything. I'm going to new country to investigate something. There seems to be something wrong with their alchemy. I want to see the difference between their alchemy and the alchemy here, Shen Fei stated his goal. There's something wrong with their alchemy? How could it be? What's the problem? Mustang asked in disbelief. If I knew, I wouldn't have to investigate, Shen Fei said, and left. It was up to them to decide how to act next. After leaving Hughes and the others, Shen Fei immediately packed up his belongings and prepared to leave Central City. He had nothing else to do here. By the way, if we bombard them with nuclear bombs at close range, I wonder if we can kill the Bottle Man right now. Sitting on his flying skateboard, Shen Fei pondered the possibility of taking out the Bottle Man head-on. The Bottle Man possesses many lives, but if struck by a nuclear bomb at close range, all those lives would be useless. After all, the Bottle Man can't currently generate nuclear fusion. While large-scale weapons like nuclear bombs are difficult to acquire, Shen Fei could still obtain a small-yield weapon. After all, a certain country is known for its ability to acquire anything with money. If the Bottle Man is unaware of the nuclear bomb, dropping it near him wouldn't be difficult. This would have a high chance of killing the Bottle Man, and then the process would be simple. He could obtain the Philosopher's Stone, buried beneath the entire country. The reason for not using this method is simple. First, the destructive power of a nuclear bomb is too great. Dropping one beneath Central City would likely wipe out the entire city. Second, Shen Fei wanted to witness the so-called National Alchemy Formation, a formation capable of bringing down gods. Such a grand spectacle is rare, and Shen Fei even considered utilizing this alchemy formation. The Philosopher's Stone, the Philosopher's Stone, the Heavenly Stone, the Great Elixir, the Red Tincture, the Fifth Entity, these names all speak volumes about the stone's power. Of course, Shen Fei was tempted by such a thing, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find the stone's refining array. He certainly wasn't as mad as the king of the destroyed corsairs. As the saying goes, some people deserve death, and whether they were killed or transformed into the Philosopher's Stone, the outcome was the same. Shen Fei didn't immediately head to the New Kingdom. Instead, He used his flying skateboard to reach Ryer, the site of future bloodshed. Shen Fei had come here for the Philosopher's Stone in the bishop's hands. He had almost forgotten about it, but after remembering it, and considering he was originally planning to go east, he headed straight here. Earlier, at the 5th Research Institute, he had avoided attempting to obtain the stone to avoid detection, but he was discovered nonetheless. At that time, he was so focused on leaving that he forgot to take the stone. Although there were numerous Philosopher's Stones beneath the central underground, they were controlled by the dwarfs in the bottle. To avoid alerting them, Shen Fei left them alone. The Church of the Sun God Lido, in the town of Ryer, the bishop's speech was being broadcast over the radio. Some on the street listened with reverent devotion, while others seemed indifferent. From their conversation, Shen Fei heard about the miraculous technique. Despite the technology of newspapers and trains, the world of Full Metal Alchemists was still largely isolated. Alchemists were common in some cities, but in this town, while some had heard of them, few had actually seen them. After all, Ryer was not large or wealthy, otherwise, Cornello wouldn't have chosen this place as the location for his church. Haha, just a few more believers, and my plan will be accomplished. Cornello, who had just finished his usual speech, sat in his office in the church in the center of Ryer, a smug smile on his face, his fingers constantly tracing the ring encrusted with a red gem. Cornello was originally just a third-rate alchemist. What is a third-rate alchemist? It's someone who knows alchemy but has a hard time completing it. 9 out of 10 attempts fail, and therefore, in the alchemy industry, this type of alchemist is the most despised. However, Cornello was lucky enough to obtain the Philosopher's Stone by chance. After discovering the power of the Philosopher's Stone, he became arrogant. He really was arrogant. To such an extent that he wanted to use the power of the Philosopher's Stone to become the leader of the country of Amestris and kill the current president. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to rush directly to Central City to assassinate the president. Instead, he planned to use the power of the church and the Philosopher's Stone to build an army of faith, first occupying the land and becoming the king, and then unifying the country. Possessing the Philosopher's Stone, he was considered a divine messenger and leader and quickly gathered a cult of devoted followers. Not to mention this backward world, even in the technologically advanced world of Marvel, some cults easily gather followers. And that's without any supernatural powers. With the Philosopher's Stone's help, Cornello's plan went smoothly. In his office, Bishop Cornello, brimming with satisfaction, suddenly let out a shrill cry. A moment later, an even more devastating cry erupted, but this time, it wasn't from pain, but from the sight of the red gemstone on his left ring gone. That was his lifeblood, the Philosopher's Stone. Cornello then covered his hand and glared fiercely at the sudden voice in front of him. This person was, of course, Shen Fei. Cornello's scream had been caused by Shen Fei, who had taken the Philosopher's Stone from his ring. His rough handling had only broken Cornello's index finger. With the fingers connected to the heart, a cry of pain was perfectly natural. Yet, from his screams, it was clear that in Cornello's heart, the pain of his finger was nothing compared to the loss of the Philosopher's Stone. After all, without it, he was nothing but a worthless creature. Bishop, what's going on? 4 of Cornello's guards, having heard Cornello's screams, rushed over. These men were all Cornello's followers, not his followers. Upon seeing Shen Fei standing in the room, they immediately raised their pistols. But the next moment, several shots rang out, and the 4 men collapsed, their chests splattering with blood. What a waste. This isn't good. I'm a little obsessed with it, Shen Fei sighed inwardly as he watched the 4 men fall. But there was nothing he could do. Ever since he'd seen the Philosopher's Stone's formation, the people he was going to kill were, in his eyes, walking Philosopher's Stones. Taking a deep breath and shaking his head slightly, Shen Fei finally shook the thought off. Who are you? Seeing the pistol in Shen Fei's left hand, Cornello's face immediately changed. Without the Philosopher's Stone, he now had no chance of resistance. You don't need to know who I am, Shen Fei said, aiming the gun at Cornello. While the Edward brothers didn't kill, he was different. Before I kill you, I need you to do one thing. Shen Fei put away his pistol, drew his wand, and controlled Cornello with the Imperious Curse. He then turned on the radio and instructed Cornello to reveal the truth about the church, including that the so-called miracles were merely alchemy. Shen Fei did this to awaken some of the people of Ryer. Although it seemed to have no effect, the androids wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt their operations. With Envy's transformation abilities, it would be easy to fool the believers. Shen Fei had no other options, leaving it to the people of Ryre to decide for themselves. Shen Fei then shot Bishop Cornello and threw his body out the window. What a twisted soul! To the average person, the Philosopher's Stone looked like just an ordinary red stone, and the same would be true if Shen Fei didn't use his powers to examine it. But once he did, he discovered the howling cries of dozens of souls within. Him could actually purify such souls. He's truly saintly. No wonder he's called the Sage of the East. Of the two great sages of the East and West, him was Eastern, and the man in the bottle was Western. Before, Shen Fei hadn't realized the difficulty of purifying the souls within the Philosopher's Stone. But after actually obtaining the stone, he realized that purifying the souls within was hellishly difficult, impossible. This inability wasn't because Shen Fei couldn't silence the painful howls of the twisted souls within the stone. He could do that with the magic of Kamar-Taj, but he couldn't restore these souls to sanity. As expected, it's the blood that gave birth to the dwarf in the bottle, and the one known as him of Light. Hey, where are the others? Why haven't they come yet? After defeating Cornello, Shen Fei noticed something strange. No one else had come. This was the church, Cornello's headquarters, with dozens of subordinates. So it's them. Shen Fei's suspicions cleared up as he left the office. On the other side of the hallway stood two androids, Gluttony Gradoni and Lustful Rast. So your target is the Philosopher's Stone, Rast said with a smile, looking at the Philosopher's Stone in Shen Fei's hand. Who are you? Shen Fei feigned confusion. Can I eat it? Rast, Gluttony drooled at Shen Fei. Not yet. Rast stopped Gluttony from attacking Shen Fei. That Philosopher's Stone doesn't have much energy left. I have a better one, Rast said, holding out a round Philosopher's Stone larger than the one Shen Fei held. Want more Philosopher's Stones? Luster said with a smile, showing the Philosopher's Stone. What are the conditions? Work for us. Sorry, I refuse. I choose to rob, Shen Fei said, slapping his right hand on the railing to the side, and a Gatling gun appeared in his hand instantly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Alchemy, and do you really think androids are superior to humans? Seeing Rast and Gratoni lying prone after being mowed down by a Gatling gun, Shen Fei immediately rushed over to them, snatching the Philosopher's Stone from Rast's hand. Then, leaving them behind, he sprinted off to the other side. On the way, Shen Fei dropped his Gatling gun. Full metal, rushing out of the church, Shen Fei spotted the tall, armored figure gathered around Bishop Cornello's corpse. He immediately knew the Edward brothers had arrived. Although they had taken the train to Rio earlier than Shen Fei, and Shen Fei had lost considerable time conversing with Mustang and the other two, he still managed to reach Rio ahead of them. After all, his mode of transportation was much faster than the trains of this world. Making an arc reactor with my bare hands is nothing. I can now make a Gatling gun with my bare hands. I wonder when I'll be able to make a nuclear fission machine with my bare hands. After leaving Rio, Shen Fei headed directly to a remote mountain peak and began studying the Philosopher's Stone. By conjuring a Gatling gun, Shen Fei further understood the stone's power. The ability to permanently alter the properties of an object, even creating objects out of thin air, is the Philosopher's Stone. Simply put, it can transform stone into gold, diamond, or even vibranium. As long as you understand something and have enough Philosopher's Stones, you can do it all. State alchemists have three major prohibitions: no human transmutation, no transmutation of gold, and absolute loyalty to the military. In reality, the first two prohibitions are merely formalities. Transmutation of human bodies in gold is not easy. If it were that easy, there would be no poor alchemists. The same goes for human transmutation. If it were that easy, wouldn't there be a flood of human pillars everywhere? Wouldn't the bottled figurine need to specifically seek out people like Edward and be so generous to them? Most alchemists who attempt human transmutation end up like Al, destroying their own bodies. Not every Al has a brother so powerful he can use alchemy to extract his soul. The man who transmuted his daughter and an animal into a hybrid beast did so simply to continue enjoying the perks of a state alchemist. If alchemists can easily make gold, even if there is a national ban, there will definitely be alchemists who violate the ban. As long as they are not greedy, make less, and are careful, they will not be discovered so easily. Look at the world of Harry Potter. Nick Flamel has been making gold coins, and nothing has happened to him. Not to mention human transmutation, the artificial people are always looking for people in this field. Not everyone can do human transmutation. The Edward brothers were able to complete human transmutation at such a young age. That is a talent. Speaking of which, the Philosopher's Stone in the world of Harry Potter seems to be bigger. How many souls were used to make it? The Philosopher's Stone in Harry Potter is the Philosopher's Stone, but because the alchemy in that world is not very developed, the Philosopher's Stone is only used for immortality and to make gold coins. It seems to have been destroyed by Dumbledore. What a pity. Although he knew that destroying the Philosopher's Stone was the right thing to do, after learning the true nature of the Philosopher's Stone, Shen Fei still felt it was a pity. If he could come to Full Metal Alchemist's world, he would get the Philosopher's Stone at all costs. Using the Philosopher's Stone to strengthen alchemy is such a waste. If all the Philosopher's Stones in the body of the little man in the bottle were given to me, it would not be difficult to reach the strength of the Ancient One. Looking at the Philosopher's Stone that he had snatched from Cornello, Shen Fei immediately began to absorb the power of the Philosopher's Stone. As for the howling souls within it, they were all purified by Shen Fei. This purification was different from that of Hohenheim's, and was essentially annihilation. This is the correct way to use the Philosopher's Stone. Feeling the increase in his strength from absorbing the power within the Philosopher's Stone, Shen Fei closed his eyes and meditated. Although a lot of energy will be wasted after purification, I have to say that if I use this method, regardless of the consequences, I can become very powerful in a short period of time. However, for the sake of the future, I cannot be impatient for quick success and must always maintain the purity of my soul. With Shen Fei's current strength, if he has enough Philosopher's Stones and absorbs them without regard for the consequences, he can become very powerful in a short period of time, but the consequences are almost the same as when Caecilius absorbed Dormammu's power. Of course, because the power of the Philosopher's Stone comes from chaotic and scattered souls, not Dormammu, the side effects are definitely not as serious as Caecilius. At least he will not become the other party's slave, and at most he will just become crazy. Speaking of which, Hohenheim did not go crazy even though he was talking to hundreds of thousands of souls in his body. It was really amazing. The problem was different for the dwarfs in the bottle and the androids. They were different creatures from humans. Although this would not even be a problem if Shen Fei had enough strength to suppress it, it would be like the dwarfs in the bottle later. Once he did not have the strength to suppress it, the consequences would be very serious. It's a pity that the energy of the Philosopher's Stone that has been absorbed no longer has the properties of the Philosopher's Stone. The magic of Kamar-Taj can absorb the power of the Philosopher's Stone, but once absorbed, it becomes mana. Although this power can be used to activate alchemy, it does not have the ability of the Philosopher's Stone to activate alchemy regardless of all conditions. In other words, for Shen Fei, as long as he has the Philosopher's Stone, he can completely activate Colonel Mustang's flame alchemy out of thin air. Of course, the consumption of using the Philosopher's Stone to refine matter out of thin air is different from permanently changing one substance into another. Refining matter out of thin air will consume more Philosopher's Stone. Speaking of which, can animals be used to refine the Philosopher's Stone? If all things have spirits, animals should also have souls. It seems that the androids haven't done similar experiments, but they can try it later. I remember that the androids have experiments on exchanging animal and human souls. Although the level of technology in Full Metal Alchemist's world is not high, due to alchemy, souls can be used for experiments. This is impossible in the Marvel world. Even the existence of the soul is still debated by many scientists. Of course, Simmons and Fitz must believe it now, because they have seen Mephisto. It's time to go to Dongfang City. The riots happen after all. Looking at the content published in the newspaper, Shen Fei sneered and threw the newspaper aside. In addition to the riots in Rio, the newspaper also published another thing, that is, several national alchemists were killed. Although the assessment of national alchemists is difficult, there are still dozens of national alchemists over the years, and now 5 of them have been killed. The alchemist of life, Shudak. It was not long before we found the alchemist who turned his daughter into a synthetic beast. He was a research-type national alchemist. There are roughly 2 types of national alchemists. One is the direct combat type like Mustang, Kimberly, and Armstrong, and the other is the auxiliary type like Shudak and Dr. Marco. Alchemists need to submit a report for review every year. The reports for combat-type alchemists are simple. If they have performed national tasks, they will be approved easily. However, if they are research-type alchemists, the review will be stricter. Of course, this is mainly for alchemists with average talent. If it is a human pillar like Edward, he can pass it by just writing a random report. There is a lot of alchemy information in the biological field, but it's a pity that his own strength is too poor. Shen Fei, sneaking into Shudak's home, looked at the alchemy books in his library and the various experimental animals in the laboratory behind his room, and shook his head slightly. Alchemists and scientists are very similar. Talent is truly dependent on both innate talent and hard work. Those without talent find it extremely difficult to improve. Just like the poets of ancient times, some wrote poems that are immortalized, while others are just doggerel, and still others are completely incomprehensible. Shudak's alchemical talent was only average, only slightly better than that of the Bishop Cornello. However, he was greedy and wanted to create a talking synthetic beast, completely disregarding the basic alchemist's rules. This was something even the androids couldn't achieve. The androids' synthetic beasts were capable of speech because they were a fusion of human and animal, but Shudak simply wanted to achieve speech by refining animals. This was a sheer overnight success, similar to some Marvel scientists who believed they could solve the problem of human evolution and lifespan limitations. Looking at Shudak, who was lying on the table in the laboratory, holding his head in his hands and looking distressed, Shen Fei suddenly appeared and said, "You seem to be very distressed. Is it for the National Alchemist Review? Who are you?" The sudden voice scared Shudak. When he stood up in panic, his knee hit the corner of the table. His face began to twist in pain, but perhaps because he was worried about Shen Fei in the room, he refused to hand it over. At this time, Shen Fei's face was covered with a white oil-painted fox mask, which added another kind of fear in the dim laboratory. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I know what you have done. The luxury you exchanged for your wife's life seems to be coming to an end. Who are you going to use to exchange these again this time? Your daughter?" Shen Fei's voice was very cold at this time. It's not a big deal for an alchemist to use humans for experiments. The artificial humans have always done this. Even though Shen Fei himself has not done it now, he will definitely do it in the future. It would be fine if Shudak used strangers to make synthetic beasts, but he used his wife and daughter. Before coming to see Shudak, Shen Fei roughly investigated Shudak. Since he created a synthetic beast that could speak and became a national alchemist 2 years ago, Shudak has been enjoying his research funds for the past 2 years, and the synthetic beast experiment was also a pretense. How did you know? The secret in his heart was suddenly exposed, and Shudak's face changed immediately, and his voice began to tremble. "You don't need to care how I know, as long as you know what I'm here for," Shen Fei said as he walked forward quickly, and hit Shudak's arm with the iron rod in his hand. With a click, it was known that Shudak's right shoulder was at least broken. The severe pain made Shudak scream loudly, but Shen Fei did not stop him. Before he was about to take action, he had already made Nina and the big white dog fall asleep. If it was not time, they could not be woken up no matter how late it was. Bang, bang, bang. The more Shen Fei thought about what Shudak had done, the angrier he became. He raised the iron rod in his hand again, and in order to avoid killing him directly, Shen Fei attacked non-lethal parts. "What do you know? All this is a necessary sacrifice for the progress of alchemists." Even though his limbs were broken after being beaten, Shudak still said so. "Don't flatter yourself, you are just stealing the money of the state alchemist." Before becoming the national alchemist, Shudak was extremely poor, but even so, his wife had always supported him in his alchemy research. Alchemy is something that, without sufficient talent or resources, is beyond the reach of the average person, especially a half-baked alchemist who couldn't make any money. Shudak's wife had always supported him, but he betrayed her in the blink of an eye. It was like a poor kid from ancient times who achieved the highest score in the imperial examination, only to have his wife divorced immediately. And do you really think your alchemy is that great? The central government has long since mastered the perfect alchemy technology for refining humans and animals, allowing people to retain their original appearance and possess the powers of animals. Your alchemy is nothing but outdated stuff. I'm here on orders to eliminate you, a piece of shit. Impossible, that's impossible. Shudak was completely overwhelmed by the complete rejection of his alchemy, which he was so proud of. He had always believed that his synthetic beast refining was at the forefront of the country. Goodbye. Looking at Shudak, who kept muttering impossible, Shen Fei sighed, threw down the iron rod in his hand, and then shot him to death. I really want to refine you into the Philosopher's Stone. It's a bargain for you. After killing Shudak, Shen Fei immediately wrote the cause of Shudak's death on a piece of paper beside him, and walked out of the laboratory. Mr. Shudak, are you at home? As soon as he walked out of the laboratory door, Shen Fei heard someone shouting Shudak in front of him. Is the sound insulation of the laboratory good? Shen Fei did not hear this voice in the laboratory, and since the person was still shouting there, he could guess that the other party should not have heard the gunshot. You came at the right time. With Mustang here, Nina's future life will probably be fine. Shen Fei thought so, and went directly to the backyard, then used the disillusionment spell and left on a flying broom. Something really happened in Rire. At this time, in the military headquarters of Dongfang City, Mustang and Hughes looked at the place drawn on the map in sight at the same time. After knowing that something was about to happen in Rio, Mustang and Hughes immediately focused their attention there. Mustang even took advantage of his position to send the Eastern Army there to maintain order. This happened shortly after Shen Fei left Rio. Unfortunately, the Eastern Army was soon driven away due to the appearance of the Central Army. Chapter 137, The Door of Truth, Part 1. It seems what he said is true. Things are going to get serious. Hughes's face darkened as he gazed at Leo on the map. Even though Shen Fei's previous words had been quite reasonable, Hughes and Mustang still harbored a glimmer of hope. However, after Leo's incident, they both realized Shen Fei had completely abandoned that hope. However, precisely because of this, they were completely helpless in the current situation. After all, the entire military, from the president to the top generals, was under the control of the enemy. Under the orders of the central government, Leo's situation was beyond their control. This was precisely why Hughes had come to Central City. Unable to change anything, he could only turn a blind eye. Hughes, what do you think we should do in this situation? Mustang asked. Mustang was certainly intelligent, but he was still far behind Hughes. After all, Hughes had deduced the military's danger based on a few clues, and that was despite Hughes having numerous alchemists. Hughes was a deeply devoted family man. He always carried photos of his wife and daughter, flaunting them to his colleagues at least several times a day. Envy exploited this weakness to kill him, otherwise Hughes might have had a chance to escape. After Shen Fei's warning, Hughes' fate had changed. For androids, unless they interfered with their plans, they generally wouldn't attack unrelated individuals. Now, with Shen Fei's warning, Hughes naturally stopped investigating the matter at the military headquarters. Even his private meetings with Mustang were mostly chats, or else they communicated via code. The androids looked down on humans, unaware that the more dangerous the environment, the more it unleashed human potential. Take, for example, Stark, who, after being kidnapped by terrorists, ended up creating prototypes for the arc reactor in Iron Man armor. Hawkeye and Mustang, under their watchful eyes, spread their arrogance through their conversations. Mustang even managed to establish contact with a female major general in the north under their watchful eyes. The androids completely lost the battle, completely defeated by the dragon. The south and the west are in chaos right now, and their relationship with the central military headquarters is incredibly complex. I'm afraid many of them are their operatives. Of all the generals, only Lieutenant General Gilliman here and Major General Armstrong at the northern fortress can be trusted. It's hard to say about the others. Hughes expressed his thoughts. That old fox Gilliman. Mustang knew Lieutenant General Gilliman somewhat. The reason was simple. Gilliman was the head of the Eastern Military Headquarters and Mustang's direct superior. Mustang often played chess with him, and he almost always lost. Gilliman also wanted Mustang to marry his granddaughter. As the state alchemist and a colonel in the military, yes, a real colonel this time, Mustang had received a promotion upon returning to Eastern City from the Central Military Headquarters. Such a young and powerful figure, Gilliman was eager to win over. Given Lieutenant General Gilliman's achievements, he should have been transferred to the central government long ago. He's held the same position for so many years, so he probably hasn't been colluding with them. I'll find a chance to talk to him and see if he knows anything. Under the current circumstances, Mustang couldn't confront Lieutenant General Gilliman directly. If he turned out to be one of the enemy's agents, they'd be exposed. As for Major General Armstrong, it would be best to find a chance to meet with her and test the waters, but unfortunately, We don't have a good excuse to go. Hughes and Mustang, on a school-level mission like this, lacked a reasonable excuse. If they showed up in the Northern Army, they would attract attention. The Eastern and Northern Army exercises are coming up soon. Perhaps we could take advantage of this opportunity, Mustang said after a moment's thought. It's an opportunity, but be careful, Hughes nodded, agreeing with Mustang. Now I understand why the military didn't transfer the Eastern Army to the South to fight the Western Army, but instead kept using new recruits. And that's all the reason they made those decisions, Hughes said, sighing. During the S.H.I.E.L.D. rebellion, countless S.H.I.E.L.D. casualties were inflicted, and the military suffered heavy casualties as well. Given the military's strength, combined with the capabilities of numerous state alchemists, such heavy casualties should have been impossible. However, some superiors were idiotic, their battle plans were utterly foolish, and they simply sent their soldiers to their deaths. At the time, Hughes simply thought his superiors were foolish, but now, thinking about it, it was likely intentional. Let's talk about this later. How is the intelligence on that person? I don't know his background, but I know he only recently arrived in Central City and spends most of his time in the Central Library. The Central Library in Central City is divided into two areas, the public area and the confidential area, accessible only to those with the necessary clearance, such as state alchemists. According to Full Metal Alchemist's report, he may have been at Ryer's place. Knock, knock. Just as Hughes was about to say something, there was a sudden, sharp knock on the door. Mustang and Hughes immediately stopped their conversation and let the person in. Then Hawkeye and Lieutenant Havoc left. Lieutenant Havoc looked anxious, his breathing rapid. What happened? Shouldn't you be with Full Metal? Mustang looked at Havoc in surprise. S.H.I.E.L.D's in trouble, Havoc quickly explained, including details about S.H.I.E.L.D's previous creation and the note Shen Fei had left. What? Upon hearing Havoc's words, Mustang and Hughes immediately left the headquarters and, along with Hawkeye and Havoc, quickly arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D's home, which had been cordoned off by the military. Is she okay? Mustang asked the soldier nearby, seeing the little girl sleeping on the sofa next to the Full Metal brothers. She looks like she's just asleep, but she hasn't woken up yet. Mustang nodded, but didn't say anything. Instead, he went straight to the lab, examined S.H.I.E.L.D's apostle, frowned slightly, and then walked over to a nearby table and examined the note. The person who did it looks furious, Colonel Mustang observed after examining S.H.I.E.L.D's body. If I had done it, the result would have been the same. Hughes' face was itched with rage. As a man obsessed with his wife and daughter, seeing such a thing was intolerable to him. Of course, this was something Hughes would only say when he was extremely angry. It couldn't have been Scar. Hughes quickly regained his composure and offered his own advice. Hughes had come to Dongfang City to meet with Mustang, not only to discuss matters with Leo but also to remind Mustang to stay safe. Hawk, you handle it. Just say he was assassinated by the enemy. Mustang gave his orders, directing his men to handle the aftermath. Then, looking at the silent Full Metal brothers, he sighed and said nothing more. Knowing what the Full Metal brothers had experienced and understanding their reactions to the news, Mustang and Hughes chose not to tell them about the Philosopher's Stone. Soon, numerous soldiers arrived and began cleaning up the scene, taking away S.H.I.E.L.D's body and all the items from S.H.I.E.L.D's laboratory. Due to Mustang's orders, S.H.I.E.L.D's actions were kept secret. Mustang did this for S.H.I.E.L.D's daughter, Nina. If S.H.I.E.L.D's secrets were leaked, the impact on Nina would be disastrous. Furthermore, as an active state alchemist assassinated, his family receives generous compensation, which Nina needs. Strictly speaking, if the androids didn't have the National Alchemy Formation, they would indeed be well suited to ruling the country. Amastorius was able to expand its territory so much, and with the exception of a few cities, it has remained largely peaceful. Amastorius, apart from the central government's darkness, has a relatively clean administration at the local level. If it weren't for the androids' plans, the tragedy in Rio wouldn't have happened. As long as it wasn't related to the androids' plans, the androids rewarded meritorious service and punished offenses. For example, Lieutenant General Gearman, Major General Armstrong, and Lieutenant Colonel Hughes were promoted quickly. After all, corruption and bribery are non-existent among androids. The reason for this is simple: only by prioritizing talented individuals can a country achieve prosperity and peace, and only with prosperity can a country achieve rapid population growth. After all, the land refinement array requires a large population. If a country is plagued by frequent unrest and war, a large number of people will be sacrificed. Selling a map for so much? Truly unbelievable for someone from the underground forces. Shen Fei was speechless, looking at the simple map in his hand. The desert is indeed hot. Fortunately, I have the ice refinement array. Sitting on his flying skateboard, Shen Fei, gazing at the sun blazing overhead, felt somewhat thankful for having saved Isaac earlier. Shen Fei had come to the desert to reach the New Kingdom. A vast desert separated the New Kingdom from the Amestris Kingdom. For Shen Fei, reaching the New Kingdom didn't require a large caravan with numerous camels like the merchants of this world. He could simply use a Quinjet fighter jet and quickly reach the New Kingdom. The reason it wasn't working now was because before heading to the new country, he still had one place he wanted to visit, the ruins of S.H.I.E.L.D, the country where the little man in the bottle had been born. The once powerful ruins of S.H.I.E.L.D vanished overnight, and since then, they have been flooded with adventurers. The reason is simple: while the people disappeared, the wealth remained. It's said that many people made fortunes there. Today, of course, the ruins of S.H.I.E.L.D are devoid of wealth, but due to the many remaining buildings and its strategic location, S.H.I.E.L.D has become a transit point for caravans from the east and west. For merchants, no matter the harsh conditions, as long as there's enough profit, nothing can stop them. Besides merchants, many Ishvals who fled the country of Amastores have also found refuge here. Disappeared overnight? By the way, I remember that Lalin in my previous life also disappeared overnight. Could it be due to a similar event? As Shen Fei soared through the air, gazing at the ruined buildings below, a ludicrous thought suddenly occurred to him. There's no trace of the alchemy array anymore. Since it's all gone, that means the animals are dead too. From this perspective, animals should also be able to create the Philosopher's Stone. Using a telescope from the air, Shen Fei immediately observed the massive mural and destroyed a corner of the alchemy array. I remember the broken part was inside gluttony. Could it be that I need to enter his stomach? Who created this alchemy array? Or was it acquired through an exchange with a gate of truth? So, the little figure in the bottle could have been created by such an alchemist. After scanning the entire mural, Shen Fei began to ponder. Human alchemy is the ultimate pursuit of alchemists. Those who seek this are certainly not limited to modern alchemists. It must have been practiced in ancient times as well. These people have looted quite thoroughly. After searching the ruins and finding nothing, Shen Fei prepared to leave for the New Kingdom. While it's possible to learn alchemy by collecting books on alchemy in the Ames Kingdom, it's too slow for Shen Fei, and he lacks the wisdom of his brother Scar. In pure wisdom, Scar's brother is the most powerful in the world. Without any knowledge of alchemy, he discovered flaws in the alchemy of Ames simply by reading various books. He then combined alchemy with alchemy to create a reversal formation, one of the two formations needed to defeat the Bottle Man. Hohenheim's formation and Scar's brother's reversal formation are the key to defeating the Bottle Man. It's safe to say that if Scar's brother hadn't died so young, he would have grown up to be a formidable figure, perhaps even as powerful as Hohenheim. Is this the new country? Relying on a Quinjet, Shen Fei quickly arrived at the new country. In terms of land area, population, and prosperity, the country far surpassed Ames. Due to the prevalence of alchemy, the new country lacked pure doctors. So-called doctors were actually alchemists. Alchemy and martial arts? Sensing the flow of Qi, is that how you detect the differences between androids? With a large sum of money to pave the way, Shen Fei found a skilled alchemist and began learning both alchemy and martial arts. In the new country, alchemy and martial arts are essentially the same. Sensing the flow of Qi is the prerequisite for becoming an alchemist or martial artist. As expected, alchemy and alchemy are the same. It all depends on talent. Even with the ability to sense the flow of Qi, some people can easily become alchemists, while others never achieve it, just like some people with extensive knowledge cannot become alchemists. Speaking of extensive knowledge, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall that there seemed to be someone in this world like Doctor Strange, with a photographic memory. Chapter 138, The Door of Truth, Part 2. By sensing a person's physical condition through the flow of Qi, even without alchemy, the new kingdom is far more powerful than Ames. Unfortunately, this ability requires innate talent and can only be used in this world. After a period of research, Shen Fei has mastered alchemy. However, he didn't practice it using the methods of this world, but rather through the power of Kamar-Taj and the Operation Fruit. Sensing Qi flow is incredibly powerful in this world. Those with such strength can even use it to detect changes in the heavens and earth, such as when heavy rainstorms, strong winds, earthquakes, and the like will occur. This ability is incredibly important for a nation. The New Kingdom's prosperity is arguably built on this power, as it can completely prevent large-scale natural disasters. The same is true for medicine. While overall technology is relatively low, the ability to diagnose illnesses through the flow of qi is, to a certain extent, no less advanced than modern technology. Zhang Mei was able to detect something wrong with Dr. Marco simply by observing the flow of qi, even though this abnormality was normal. The reason is simple. While this world's medical expertise is formidable, it lacks a definitive solution to the natural aging process. The Emperor of Xin is currently gravely ill, even with a vast arsenal of highly skilled alchemists in the palace. Naturally, the Emperor turns to the quest for immortality and decrees that whoever finds and presents the elixir to him will become the next emperor. Consequently, the princes and princesses of Xin set out to achieve their respective goals. This is a vast world, encompassing not just Xin, Yames, and other nations. To the east of Xin lie other nations, as well as to the west of Yames. While the vast desert between Xin and Yames is terrifying, those who master the flow of qi can avoid most dangers. Zhang Mei and her pet red panda rely on this ability to traverse the desert, one person and one pet at a time. Shen Fei was thrilled to be Zhang Mei's pet red panda. After all, it was a giant panda, a national treasure, and a miniature one at that. If it were brought to the Marvel Universe, it would undoubtedly be a national treasure among national treasures. The reason was simple, it was adorable. Cuteness is justice. A red panda, unacceptable to the giant panda community in this world, would be treated like a king in the Marvel Universe. Unfortunately, Zhang Mei's bond with that red panda was too deep, making it difficult for him to take it. As the saying goes, a gentleman should not take away what others love. Shen Fei had no interest in raising any magical creatures from Harry Potter's world, but this red panda had caught his eye. It's a pity these mutant pandas are so rare. There were plenty of giant pandas in New China, but they were all normal ones. Shen Fei liked them, but raising them was difficult. Maybe I can talk to Zhang Mei later. I wonder if there are any more mutated giant pandas like this. So, was it Hahunhim's fault, or was it some other reason? Did the bottled man not choose Xin country as his target? Or was it because the country is so vast that it's difficult to deploy the land transformation array? Or maybe he's been there before but ultimately failed. In Ames, Shen Fei researched a lot of historical data. Although Ames was founded over 100 years ago, the bottled man has been around for nearly 400 years. Meaning the bottled man had been inactive for at least 200 years. If the land transformation array could be completed in Xin country, it would definitely be far more perfect than in Ames. The number of people determines the number of philosopher's stones. Shen Fei's suspicion that the bottled man's plan would fail in Xin country was simple. Many people there could sense the flow of qi, allowing them to sense the android's evil. That's why Zhang Mei, Yao Lin, and the others immediately noticed something was amiss when they arrived in Ames. Even if the bottled man could replicate the method used in the kingdom of Causilcus and deceive the emperor, after all, no emperor wouldn't care about immortality. Some might not care. The bottled man's strength is immense, and the people of the new kingdom might not be their match. However, if the majority opposes, it would severely delay the bottled man's plan, contradicting the plan and abandoning the new kingdom. After all, the bottled man is not human, and his way of thinking differs significantly from humans. He could be considered an absolutely rational type. Rather than constantly fighting humans in the new kingdom, with no certainty of when his plan will be completed, it would be simpler to move his plan elsewhere. Human beliefs and souls are very strange things. While the Philosopher's Stone is powerful, strictly speaking, it doesn't fully realize the potential of the human soul, as the souls within it are filled with resentment. Hohenheim's method truly unleashes the potential of the human soul. It is precisely because of this that Hohenheim's transmutation formation was able to deprive the bottled man of the souls of all the amnesias he absorbed, as those souls were all willing. This is somewhat similar to the power granted by the Mind Stone. Scarlet Wanda was originally just an ordinary person, but the Mind Stone's power instantly transformed her into a frontline fighter for the Avengers. In her rage, she could even defeat Thanos, though, of course, Thanos without the gloves. This power of conviction suddenly struck Shen Fei, and he had an idea. What would happen if he used the Mind Stone to enhance Captain Wu-Wei? Captain Wu-Wei's conviction was incredibly strong. He could wield Thor's hammer. Combined with his enhanced physique from the serum, there was a high probability of success. This meant Captain Wu-Wei could potentially become Super Captain Wu-Wei. Of course, This was just Shen Fei's speculation. If I were to extend the life of the current emperor, Yao Lin's plan would likely fail, and I'd definitely be highly valued, perhaps even earning the title of Imperial Master. For Shen Fei, saving the current emperor of the new kingdom was simple, even without the Philosopher's Stone. This was just Shen Fei's speculation. The best things in Fullmetal Alchemy's world were alchemy, and the Philosopher's Stone. Now that he had them, he didn't need anything else. In terms of enjoyment, how could Fullmetal Alchemy's world compare to the convenience, speed, and fun of modern society? If he hadn't had some unfinished business, he would have simply left Fullmetal Alchemy's world and returned after Edward and the others had eliminated the bottled man. It couldn't be helped. After learning everything in the world, Fullmetal Alchemy held little appeal for Shen Fei. As for beautiful women, there weren't many in Fullmetal Alchemy, and they were all taken. Boom. With a snap of his left fingers, a meter-wide fireball appeared in front of him, incinerating a tree to charcoal. Mustang's Flame Alchemy. After obtaining the alchemical gauntlet from Mustang's flaming cloth gloves, Shen Fei deciphered the information on it. In terms of understanding fire alone, how could Fullmetal Alchemy's world compare to the Marvel Universe? Modern technology offers a wealth of flamethrower weapons. Shen Fei even possesses a fleet of iron armor whose primary weapon is fire, not just fire, but also ice. These armors are primarily designed to combat the alien leader, Hive, on the alien planet. During his time in the new country, Shen Fei not only studied new country's alchemy, but also researched combat techniques, flame alchemy, and ice alchemy. Of course, the majority of his time was spent using the Space Stone to connect to this time's dimensional space. Finally, it's open, although it took considerable time. With the help of the Space Stone, Shen Fei was able to connect to this world's dimensional space. Thanks to the Space Stone, Shen Fei could now open a portal even without the suspended ring. Following the connection to the dimensional space, Shen Fei found himself no longer in the real world, but in a completely pure white space. Wow, this is really interesting. Someone can actually get here without the aid of human alchemy. A figure clad entirely in white, squatting not far from Shen Fei, greeted him with a smile. Shen Fei didn't immediately respond. Instead, he looked around. Ahead stood a white figure. On either side was a vast expanse of white, stretching as far as the eye could see. But behind him, something else was happening. A seemingly ordinary bronze door stood behind him, completely bare. The first mirror dimension is such a place. No wonder alchemists in this world can practice alchemy for almost nothing, Shen Fei thought to himself as he unleashed the power of the Operation Fruit. What most fascinated Shen Fei about the Fullmetal Alchemist world was the energy that powered alchemy. His previous suspicions were now fully confirmed. Is the little figure in the bottle trying to become Dormammu? The situation in the dimensional space reminded Shen Fei of a story he had read in a magic book, the story of Dormammu's creation. Legend has it that Dormammu was once a human sorcerer, from what world or era no one knew. Through some unknown means, this sorcerer emerged with a dark dimension, becoming Dormammu, its ruler, and instantly becoming immensely powerful. Of course, this comes with a price. Leaving the dark dimension is difficult, and entering other dimensions is also exceedingly difficult due to its immense power. For this reason, Dormammu appears to be spreading summoning magic throughout the dimensional void. Dormammu himself is difficult to enter other dimensions, but if summoned, it's a different story, as he now has coordinates, the so-called guide. This differs from Shen Fei and the Ancient One, who freely enter and exit dimensions through the magic of Kamar-Taj. Shen Fei and the Ancient One's power comes from within, unlike Dormammu, whose power is derived from the dimensional space. While powerful and invincible within their own dimension, their strength is significantly diminished once they leave it. While studying alchemy, Shen Fei also researched historical records of this world. Combining this with his knowledge of Kamar-Taj's magic, Shen Fei concluded that the bottled figure's claim of pulling the god underground was actually an attempt to dominate this world's gate of truth dimension with his own consciousness, thereby becoming a dimensional god. While this could indeed make him immensely powerful, the bottled man's wish for free movement remained unfulfilled. He had always been contained within a container, the initial flask, then a body identical to Hohenheim's. Even if his plan succeeded, it would merely be a replacement for a larger container. Not all dimensional gods could become Dormammu. All is one, and one is all. This is the foundation and fundamental of this world's alchemy. Without understanding this, one cannot become an alchemist. In this world, all represents the world, and one represents oneself. Because all is one can draw upon the power of the world to practice alchemy. However, Shen Fei understood this differently. It was the collective subconscious. The gate of truth in the Full Metal Alchemist world was actually the abode of this world's soul. Therefore, using the Philosopher's Stone allowed him to circumvent all alchemical rules. What do you want to exchange? The white figure spoke again. Nothing. Shen Fei, looking at the empty gate of truth behind him, which belonged to him, suddenly laughed. The emptiness of Shen Fei's gate of truth is completely different from the emptiness of the man in the bottle. Because he is not from this world, there is nothing on his gate of truth. The reason the man in the bottle presses on the gate of truth is that he has no knowledge of his own. Everything he has comes from the gate of truth. Edward was ultimately able to use the gate of truth to exchange his brother's body because his gate of truth had what the white figure needed, knowledge. In this world, knowledge is power, and only humans can create new knowledge. This is the advancement of technology. Strictly speaking, Full Metal Alchemist's gate of truth is like the way of heaven, or a supercomputer. The alchemists who arrive at the gate of truth through human transformation have their minds infused with knowledge culminated from all of humanity. Human progress is like a computer upgrade. The man in the bottle's plan to become a god is to become the administrator of this supercomputer. Of course, Shen Fei didn't know some of this. After all, he hadn't reached that level yet. His reason for refusing was simple. Even if he could capture the image in this world, it would be useless in other worlds, so why bother trading? A trade always comes at a price, and he wasn't stupid enough to trade something he didn't need. After this was done, Shen Fei was certain he would rarely, if ever, return to this world. After refusing, Shen Fei left the dimension of the Gate of Truth. It's been quite a while, and I wonder how Mustang and the others are doing. Thinking this, Shen Fei immediately packed up his belongings in new country and boarded a Quinjet, returning to Ames. The biggest reward was the Philosopher's Stone, but unfortunately, animals are still too inefficient. In new country, Shen Fei had also refined the Philosopher's Stone, though not with humans, but with animals. The result, after a tremendous amount of effort, was a sesame-sized Philosopher's Stone, of little use. It couldn't even be absorbed or refined. The reason was simple. Once refined, the energy was practically gone. Chapter 139, National Refining Formation, Part 1. Has he been transferred to the central government? In Eastern City, Ames, Shen Fei, who had originally intended to visit Mustang, immediately headed for Central City upon hearing the news. Hughes is still alive. It seems his fate has changed. Upon arriving in Central City, Shen Fei didn't immediately seek out Mustang or Hughes. Instead, he observed them from the shadows. Hughes' fate had changed, but his earlier arrangements at the 5th Research Institute had been thwarted. He had installed several cameras there to observe them, but now the 5th Research Institute had vanished. Looks like you've been doing well lately, Mustang, having just returned home and relaxed, breathed a deep sigh of relief. Suddenly, upon hearing a voice from the room, he immediately grabbed the flaming gloves from a hanger. Home used to be Mustang's most relaxing place, but the current situation forced him to place the flaming gloves in various locations around the house to prevent any unforeseen events. It's you. Mustang's tense body relaxed when he saw it was Shen Fei, but even then, he didn't put the flaming gloves back where they belonged. I haven't heard from you lately, Mustang asked, sitting across from Shen Fei. I went to Qing. How's everything going? Shen Fei replied, then began to inquire about the situation, eager to see how far along the Bottleman's plan had progressed. We've been discovered. Mustang immediately recounted what had happened during Shen Fei's absence. Having uncovered the android's conspiracy, Mustang and Hughes immediately took action. As they continued their investigation, they uncovered more and more information. However, the androids weren't fools. While they looked down on humans, they were powerful, and Mustang and his men's actions were still discovered. Hughes survived this time thanks to a deal Mustang struck with the android president. Compared to other androids, the president was undoubtedly more resourceful, using those close to Mustang to threaten Mustang and the Full Metal brothers. The brothers, pursuing the Philosopher's Stone, eventually discovered the stone's flaws and the truth. Under threat from Winry and the others, they were forced to compromise. To keep Mustang in his role as a human pillar, all of his subordinates were transferred to the Siphon military headquarters. Hawkeye, his personal aide, was transferred to the president's side as an aide-de-camp. Under these circumstances, Mustang could only helplessly and obediently serve as a colonel in Central City. This was the arrogance of the androids. If it were Shen Fei, even if he needed Mustang as a human pillar, he wouldn't allow him to roam freely. At the very least, he would be arrested and imprisoned. The androids had no such intentions. Mustang could roam freely, and so could the Edward brothers. After discovering that the Philosopher's Stone was made of life, the brothers vowed not to use it to restore their bodies and have been pursuing other methods of restoration. Of course, the androids were very tolerant of Mustang and his companions, but they were different with others. Scar was constantly being hunted, and to counter Scar, they even released the Red Lotus alchemist Kimberly from prison. There were only 7 androids, and the president couldn't act freely. Arrogance had to play the good boy, and since his abilities could only be fully utilized in Central City, he was also unable to move freely. Laziness was digging a tunnel, leaving only gluttony, envy, and greed free to move. Furthermore, it wasn't just Scar who was targeting them. Isaac, the ice alchemist, was also targeting them. This forced them to release Kimberly. Shen Fei's intervention prevented Isaac from being killed by the president. Judging from the current situation, Mustang must have contacted him, suggesting a possible collaboration. In terms of combat, given the android's strength, no one besides the president could defeat Scar in a one-on-one fight, not even Grid, known for his supreme defense. If it weren't for the android's immortality, he would have been slain long ago. Lustful Ras died, slain by the combined efforts of Mustang and Scar. Having learned the truth about the S.H.I.E.L.D unrest, Mustang found an opportunity to speak with Scar during Scar's attack. Scar didn't believe Mustang's claims, so Mustang sought out an android to prove his point. That android was Rast. Because androids look down on humans, they never lied to them, even revealing their weaknesses. Rast died from this arrogance. Of course, thanks to Mustang's clever planning and Scar taking the blame, the androids didn't suspect Mustang of involvement in Rast's murder. The monks of S.H.I.E.L.D possess exceptional physical strength and combat abilities. Had the state alchemists not been deployed during the S.H.I.E.L.D rebellion, the military casualties would have been even greater. While Rast holds the title of mightiest spear, this is solely due to her offensive power. Her speed is only slightly above average. This is the norm in the world of Full Metal Alchemist. Alchemists possess powerful offensive power but average physical prowess. With Rast's death, gluttony, envy, and greed are hunting Scar and Isaac, respectively. Central City is now left with only the so-called father, the president, and Pride. Hawkeye discovered Pride's whereabouts and informed Mustang via code. Although Shen Fei had previously shared intelligence about the androids with Mustang and the others, he hadn't fully disclosed their identities. Knowing too much would only create problems. The absence of gluttony, envy, greed, and Kimberly from Central City was actually part of Hugh's plan, a coup de grace and a diversionary tactic. During this time, Mustang had also contacted several individuals, including Lieutenant General Gilliman of the Eastern Army and Major General Olivia Mira Armstrong of the Northern Army. Mustang likely informed Shen Fei of everything to confirm that Shen Fei was on their side. After all, it was Shen Fei who had saved Isaac. Lasset is dead? What a shame. Shen Fei sighed inwardly upon hearing that Lasset had been killed. He had returned this time specifically to deal with the androids. Androids contain large quantities of Philosopher's Stones. If several of them were captured, the amount of Philosopher's Stone in their bodies could be equivalent to the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of people. I've been investigating some things in New Country, some of which are related to this place, specifically the energy issues surrounding alchemy and alchemy. Mustang shared all his information. The alchemists of Ames Country use the movement of the Earth's crust as energy, which isn't much different from the dragon veins and atmospheric flow in alchemy. The movement of the Earth's crust can be considered atmospheric flow. The problem lies in alchemy using the Earth's crust as energy. Once Father activates the underground channels filled with a Philosopher's Stone, the energy of the crust can be blocked, effectively preventing the alchemy from functioning. This is likely a plan by the Bottleman to target the alchemists of this country. Once an alchemist is unable to use energy, alchemy becomes nothing more than a pattern, and the alchemist becomes just an ordinary person. If it weren't for Scar's brother's reversal formation, even if the Bottleman's plan ultimately failed, Edward and his companions, without alchemy, would have been unable to defeat him. Him had already dispersed most of the energy of the Philosopher's Stone within him across the land. I already know about this. People from the New Country have arrived, and so has Scar. Mustang already knew some of what Shen Fei was talking about. Although Mustang hadn't met his so-called father yet, he had met Edward, his brother, and Scar. He also knew that Edward had experienced a period of difficulty in activating alchemy. Furthermore, Scar had once said his brother was concerned that there was something wrong with alchemy in this country. Mustang was already working on addressing this issue. "I'll go to the northern fortress, it's so cold. It doesn't even feel like winter." Shen Fei, having left Central City, quickly arrived in Northern City. At first, the weather was normal, but as they approached the Bricks Mountains, the temperature plummeted. The northern fortress was bustling with activity. Edward, his brother, Scar, and his companions were present, along with the androids and the central military headquarters. The tragedy in Rio had already occurred, and the Bricks fortress in the north was the site of the final bloodshed. Scar and his companions came here to retrieve the book left behind by his brother. Although Scar couldn't understand the book, he knew it was his brother's life's work and extremely valuable. Therefore, when he assassinated the state alchemist, he hid the book near the northern fortress. The harsh environment of Bricks Fortress made it difficult for outsiders, except for locals, to stay for long periods of time. It was also the only place without a state alchemist. Not only state alchemists, but even ordinary alchemists rarely came here because it was too cold. This shows the strength of a housewife in slippers. It was freezing cold, let alone winter, yet she managed to survive in the outside world for a full month. She fought a giant northern bear with her bare hands and looted the northern fortress's supplies for a month without being discovered or captured. Her strength has become legendary in the northern fortress. This strength is truly unmatched by ordinary people. The Edward brothers' ability to navigate safely is largely due to the guidance of this housewife. The war has begun. Flying in the air, Shen Fei observed the siege unfolding below. The Dracuma Kingdom launched a massive assault on the northern fortress. The northern fortress's inhabitants were remarkably united, a problem the androids considered a simple solution. They simply needed a sufficient number of lives to sacrifice, regardless of which nation they belonged to. Major General Armstrong's departure convinced the Dracuma King that the time had come to capture the northern fortress and attack the Kingdom of Ames. Coupled with instigation from certain individuals, the Dracuma Kingdom deployed a massive force. For the Dracuma soldiers, especially the high-ranking officers, the achievement of capturing the supposedly impregnable Bricks fortress was unwavering, no matter how many lives they sacrificed. For the inhabitants of Bricks, even though they knew it was an android conspiracy, the prospect of even greater casualties kept them fighting back. They could not let the fortress fall, not only to protect the country, but also to protect themselves. Is this Sloth the Lazy? In the underground tunnels at the bottom of the northern fortress, Shen Fei raised his right hand, looking at the slumped sleeping man. As the Operation Fruit unfolded, Sloth remained unresponsive. Then, with a flash of cold light, Sloth was split into 8 pieces. Sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins, was the most diligent, having spent centuries digging tunnels. From the interconnectedness of the tunnels, it can be inferred that the original tunnel's origin must have been beneath the northern fortress. This suggests that the entire country's land area was predetermined. After achieving its goals, Armstrong stopped expanding. Even after winning a foreign war, it retreated, recuperating, giving the enemy time to develop before continuing the war. Of the 7 androids, Sloth possessed defenses second only to Grid's, and the fastest speed. His physical prowess, combined with his swiftness, made him incredibly formidable. In the original novel, even Edward's master and his wife had to join the Armstrong siblings to defeat him. However, for Shen Fei, the power of the Operation Fruit made it impossible to fight back. Kimberly seems to be here too. His explosive alchemy is actually quite interesting. Shen Fei was also very interested in Kimberly's alchemy. He had forgotten about Kimberly when he was in prison, otherwise he would have gone looking for Kimberly at that time. The Philosopher's Stone is indeed powerful, but it's just too soft-hearted. After putting Sloth the Lazy into a box and shrinking it with PIM particles, Shen Fei began to search the sky through a telescope for any traces of the androids or Scar and others. Capturing the androids, finding Kimberly, and examining his alchemy array, and finding Scar and viewing the information left by his brother, these were Shen Fei's 3 goals. Shen Fei soon found one of them, Kimberly, who was currently fighting Alphonse. With Alphonse's strength, he would have been no match for Kimberly, but now he had the Philosopher's Stone. Kimberly, of course, also possessed this, so the 2 sides engaged in a fierce alchemy duel. The Edward brothers swore not to use the Philosopher's Stone to restore their bodies, but protecting others was a different matter. So, even though Alphonse desperately didn't want to use the Philosopher's Stone, he still used it. So this is Kimberly's alchemy formation? Is the so-called explosion just a detonation of energy? Shen Fei had always been curious about Kimberly's alchemy, and now, after seeing the alchemy formation on his palm, he immediately understood. While the principles of alchemy and alchemy formation are similar, the patterns within the alchemy formation are very different, likely due to the difference in knowledge between the two parties. Chapter 140, National Refining Formation, Part 2. Kimberly's alchemy is drawn on the palms of his hands, with a circle on the outside and an equilateral triangle on the inside. The equilateral triangles on his left and right hands are in opposite directions, one pointing up and the other pointing down. Within these two triangles are images representing the sun and moon. When his hands are clasped together, the two equilateral triangles transform into a hexagram. In Ames, the hexagram represents the elements that make up the world. When combined with the sun and moon, explosive alchemy can be unleashed. Each image in Ames alchemy has a unique meaning: the sun, moon, earth, air, dragon, lion, four-legged lizard, and so on. Mustang's flame alchemy includes a four-legged lizard, called the salamandra. It represents the fire element in the wind, fire, earth, and water elements, so a four-legged lizard image would never appear in a water or ice alchemy. The alchemy of the Amesian nation, whose alchemy corresponds to that of the Amesian nation, employs a less complex formation, primarily centered around a five-pointed star, representing the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the forces that make up the universe. Therefore, this formation can be used for both attack, healing, and defense. Of course, because it relies on the most basic elements, its power is weaker than formations focused on a single element, much like the difference between fire alchemy and flame alchemy. The five-pointed star is also known as the pentagram. There's no need to interrogate him. After understanding Kimberly's alchemy through his formation, Shen Fei immediately abandoned the idea of capturing Kimberly alive for interrogation. Even if someone else saw Kimberly's formation, they might not be able to use it. Mustang's formation has always been kept secret, and there's no sign of a second flame alchemist emerging in the nation. Activating alchemy depends on the formation and understanding. If you can't even comprehend it, how can you possibly practice alchemy? It's like the addition formula. Kindergarten students know that 1 + 1 = 2. Almost anyone who's been to school, even those who haven't, knows this. It's incredibly common. But why 1 + 1 = 2, and 2 + 1 = 3, is less well understood. This is a question related to the Goldbach conjecture. The meaning of the alchemy array is, in some ways, similar. Since there's no need for it anymore, Shen Fei prepared to act. Strictly speaking, Kimberly wasn't a completely evil person. He was a paranoid person who respected anyone who stood up for their beliefs, whether they were good or bad. For example, when Lee's parents, during the S.H.I.E.L.D. unrest, dedicated themselves to treating the wounded in the war, earning Kimberly's respect. Similarly, the Edward brothers were also respected for their unwavering commitment to not killing. Although Kimberly didn't know the final plan for the androids, he knew a great deal. So far, except for Han human Shen Fei, everyone else assumed the ultimate goal was to transform the entire nation into the Philosopher's Stone. Kimberly wanted to see whether the androids or humans would ultimately triumph. Survival of the fittest. With this in mind, Kimberly assisted the androids in their attack on Edward for a simple reason: the androids had the fewest constraints and could kill at will. Kimberly loved killing, and if he met a bomb-crazed lunatic, he'd definitely become their confidant. A heretic or a pervert, to use Marvel science, was inherently anti-human. Joining Kimberly in the Marvel universe made him a psychopathic serial killer. Bang! While Shen Fei was pondering Kimberly's character, he shot him from behind. The bullet pierced Kimberly's heart, the sudden attack causing the alchemy he was about to initiate to fail. The sudden sound of gunfire and the blood splattering on Kimberly's chest as he slowly fell to the ground startled Al, who was preparing to defend himself against Kimberly's explosive alchemy. An alchemist's body is, after all, just a human's. In this world, with the exception of androids, who are immune to gunfire, everyone else is vulnerable to bullets. As Kimberly fell, Shen Fei immediately appeared at his side, swiftly separating his hands and snatching the Philosopher's Stone from them. Kimberly was truly remarkable. The single shot didn't kill him immediately. He even planned to use the Philosopher's Stone to launch a final attack, A powerful explosion that would destroy him and himself, like some artist. If it were a medical alchemist, or if Kimberly knew medical alchemy and possessed the Philosopher's Stone, he would surely survive. Unfortunately, Kimberly lacked medical knowledge. The Philosopher's Stone, while powerful, was merely a universal energy source. To harness its power, a basic understanding of alchemy was essential. To achieve his goals and fulfill his words, understanding was essential. You killed him, Al approached. Although Shen Fei couldn't see his expression, he could tell from the movement of his armor that he was panicked. In the previous battle, if Al hadn't shown mercy, he would have killed Kimberly long ago. The reason was simple, the fundamental difference between their bodies. Al's body was now armor. Even if it was shattered, as long as it didn't damage the blood mark, there would be no problem and no pain. Furthermore, with a Philosopher's Stone in hand, he could heal at will, but Kimberly couldn't, he was mortal. You're Al, right? Where are your brother Fullmetal and the others? Oh, and Mustang sent me here. Seeing Al still somewhat bewildered, Shen Fei shook his head helplessly. There's nothing wrong with kindness, but indiscriminate kindness is wrong. Al's body was metal. If it were a normal person, he would have been killed. And if Al were killed, Kimberly would certainly not spare the people he wanted to protect. The androids needed these two brothers as human pillars, otherwise, with their personalities, they would have been dead long ago. Colonel Mustang, my brother's been separated from us. Al immediately outlined the situation. Due to the attack by the androids and Kimberly, the group had been separated during the battle. Which direction? Shen Fei immediately asked, hearing the two androids over there. That's where we separated, Al pointed in a direction. Shen Fei ignored Al and immediately ran in the direction he pointed. Once out of Al's sight, he took out his flying broom and took off. Envy, gluttony, Edward, Scar, the alchemical battle was a roaring noise. Shen Fei, scanning the air for any movement, quickly located the four engaged in combat. Gluttony had gone berserk, his enormous maw gaping open, and a strange black eye appeared within his body. He periodically launched shockwaves at Scar, more accurately, devouring waves, as whatever it struck was devoured. Gluttony was furious because Scar had killed Rast. Among the androids, Gluttony and lustful Rast had the closest relationship, somewhat like that of siblings. In the original novel, Gluttony had been seeking revenge for Mustang's murder of Luster. Gluttony's anger affected Edward and Envy, who were fighting nearby. Envy's strength had greatly improved, stemming from his previous defeat at the hands of Yao Lin from the New Kingdom. Being mistreated by a human, as an android, infuriated Envy. Of all the androids, Envy despised humans the most. However, to fight Yao Lin and exact revenge, Envy was forced to learn some human fighting techniques. Unfortunately, before Envy could exact his revenge, Yao Lin, the man who had previously abused him, became his ally. Although Shen Fei tried to change his boss's behavior, greed eventually became one with Yao Lin. Gluttony, you can't eat the dwarf. Stop it. Are you planning to make the same mistake again? Envy, caught on the crossfire, shouted at Gluttony. Ska, unfortunately, Gluttony didn't seem to hear him, staring intently at Scar. Just as Gluttony was about to unleash another devouring wave, Shen Fei suddenly rushed out from behind him. To the stunned gazes of Edward, Scar, and Envy, he cleaved Gluttony in two with a single sword strike. As Gluttony's body split in two, its gaping belly slowly began to contract, and the eerie black eye vanished from within. Shen Fei had obtained this sword from the New Kingdom. Firearms were clearly ineffective against Gluttony's previous form, cold weapons were more effective. Mustn't send me here. Leave this to me. You go ahead. Shen Fei had barely finished speaking when he charged at Envy, wielding a sword and striking with two blows. He severed one of Envy's arms and legs. Don't worry, they're no match for me. Let's go. I'll reunite with you soon. In front of Scar and Edward, Shen Fei couldn't directly capture the two androids. Let's go. Scar glanced at the fallen Envy and immediately left, taking Edward, who was about to speak. If it were the Scar of the past, he certainly wouldn't have left so easily before killing Envy. Envy despised humans, so upon first meeting Scar, he quickly revealed his past conspiracy. Scar was furious at the time, refusing to stop until Envy was dead. However, after learning about the android's plot, the fact that he had mistakenly killed Winry's parents, and the realization of his brother's past wishes, Scar has changed considerably. Finally, their leaving room, after Edward and Scar left, Shen Fei immediately activated his Operation Fruit and quickly captured the two androids. It seems difficult to attack greed. After all, it's the body of Yao Lin, the prince of the new kingdom. So, now all that's left is pride and rage. After packing up, Shen Fei immediately chased after Scar and the others. Have you discovered the secret of this country's alchemy? Reuniting with Edward, Scar, and the others, Shen Fei quickly used Mustang as an excuse, along with his accomplishments in killing the two androids, to earn their trust. He then discovered the Reversal Alchemy Array and the book left by Scar's brother. Only this one book remains? What a shame. Scar's brother had many research notes from his years studying alchemy and alchemy. However, due to the swiftness of the war, Scar's brother only managed to bring out this one, most important book. The others were likely destroyed in the flames. Even with only one copy, it deepened Shen Fei's understanding of alchemy and alchemy. Scar was currently having the transmutation array tattooed on his other hand by Dr. Marco. Scar's brother was a true genius. Originally a warrior monk with no knowledge of alchemy, Scar was able to unleash his power through the transmutation array tattooed on his hand. One hand was for decomposition, the other for reconstruction. When Scar's brother had to reattach his own arm to Scar's severed one, he only gave Scar the decomposed hand. Without the reconstructed hand to restore it, the decomposed arm would have been impossible to reattach. These two alchemy formations were indeed formidable, but Scar's lack of alchemy limited their capabilities. Scar's brother's hand, however, was a real eye-opener for orthodox alchemists like Edward and Dr. Marco. Alchemy consists of 3 steps: understanding, decomposition, and reconstruction. Previously, no one had considered extending alchemy beyond the second step, decomposition. Scar's hand had opened a new door. Decomposition, as the foundation of alchemy, naturally adhered to the fundamental alchemical principles of understanding. What is not understood cannot be decomposed. Furthermore, only one substance can be decomposed at a time. For example, if you want to decompose a body, you can't decompose it unless it touches a body. Shen Fei's vibranium, for example, was impossible to decompose and reconstruct in this world because they had never seen it before. Shortly thereafter, Al arrived. Upon hearing that Gimli had also been killed by Shen Fei, no one else reacted, save for Edward, who showed a slight change in expression. Everyone present was an adult, and their thoughts were certainly not as naive as those of Edward and his brothers. Even the younger Zhang Mei, as a princess, had more experience in these matters than Edward and his brothers. Then, everyone present split up. Scar, accompanied by Yuki and the defected synthetic orcs, prepared to contact the scattered Aishgar people and begin setting up the Reversal Transmutation Array. The Reversal Transmutation Array was distributed throughout the country. In this situation, the Aishgar people, scattered after the war, would act most quickly, and another reason was their trustworthiness. Shen Fei, Edward, and his team headed to the central government to reunite with Colonel Mustang and his men to discuss their upcoming plan. The plan had been prepared long ago. First, through military exercises between the Eastern and Northern armies, they would divert the president and several high-ranking military officials. Then, Mustang and his men would attack the central military headquarters, seize national power, and then concentrate all forces against the so-called father. Shen Fei had no objection to this plan, simply stating that he would deal with the arrogant one. Chapter 141, National Refining Formation, Part 2. Arrogant, Pride, the first android in the bottle, the leader of the 7, and the primary embodiment of the bottle man's personality. Arrogant is also the most powerful of the androids, as his true form is a shadow, similar to the black tentacles of the Gate of Truth. This similarity is because the bottle man cannot create the Gate of Truth. If he could, there would be no need for the National Transformation Array. Even the president wouldn't be able to defeat arrogant pride if prepared. Even if the Full Metal Alchemist triumphed against such a figure, they would likely suffer heavy casualties. However, to Shen Fei, arrogance was nothing. In this world, the surgery fruit was invincible, save for the bottle man. While Hahanim possessed a large number of Philosopher's Stones, making him a walking Philosopher's Stone, he didn't know how to use them. The bottle man, on the other hand, possessed knowledge and power. Shen Fei actually wanted to test the effectiveness of the Operation Fruit on the bottle man. With his strength, and his vibranium Ant-Man suit, even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. However, to witness the National Alchemy Formation, Shen Fei didn't want to confront the bottle man for the time being. Have they started? Then it's time for me to take action too. After watching Lieutenant Britta and his men take the president's wife away, Shen Fei headed towards the president's home. Who was the strongest human in Fullmetal Alchemist? Edward the Dwarf, Mustang the Flame Alchemist, Hawkeye the Hawkeye, and Izumi the Housewife? None of them. The strongest human in Fullmetal Alchemist was the president's wife. She had once slapped the president, and not only did she survive, she even became his woman. In Central City, where the president had been abducted, the president's wife was very important. Furthermore, she was human, so Mustang had planned to use her as a hostage to draw the Central Army's attention from the beginning. The androids held a significant advantage in Central City. If they could exploit this advantage effectively, they might be able to use the Central Army to eliminate Mustang and his men without even needing to fight. Who are you? Shortly after Shen Fei entered the presidential palace, the black-clad bodyguards immediately sensed something was amiss and, weapons drawn, surrounded him. Mustang, this guy is really going to make me the bad guy. Seeing the black-clad men approaching, Shen Fei immediately punched the ground. With a resounding bang, a large crater appeared beneath their feet, and everyone fell into it, breaking the ground with one punch. That's incredible power. Looking at the nearly 5-meter-long and wide crater, Shen Fei raised his clenched right hand, as if feeling the immense force within. Of course, this was just Shen Fei's fantasy. While his current strength was considerable, it was unrealistic to blast such a large crater in the ground, let alone one with such a geometrically shaped shape. He was able to achieve this thanks to the alchemical arrays on his wrists. The one on his right wrist was earth, while the one on his left wrist was ice, making it difficult for him to use fire here. Without expending any physical energy, as long as the alchemical arrays were present, alchemy could be freely used. No wonder the National Alchemist was called a living weapon. If this person were wearing vibranium armor, he would truly be a combined attacker and defender. Boom boom boom. As Shen Fei advanced, the presidential palace was filled with vibrations and gunfire. The commotion was Mustang's plan, to create the appearance of an attack on the presidential palace and an attempt at rebellion. This was Central City, and the vast majority of the Central Army was loyal to the president. The attack on the presidential palace, the disappearance of the president's wife, and Mustang's previous preparations were enough to split a significant portion of the Central Army. After all, they still had a trump card, the president's wife. The androids had transferred Major General Armstrong to the Central Military Headquarters without any restrictions, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Mustang and his men. As Shen Fei continued his killing spree in the Grand Presidential Palace, Pride, deep underground, quickly noticed the change. He transformed into a dark shadow and sped towards the Grand Presidential Palace. The androids claim to lack human emotions, but they do. While Pride and Fury look down on most humans, there's one exception, the Grand President's wife. If Him deserves the most credit for defeating the androids in the Fullmetal Alchemist world, the Grand President's wife is second, and Scar's brother is third. Pride revealed his identity to Hawkeye out of nervousness about the Grand President's wife. If Pride hadn't revealed his identity, Mustang would have mistaken him for an ordinary person like the Grand President's wife and kidnapped him along with the Grand President's wife. One can imagine what would have happened next. Pride, room, Shen Fei said after dispatching the last of the black-clad bodyguards and watching the numerous black shadows coalesce into the form of a very adorable child before him. Shen Fei now held a wand in his right hand and a saber in his left. His magic and the Opnomu were ready. He had no business talking nonsense. Even a blonde-haired youth known for his ability to talk his way out of a cyborg wouldn't be effective against it, let alone him. And strictly speaking, the so-called talking only works after the enemy has been overcome with force. There has never been a single victory achieved purely through talking without fighting. Pride was about to speak when Shen Fei immediately attacked. With a single swing of his saber, Pride was shattered into dozens of pieces. Pride's power was so unique that Shen Fei unleashed the full force he could muster. What are you, Pride? His head darting in the air, stared at his shattered body with a look of shock. The power of the Opnomu was completely unstoppable in the world of Fullmetal Alchemist. Of course, this only applies to these less powerful worlds. In powerful worlds, the Operation Fruit isn't nearly as effective. Shen Fei's ability to slice a person into pieces with a single wave of his hand might seem swift and undefendable, but in reality, with sufficient speed and sensitivity, it's dodgeable. Human, Shen Fei said, immediately putting pride away. Then, with chalk, he carved a transmutation array on several walls of the Grand Presidential Palace. Since he wanted to cause unrest, the best option was to completely destroy the Grand Presidential Palace. Boom! With the activation of the transmutation array, the vast and magnificently decorated Grand Presidential Palace was reduced to rubble. As expected of an android, you don't have any treasures at home, human gold, art, and the like simply had little appeal to androids. Only one angry Russ is left. He should be able to make it back. Soaring through the air on his flying broom, Shen Fei swept across the large number of Central Army troops gathered at the Grand Presidential Palace and immediately flew away. How could the Central Army fail to notice such a major event at the Grand Presidential Palace? Similar incidents were occurring all around Central City at the same time, all aimed at distracting the Central Army's forces. The verbal spat has begun. Lieutenant Britta's voice played over the radio, announcing that some generals in the Central Army had taken advantage of the president's border inspection to rebel. He also revealed the bombing of the president's special train. Then, the president's wife's voice, choked with sobs, could be heard. Northeastern? The president? How are we going to deal with him? Shen Fei, of course, heard the broadcast. After some deliberation, he immediately headed northeast of Central City, intending to intercept them. A mere train bombing would only injure the president, possessing the eye of the strongest, at most, but not kill him. That old fox, Gilliman, is still vying for power at this moment. The original plan hadn't been this way. Bombing the special train was a simple and brutal method, but it didn't guarantee the president's death. The original plan had been for the president to conduct his inspection with the Central Army. If the Eastern and Northern armies joined forces to attack the president, even if he was formidable, he would be doomed under heavy siege. The president was incredibly fast, and his eye of the strongest possessed powerful dynamic vision, but he couldn't dodge every bullet. The Eastern and Northern armies might suffer heavy casualties, but the president would undoubtedly die. And yet, the president was bombed before even reaching Eastern City. This completely shifts the blame onto Mustang and Major General Armstrong. After this incident, Gilliman will undoubtedly become the highest ranking of the remaining personnel. Combined with the influence of the Eastern Army, he's a guaranteed candidate for the next president. His only real competitor is Major General Armstrong, who comes from a military family in a lineage of alchemists. Combined with the power of the Northern Army, he has a chance of becoming president. As for Colonel Mustang, he's far inferior to these two in rank, experience, and influence. If he wants to become president, he'll have to wait for Gilliman to retire. If Major General Armstrong takes the position, Mustang might not even have a chance. The reason is simple: the president position in Full Metal Alchemist's world is a lifetime position, making it difficult to replace him unless there are extraordinary circumstances. The integration of military and political power is the order of the world. Gilliman is already old and won't be president for long, but Major General Armstrong is very young. Of course, Gilliman's struggle for power doesn't mean he's a bad guy. If he were, he wouldn't have collaborated with Mustang and the others. Regardless, Gilliman is on the side of humanity. He's really here. He's truly an android. He didn't run all the way here, did he? To the east of Central City, Shen Fei, sword in hand, stood in the middle of the road, confronting the president, who was running towards him. Blood still stained his body, injured by the explosion. In the original story, countless casualties were hurled in the attempt to kill the president. Even with a severely injured president, Scar, an Aishgar monk, and his two-handed alchemy array, was no match. It wasn't until the president's reaction was momentarily delayed by the sun's rays that Scar was able to finish him off. "Get out of the way," the president shouted coldly at Shen Fei, unsheathing his left sword and charging at him. The androids were fiercely loyal to their father, the man in the bottle, otherwise the president wouldn't have been so desperate to get back to the center. Except, of course, for the android greed. Facing the oncoming president, Shen Fei also moved, his sword in hands meeting his advance. Clang, clang, clang. As their blades clashed, dazzling sparks lit up from the point of contact. In an instant, they exchanged more than a dozen blows. "Who are you?" Looking at the scar on his shoulder, the president took a step back and asked solemnly, removing the eye patch from his left eye as he spoke. "Human, are androids just this good? I don't know what gives you the right to look down on humans." Shen Fei had plenty of ways to deal with President King Bradley. Even with his speed and the power eye, he was no match for the Operation Fruit, especially in close combat. Even without using the opera fruit, magic, or the Ant-Man suit, there was no way he could be defeated against King Bradley. Shen Fei chose sword combat because he remembered the look the androids gave humans, the look they gave them as inferiors. And then there was the words the president said at Hughes' grave in the original novel, "Since you look down on humans, then let the androids see their true strength." Even if they weren't from this world, they were still human. Humans have many weaknesses, but they also have many strengths. Sometimes, Shen Fei could get a little passionate. "You're just androids, including your so-called father. You're just human creations. To us, you're nothing." With that, Shen Fei charged directly at King Bradley, no, rather, the android, Ross. The two fought entirely on speed and reflexes. This world had some physical skills, but that was about it. Yao Lin's bodyguard, Lao Fu, was a rare master in the New Kingdom, but he was quickly defeated by Ross. The power gap between the two was too great. Shen Fei and Loss's swords clashed once more, and Loss's sword broke. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Fei launched a powerful kick, sending Loss flying over 10 meters and sending him crashing to the ground. Even after activating his Eye of Supreme Power, Loss was no match. In the Marvel Universe, Shen Fei rarely used physical skills in combat. The reason was simple: either the opponent was too strong for Shen Fei to defeat, or they were too weak to employ physical skills. Shen Fei's nearly full-strength kick sent Loss reeling, severely wounded. While Loss's physique was significantly stronger than a normal person's, it was still significantly inferior to Shen Fei's. Shen Fei had never used physical skills in combat. If he had Loss's experience, the fight would have ended long ago. Furthermore, Loss was already injured. Human, Loss, lying on the ground, gazed at Shen Fei as he approached, his eyes filled with surprise. "That's right, real humans, one-on-one. How does it feel for an android to lose to a human? It's not just you, your so-called father is doomed to lose this time too. While you androids were behind the scenes plotting to establish this country, we humans were also planning how to completely wipe you out. For you, the time is ripe, and for us, the same is true, and we will definitely be the victors in the end. Haha, how interesting." Chapter 142, National Refining Formation, and it should be starting soon. Time to get out of here. He looked at the collapsed Ross, then glanced back at Central City. He immediately grabbed Ross, took out his Quinjet, and flew towards the border of Ames. Mustang and his men planned to cause chaos. Shen Fei would sow confusion everywhere to distract the Central Army. Major General Armstrong would lead the Northern Army that had infiltrated Central City, occupying and defending the headquarters. Meanwhile, Mustang, the Edward brothers, Isaac, Izumi, Scar, and others would descend into the underground chambers of the headquarters to seek out the so-called father. Even after luring away a large number of Central Army troops and sealing the gates of the Central Military Headquarters with alchemy, Major General Armstrong and the Northern Army were still locked in a bitter battle. The remaining generals unleashed the android soldiers, the so-called Undead Army. The allure of immortality and an undead army was too great for the aging generals of the Central Military Headquarters. They enjoyed immortality, while the undead army was used to suppress those who resisted them. It's true that ideals are beautiful, but unfortunately, reality is harsh. The unleashed undead army's first targets were the so-called generals. Like zombies in Resident Evil, these generals and soldiers were knocked to death. Only androids could control the undead army. As for these so-called generals, they were merely deceiving them, just like the king of Kozilkis. Upon learning of this plan, Shen Fei's first thought was that Mustang and the others were sending themselves to death. Furthermore, sending all 5 human pillars at once saved the dwarfs in the bottle a lot of trouble. Of course, Shen Fei wouldn't stop this plan. After all, it was his idea. "We have to get further away." Arriving at the border, the lazy dug tunnel that encircled the country, Shen Fei retreated a distance, fearing the dangers of getting too close. He then pulled out a container, released 16 armored suits, and sent them swiftly flying in all directions. The iron armor can actually be used in the other world. Although there is no internet in the other world, Red Queen has a standalone program. This is like a computer without an internet connection. Although it loses many functions, it does not mean that the computer cannot be used. The reason why Shen Fei has not used it is, firstly, because it is too troublesome to wear, and secondly, because he has not encountered any enemies that require the use of the iron armor. The National Refining Formation is for living beings, and it will definitely not work on inanimate objects. Just as Shen Fei was almost ready, the entire country of Amestris suddenly underwent a huge change. A strange red light slowly appeared on the entire land, and then formed a huge and strange refining formation emitting red light, and the national refining formation was activated. After the refining formation was activated, countless black shadows with a strange aura appeared out of thin air on the ground. After these black shadows appeared, all the humans in Amestris felt difficulty breathing and soon lost consciousness and fell to the ground. At the same time, beneath the surface of the nation of Ames, a bright red liquid slowly flowed from the earth, transforming into a strange black liquid. These were the Philosopher's Stones, crafted by the little man in the bottle over a century ago and buried deep underground. With the appearance of this black liquid, the entire nation of Ames was dyed a vibrant crimson. Red thunderbolts periodically appeared in the sky above Ames. Red thunderbolts, black shadows, red mist, a vast red alchemy formation, and a black, transparent gate, based on this vast alchemy formation, appeared out of thin air in the void above the earth. As this gate opened, an enormous black figure slowly emerged from the gate, followed by countless huge black shadows. At this moment, the entire land was plunged into darkness. The sun in the sky had suddenly turned pitch black, like a total solar eclipse. This pressure, is it amazing? Shen Fei, although not far from the huge black figure in the void, could sense a heavy, suffocating pressure around him. An inexplicable voice echoed across the land. A black portal appeared on the surface of the black sun in the sky. As the portal opened, a single motionless eye appeared within. Within this portal, a multitude of black shadows, the eyes of heaven, also emerged. Soon, the shadows on both sides tangled together, and the massive black figure immediately grasped one of the shadows on one side and climbed upward. Is this the true gate of truth? To enter the world of the gate of truth, a toll was required. This toll allowed one to learn the knowledge within. The higher the price, the greater the knowledge gained. Using the entire current life of the nation of Ames, as well as the previously buried Philosopher's Stone, the true gate of truth would be opened, and the God would be brought down. Over 50 million souls. As Shen Fei sighed with deep emotion, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the sky. The entire sky seemed to turn white, and the light instantly blinded Shen Fei. After a long while, the light finally disappeared, and the sky returned to calm. The huge black figure and the portal disappeared, leaving only a lonely black sun above. The eye of heaven, the door of earth. Shen Fei, feeling emotional, immediately took out the space stone and quickly began his action. Not destroying the plan of the little man in the bottle in advance, not stopping the national alchemy formation, and not saving the more than 50 million lives of the country of Ames, all of this had a purpose. It was actually very simple to destroy the plan of the little man in the bottle. Perhaps it was because the authorities were confused, Mustang and others did not think of it at all, or perhaps they thought of it but were stopped by someone. The foundation of alchemy is the circle. If you want to destroy the plan of the little man in the bottle, just destroy the circular tunnel surrounding the country of Ames. Without this circle, the national alchemy cannot be activated. Strictly speaking, if Shen Fei fought tooth and nail, there was a chance he could destroy the bottle man. Returning to the Marvel Universe, bringing weapons of mass destruction with him, and buying a few low-yield nuclear bombs on the black market, he could potentially deplete the Philosopher's Stones within the bottle man. In that case, all the Philosopher's Stones beneath the nation of Ames would be his. So many Philosopher's Stones would be a significant haul, and since Shen Fei didn't craft them himself, he wouldn't be burdened with using them. He wasn't one of Edward's brothers. The reason he didn't do this, besides wanting to cause too much damage, was the territory refinement formation. Shen Fei wasn't confident he could replace the bottle man, otherwise, he wouldn't be tempted. That's becoming a god. Sacrificing over 50 million lives to achieve godhood, if that were true godhood, I'm sure most people would be tempted. Hydra sacrificed billions of lives to gain insight into their plans, let alone just over 50 million. There are so many lives in the vast universe. Thanos has killed at least tens of billions over the years. If he snapped his fingers, the number of lives he would have destroyed would be incalculable. Unable to replace the man in the bottle, Shen Fei came up with another plan. It wouldn't work for anyone else, but for him, possessing the Space Stone and mastering Kamar-Taj magic, it was a perfect solution. He could take advantage of the moment when the man in the bottle pulled the god down to enter the dimension of the Gate of Truth and transform into Full Metal Alchemist's world. Others couldn't do this, even if they used the human transmutation formation, but Shen Fei, with the Space Stone, was different. Shen Fei didn't know if this would be beneficial, but that didn't stop him from giving it a try. There's no white figure anymore. It seems they've really been pulled down. This must be the true gate of truth. The gate of truth was as wide as ever, but this time, instead of the white figure, he faced a massive, open white door. Strange words and images were framed on both sides of the door. Gate of truth, world tree, knowledge. Due to time constraints, Shen Fei only briefly glanced at the pattern on the white gate of truth before stepping inside. As he entered, a vast amount of knowledge materialized within his mind. A faint smile crossed his face as he sensed this knowledge. Although he had previously speculated, he hadn't been certain. But now, he was certain. Why were alchemists who had seen the gate of truth so much more powerful than other alchemists, capable of serving as human pillars and taking Polaroid photos? The reason was simple: knowledge. For alchemists, knowledge was power. Their strength depended on the depth of their knowledge. While learning could acquire a great deal of knowledge, it was a slow process, compounded by the challenges of understanding and integrating it. However, the gate of truth was different. Through the passage fee, this knowledge could be acquired out of thin air. Beyond alchemists, even in modern society, the saying knowledge is power held true. Without knowledge, electricity, nuclear bombs, satellites, and so on could not be invented. Throw a figure like Einstein into primitive society and see what he could invent. The same goes for mages. The reason the mages of Kamar-Taj are so weak isn't just because they lack talent and develop slowly, but also because of their limited grasp of knowledge. For example, the Ancient One kept the Book of Cagliostro to himself, restricting it to strange. One reason was that even someone like Morta wouldn't understand it. It's like showing the theory of relativity, the Goldbach conjecture, the Millennium Problem, and the technology to build a nuclear bomb to an average person. Would they understand? Some people constantly claim that the difficulty of building a nuclear bomb isn't due to the technology, but to the lack of materials. If they had the materials, building a nuclear bomb wouldn't be a problem at all. In reality, it's not that simple. Before Tony miniaturized Stark's arc reactor, Obadiah Stane had been looking for people to research its miniaturization, but there was still no progress. Remember, Obadiah Stane's people all hold at least a PhD, and they had a large-scale arc reactor to work on, but what happened? Hurry up, Shen Fei urged anxiously, feeling the knowledge suddenly appearing in his mind. In this world, equal exchange is the only way. To obtain the knowledge within the gate of truth, one must pay a toll. Shen Fei's current actions constitute tax evasion, as he hasn't paid the toll. If the gate of truth discovers his actions, the trouble will be grave, far more serious than tax evasion. I hope they don't kill the man in the bottle so quickly. At this moment, Shen Fei sincerely hoped that Edward would slow down. Hold on a little longer. No, it's time to leave. Too much greed is not good. Greed is like swallowing an elephant. But this opportunity is rare. There will be no second chance. This is knowledge from a dimensional space. Shen Fei's mind, the angel and the devil, began to argue endlessly. Normally, obtaining the knowledge within the gate of truth requires a toll. The more toll, the more knowledge. Therefore, if Al hadn't lost his memory, his alchemy would be far more powerful than his brother Edward. After Al's recovery, he could be considered the foremost alchemist in Ames. The reason was simple. Not to mention Edward's eventual trade of the gate of truth, even if he hadn't, his tolls, each of his hands and feet, could never rival Al's entire body. Mustang's tolls were his eyes, Izumi's his internal organs. Meanwhile, Shen Fei's knowledge could be seen as a trade of over 50 million souls from Ames. One can only imagine the sheer volume of knowledge. At this point, Shen Fei was engaging in tax evasion, so the transfer of knowledge was slow. The bottle man, for example, quickly acquired this knowledge. Hohenheim was able to learn the plan to counter the Bottleman's transmutation array because he and the Bottleman had shared knowledge of the gate of truth. Damn it, Shen Fei's hand, holding the space stone, trembled. He wanted to leave, yet he couldn't. This was his current state. I have to leave. After a moment, Shen Fei finally made up his mind. He activated the space gem in his hand and left the gate of truth. Although this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, unless he could perform the National Refinement Formation again, it would be impossible. However, to avoid danger, he had no choice but to give up. Otherwise, what if he ended up like the little man in the bottle, trapped in the gate of truth? That would be the biggest joke. There were countless examples of people dying because of greed, and he didn't want to be one of them. He had always been cautious in the Marvel world, but now he was killed by greed in the world of Fullmetal Alchemist. Would that be ridiculous? It looks like it's almost over. I'm glad I didn't stay in the Gate of Truth. Shen Fei left the Gate of Truth and breathed a sigh of relief as the solar eclipse in the sky disappeared. Of course, he also felt a little regretful. The vast knowledge was extremely attractive to mages. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Harvest. Let's go see what's going on first. Shen Fei quickly decided to put aside his research into the Gate of Truth and head to Central City to see if Edward and the others had dealt with the Bottle Man. After all, they had already left the Gate of Truth and couldn't go back. Overthinking it would only add to his worries. With his cloaking system activated, the Quinjet quickly flew towards Central City. Once above Central City, he mounted his broom, activated the PIM particles, retracted the Quinjet, and flew downward. It looks like the battle isn't over yet. From his vantage point, Shen Fei quickly observed the battle unfolding in front of the central military square. Several great alchemists were besieging a gaunt, aged-looking old man at close range. This was the Bottle Man. While their attacks didn't cause any physical damage, the constant barrage forced him to defend himself, unable to counterattack. Although Colonel Mustang was blind, under Hawkeye's command, every blow of flame alchemy landed on the Bottle Man. In front of Colonel Mustang stood a massive earthen wall, constructed to protect him and Hawkeye. Having witnessed the Gate of Truth, Mustang now possessed a Polaroid camera. In front of Izumi stood a massive stone crossbow, continuously firing massive bolts. Edward and Armstrong also engaged in continuous ranged attacks. Hohenheim's attack was the simplest, yet most powerful, a pure energy attack. 8 times the normal person's vision. Shen Fei had previously wondered how Mustang and the others had discovered him. After learning about Hawkeye's situation, he understood why. Hawkeye's claim wasn't exaggerated. Hawkeye possessed 8 times the normal person's vision, similar to Marvel's Hawkeye. Marvel's Hawkeye's vision was also far superior to that of an average person. The lost arm is back. Al's armor was damaged. Has it been replaced? Edward was furious, likely because his brother Al had sacrificed his life to restore his arm. Several great alchemists were at the forefront of the battle, while soldiers, at a distance, attacked the Bottle Man with various long-range attacks, including rifles and small mortars. The soldiers attacked from such a distance because the Bottle Man possessed a terrifying ability. Within a certain range, he could instantly transform ordinary people into the Philosopher's Stone. However, this ability only affected ordinary people, as alchemists seemed immune. Under this power, ordinary people attacking the Bottle Man at close range would effectively cost them the Philosopher's Stone. It's the last gasp of the enemy. It seems I don't need to intervene. In fact, after Hohenheim's countermeasures were activated, the Bottle Man had already lost the battle. The god was no easy target. Having lost over 50 million souls from the entire nation of Ames, the Bottle Man had lost the power to suppress the god. Even if no battle ensued, the dwarf in the bottle would soon be devoured by the gods as time passed. Unless he could absorb over 50 million souls in a short period of time, he might be able to suppress the gods again. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Without the land formation array, even if they were to gather these scattered 50 million souls and turn them into Philosopher's Stones without resistance, it would be impossible to do so quickly. Therefore, even if Edward and his companions ultimately lost the battle, the dwarf in the bottle's plan would have failed. The battle merely accelerated a depletion of the Philosopher's Stone within the dwarf, prompting the gods to devour him more quickly. Strictly speaking, the game in Fullmetal Alchemist's world involved only the dwarf in the bottle and Hohenheim. The participation of others was essentially dispensable. The protagonists of Fullmetal Alchemist were never Edward and his brothers, but their father, Hohenheim. Damn it. No, I just wanted to. The relentless attacks finally overwhelmed the dwarf in the bottle, unable to suppress the divine power within. Black shadows emerged from its body, initially a few, then gradually covering its entire body. Then, a single, emotionless eye slowly appeared, and the dwarf in the bottle vanished. The battle was over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after the dwarf in the bottle vanished. Izumi clutched her chest and sat down. The relentless fighting had stretched even a formidable housewife to her limit. If the enemy had remained, she might have been able to hold on. But now that the enemy was gone, fatigue and internal injuries immediately returned. Edward rushed to Al's damaged armor. So it's here? Looks like there's no need to search the void within Gluttony's stomach. After the dwarf in the bottle vanished, Shen Fei arrived deep beneath the central military headquarters, at the dwarf's base, and saw a circular alchemy array carved into the ground. This transmutation array was exactly the same as the one depicted on the broken mural in the ruins of Castle Kozes, and it was complete. The 5 suns on the array represented the 5 human pillars. The existence of such a transmutation array means that in the history of this world, what the little man in the bottle is doing now was once done by someone else. Shen Fei pondered this as he began to search for research materials. After the war, it was time to clean up the mess. This should have been Mustang's time, but due to his blindness, Major General Armstrong was now the one to pick up the pieces. Due to the chaos of the previous battle, Major General Armstrong was now the highest-ranking officer in the central military headquarters. Those who outranked her were either killed or imprisoned. With the president also on his side, Major General Armstrong quickly gained control of the situation in Central City. His Northern Army, along with Colonel Mustang's men, were gradually taking over the Central Army. Central City quickly returned to peace, but of course, this was only temporary. Many issues still needed to be resolved. The truth of the matter was known only to the Eastern and Northern armies, and the Southern and Western armies would certainly have to explain themselves. Edward, having used his Gate of Truth to swap his brother's body, had a remarkably happy ending. Because it was unknown how many Central Army soldiers were involved in the conspiracy, the Eastern Army quickly entered Central City. Led by Lieutenant General Gilliman emerged victorious from behind, reaping the biggest advantage. He had no choice but to step in. With all the seniority in the Central Army destroyed, he was the most senior. His presence could quickly restore peace to the country. After all, even though the conspiracy of the bottled creature had been resolved, it didn't guarantee peace. There would still be wars to come. For example, the ongoing conflict at Fort Bricks in the north, under the attack of Draguma, would not end anytime soon. And the Northern Army needed Major General Armstrong to lead the charge. After a series of negotiations, or rather, deals, Gilliman became acting president, Colonel Mustang became Brigadier General Mustang, Supreme Commander of the Eastern Army, and Major General Armstrong became Lieutenant General, Supreme Commander of the Northern Army. After all, suppressing a rebellion is a feat. It's conceivable that the next president will be chosen between these two. It seems greed has to give up. Gilliman got a great bargain, and it seems the same is true for Yao Lin. Shen Fei looked at Yao Lin and his group as they prepared to return to the new kingdom and slowly shook his head. Greed and Yao Lin merged, and although they were ultimately absorbed and killed by the dwarf in the bottle, the power of the Philosopher's Stone must still remain within their body, prolonging Yao Lin's lifespan. After careful consideration, Yao Lin and Zhang Mei ultimately decided not to bring back the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone. The idea of such a method being in the hands of an emperor was too terrifying. Even Yao Lin himself wasn't sure if he would do the same in his old age. To avoid such a situation, they simply kept it a secret. The same thing happened in the nation of Ames. The underground base of the Bottle Man was immediately destroyed. Of course, considering Dr. Marco knew the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone, Shen Fei wasn't sure what to do next. While the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, the existing stones were not destroyed, but rather used. The Edward brothers had vowed not to use the stones for personal gain. However, many people on Mustang and Yao Lin's side still needed the stones, such as Mustang's eyes, Lan Fang's shoulder, and the injuries sustained by Mustang's men. Although Shen Fei had changed many things, some remained unchanged. Mustang had initially been reluctant to use the stones. The price of the Gate of Truth had taught him a lesson, but after persuasion from Hawkeye and the others, he finally agreed, dedicating his life to atone for his past mistakes. Edward's teacher, Izumi, could have had her health treated with the stones, but she refused, stating that since this was a punishment from the Gate of Truth, she was prepared to accept it for the rest of her life. The toll collected by the Gate of Truth and the human body transformation process isn't arbitrary. Whatever you value most, the Gate of Truth will take away. Equivalent exchange is the absolute truth of this world, even for the dwarf in the bottle. After hearing Izumi's insistence, everyone was left with no choice but to accept it. Dr. Marco, We still have some Philosopher's Stone power left. I wonder if you could help." After using the remaining Philosopher's Stone to treat several people, Shen Fei, looking at the remaining Philosopher's Stone, told the story of Paniniang and Lashver. Mechanical armor looks cool, but it comes at the cost of pain. Getting Paniniang back one day sooner is a good thing no matter how you look at it. Shen Fei himself possesses the Philosopher's Stone, but it's hard to reveal it. "No problem, I'll go there later." After hearing Paniniang's story, Dr. Marco immediately stated that once this matter is resolved, it will be over. With matters in Central City underway, the Edward brothers and their father prepared to return home to meet Winry. Mustang and Hughes also began implementing new policies. The S.H.I.E.L.D people can now return home, and the nation will help them rebuild their homes. The price of the Gate of Truth is truly immense. Shen Fei had always been curious about the cost of the Gate of Truth and had intended to research it, but due to previous busy schedules, he had forgotten about it. Now that he finally had the time, Shen Fei realized that even his au pair fruit couldn't solve the problem. His previous idea of using scientific methods to restore the damage he had paid wouldn't work in this world. He hadn't studied Edward's hands and feet, so he didn't know. But he had examined Mustang's eyes and Izumi's internal organs. Can a person survive without some of their major organs? Yes, that's for sure. Shen Fei, possessing the au pair fruit, claimed he could remove a person's heart and still have the person live without any discomfort. However, this was the power of the au pair fruit. Without it, Shen Fei doubted that they could survive. However, Izumi's body was beyond Shen Fei's understanding. Although she was missing some organs, her circulation, aside from occasional disruptions, was no different from a normal person's. These lost parts seemed to possess a strange energy that limited their recovery, much like Mustang's eyes. Even with the surgery fruit, they couldn't regain their sight. It seemed only through a replacement could they be restored. It wasn't completely lost, it was just temporarily placed in the Gate of Truth. "You bastard, what do you want?" Envy, released from a cave deep in the deserted mountains, hurled curses at Shen Fei. "You don't need this anymore," Shen Fei declared, throwing Envy into the Philosopher's Stone's transmutation array, which immediately activated it. He paid no heed to Envy's rants. A lizard, seeing Envy, whose true form had been revealed after the Philosopher's Stones vanished, Shen Fei dispatched him immediately. He then repeated the same act, throwing gluttony, pride, and sloth into the transmutation array. Such a tiny baby, seeing Pride's original form, barely the size of a palm, Shen Fei was stunned. He had actually forgotten about this. He could crush Envy's original lizard with a single crush, but he couldn't bring himself to do that to this baby. Forget it, the Philosopher's Stone has completely vanished. Let Hughes, Mustang, and the others handle this. Unable to carry out the operation and unwilling to care for the infant, Shen Fei immediately decided to give him away. This knowledge is truly amazing. Given time, I should be able to perform nuclear fission with my own hands. After completely refining the Philosopher's Stone, Shen Fei immediately began researching the knowledge he had gained from the Gate of Truth. As he spoke, a fist-sized fireball appeared in Shen Fei's hand, hovering above it. That's magic. Chopping people with a blade doesn't sound like a wizard. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile as he gazed at the fireball. Of course, this wasn't magic, but alchemy. Even someone from this world wouldn't be able to do it, even after seeing the Gate of Truth, like Mustang. But he was different. The combination of dimensional magic and the knowledge from the Gate of Truth allowed him to surpass the alchemists of this world. It was simply that he lacked the energy within him right now. If he possessed the power of the little man in the bottle, he could perform nuclear fission with his own hands, just like him. Chapter 144 Beehive, Part 1. It's a shame all this knowledge revolves around alchemy. It would be wonderful if it could be applied to science. Forget it. I've gained enough now. Any more would be a bit greedy. Shen Fei sighed softly, extinguishing the fireball in his palm. The knowledge of the Gate of Truth was immensely powerful, but it offered little benefit to scientific advancement. Alchemy lacks intermediate processes, its principles like putting an elephant in a refrigerator. In other words, even if Shen Fei had theoretically mastered nuclear fission by hand, there was no way to scientifically produce it. Alchemy's power was similar to that of magic, it was merely a personal strength, and had little impact on the advancement of civilization as a whole. No wonder Edward had so easily abandoned the Gate of Truth. The figure at the Gate of Truth also declared Edward victorious, because he had grasped its essence. It's time to leave. After reviewing the knowledge he had gained from the Gate of Truth, Shen Fei prepared to leave Fullmetal Alchemist, and would not return unless absolutely necessary. Of course, before leaving, Shen Fei still had one thing to do: bring the baby transformed from Pride to Colonel Mustang, oh, now a brigadier general. What did you say? At the Central Military Headquarters, Mustang and Hawkeye were stunned upon seeing the baby Shen Fei had brought. Hawkeye was also stunned. I'm going to travel the world. You guys should handle this, Shen Fei said, handing the baby to Hawkeye. In theory, such a small baby would have a hard time surviving, but this was a world dominated by alchemy. If even armored figures with missing internal organs could survive, a palm-sized baby wasn't that remarkable. Perhaps you could give him to his mother, Shen Fei suggested. The Central Military Headquarters had announced that the president had been killed by rebels using explosives. This was for the sake of national stability. They couldn't claim the president was an artificial being whose goal was to sacrifice the entire nation and transform it into the Philosopher's Stone. If this news leaked, the entire country would immediately erupt in chaos. Unlike ordinary people, the president's wife knew the truth. After the incident, Gilliman, acting as the president, along with Hughes, Mustang, and others, told her the truth. It must be said that, as expected of a woman who had once slapped the president, although the news shocked her greatly, she quickly and calmly accepted it. Of course, this was only on the surface. What she felt in her heart was probably only known to her. After all, her husband and child were both androids. This baby might bring her some comfort. I'll consider it. Looking at the baby in Hawk's hands, Mustang nodded. Although it was a baby transformed by Pride, it was still a baby after all. Unless someone was extremely cruel, few people would kill a baby. At least Shen Fei couldn't do it, so he gave it to Mustang to deal with. Melinda killed her little girl with superpowers, which became her inner demon and greatly changed her life, let alone such a baby. The walking saint, Hohenheim of Light, in an ordinary cemetery in Lisbon, Shen Fei sighed deeply as he gazed at the tombstone before him. Hohenheim, who could have lived forever, exhausted his Philosopher's Stone in order to fight the man in the bottle. Upon returning home, he died before his wife's tombstone. The first president's wife was a remarkable woman of this era, as was Hohenheim's wife, Dalisha. Besides these two women, Shen Fei was most deeply impressed by another, an unnamed girl. This girl was one of the many souls within Hohenheim, and it was their sacrifice that ultimately led to the failure of the man in the bottle's plan. Noble souls, the greedy among humans, such as the military brass of the Fullmetal Alchemist universe and Hydra in the Marvel universe, but there are also those who are holy, noble, and selfless. Shen Fei then watched from afar as the fully recovered Edward brothers, playing, left for La Scheherazade. After seeing that Paganini's legs were no longer covered in mechanical armor, he left the Fullmetal Alchemist universe. Come to think of it, neither Fullmetal Alchemist nor Harry's worlds have much to do with the protagonist. Harry's character is becoming less and less like the protagonist. Without Dumbledore's secret protection, Harry is now just an ordinary student at Hogwarts, far less popular than in the original novel. It's only because of Harry's exceptional Quidditch prowess that he retains some popularity. However, despite Harry's Quidditch prowess, Gryffindor still hasn't won the Hogwarts House Cup. Sterling crushes Gryffindor in every other aspect except Quidditch. In the original novel, Gryffindor was able to dominate Sterling because Dumbledore was partial, finding excuses to give Harry extra points, which ultimately led to Gryffindor winning the House Cup. It's time to rest for a while. The knowledge of the Gate of Truth and the Philosopher's Stone would significantly enhance Shen Fei's strength. Shen Fei didn't intend to use the Philosopher's Stone for anything else, intending to devote it entirely to improving his own abilities. The Philosopher's Stone, like biochemical potions, can enhance a person's physical prowess. Just like the President and Yao Lin, this enhancement relies not on physical fitness but on mental fortitude. As long as one can withstand the backlash of the wailing souls within the Philosopher's Stone, they can be successfully strengthened. This method, for someone with a strengthening serum, is a waste of the Philosopher's Stone. It seems my strength is still a long way off from the Hulk, Captain Marvel, Thor, and Loki, Shen Fei thought, shaking his head helplessly. As for Odin and the Ancient One, they haven't even surpassed Thor, so the distance is even further. Loki aside, Thor, in his prime, wielding Stormbreaker, was able to injure Thanos, who possessed a full set of Infinity Stones. Not to mention, he activated a star with his own power in the Dwarven realm. That's the advantage of a divine body. Even with Shen Fei's significant progress, the gap between them is still enormous. This is perhaps the gap between humans and gods. I remember there's a technological god in a certain world. I wonder if I'll get a chance to visit there. It depends on luck. As for the Samvanganza Pact, should I take part in it? Shen Fei had originally decided not to participate. With Ghost Rider and the Ancient One around, Mephisto's son's plan would surely fail. However, his trip to Full Metal Alchemist world had intrigued him. It was rumored that the Samvanganza Pact contained thousands of souls, rumored to be corrupted. Shen Fei wouldn't have any problem refining such souls into the Philosopher's Stone. Furthermore, the fact that Mephisto was interested suggested that the legends were true. The souls within the Samvanganza Pact were not ordinary souls. If they could be refined into the Philosopher's Stone, the quality would undoubtedly be far superior to that of the same number of ordinary human souls. Shen Fei wouldn't want to capture thousands of people to refine the Philosopher's Stone, even if they were all bad guys. The sudden disappearance of so many people in modern society would be a significant problem. Of course, this world also had guardians like Odin and the Ancient One. So even if he wanted to refine the Philosopher's Stone, Shen Fei wouldn't do it in the Marvel Universe, as the consequences would be endless. But the Samvanganza Pact was different. As for offending Mephisto, that wasn't a concern. Mephisto's power in the mortal realm was limited, and ordinary people would certainly be terrified of him, but he was no ordinary person. Not to mention that the Ancient One and Odin were still alive. Once they passed away, Shen Fei might no longer need to worry about Mephisto. Looks like I need to contact Fury, the one-eyed man. I'm doing this to protect world peace. Having made up his mind, Shen Fei decided to contact Fury and ask him to research the legend of Ghost Rider. S.H.I.E.L.D was a formidable intelligence agency. Tell him what happened. When Shen Fei arrived at Stark's beachfront villa, he saw Carter sitting beside him with a serious expression. Stark's face was also grim. This scene immediately made Shen Fei guess what had happened. Carter must have told Stark about the murder of Howard and his wife. With Carter around, and the matter exposed ahead of time, Stark shouldn't have to fight Cap again. The main issue now was how to deal with Bucky, the Winter Soldier. Rationally, the Winter Soldier was controlled by Hydra and was merely a murder tool, like a knife or a gun. The blame should be placed on the mastermind behind the scenes, Hydra. Just as in a murder, they don't judge the murder weapon. But humans are never rational creatures. While the Winter Soldier was controlled, he did kill the Howards himself. It was precisely because he was the Winter Soldier, Cap's best friend, that the situation was so difficult to handle. If it were any other stranger, neither Carter nor Stark would have hesitated and would have simply killed him. I'm neutral on this, Shen Fei said when Carter questioned him. It was a difficult question to answer. Previously, Shen Fei had considered simply killing Bucky and pretending he didn't exist. That would have been alright, but considering what would happen next, Shen Fei couldn't make a decision, so he passed the buck to Carter. Carter had actually considered killing Bucky before, but considering the situation with Hydra, he had to give up and see if he could persuade Stark. Well, I hope he can think it over, Shen Fei and Carter said, leaving Stark's beachfront villa at the same time, both smiling wryly. Stark had kicked them out. Normally, Stark wouldn't have dared treat Carter like that, but now, Carter just hoped Stark would slowly think it over. Otherwise, being caught between Stark and the captain would be difficult, and that was precisely why she had brought him here. Why are you here? Shen Fei had been confined to his villa for the next few days, quietly cultivating. His training had even put off his earlier plan to destroy Hive. While he was cultivating that day, he noticed Ada appear. Be careful, someone's out to get you, Ada said seriously. Having changed into a red casual dress and sat down next to Sasuke. Who's out to get me? Shen Fei asked immediately. As he spoke, Shen Fei wondered if Hydra was preparing to attack him. In the Marvel Universe, when something big happened, Hydra was the obvious choice. Although he usually kept a low profile, unlike Stark's high profile, S.H.I.E.L.D knew his identity. If S.H.I.E.L.D knew, then Hydra knew too. This was magic, so how could Hydra not be tempted? In fact, if it weren't for the fear of a catastrophic incident, Hydra would have wanted to attack Thor and Loki. After all, they were gods. Ross's constant pursuit of Banner, the Hulk, was also influenced by Hydra. There were many online reports targeting him, such as some hoping to learn magic from him, and some even hoping to share their magic training methods, with many people deliberately misleading him. Of course, perhaps due to some concerns, Shen Fei's true identity was not revealed, and the online debate was just a matter of debate. However, information about Banner was leaked. Shen Fei understood why Hydra hadn't revealed its true identity. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. and a few high-ranking officials in the government knew his identity. A mere leak would allow Fury to fish in the currents and potentially net him a significant profit. Furthermore, Shen Fei's identity was different from Banner's. He was the chairman of a major international corporation. While not as powerful as Stark, he was still considered a major capitalist. Add to that his connection to Stark, and even if his true identity were revealed, it wouldn't be a big deal. In a world of capital, everything is determined by capital. Even in the novels, even after Hydra's identity was exposed, some members of the organization still lived comfortably. They even managed to trade Ant-Man's suits with Ham Corporation. Even after Gideon Malik's identity was revealed, even the US president couldn't easily arrest him directly. Look at Stark, he exposed himself, lived in the public eye, and still lived a carefree life. Of course, if they didn't dare to act openly, they wouldn't care about it in secret. Fury, considering the backstage details Shen Fei fabricated, wouldn't resort to force, as they had many considerations. But Hydra was different. So it's him, but then Ada uttered a name, letting Shen Fei know he'd misjudged the attacker. The one trying to take action wasn't from Hydra, but someone madly obsessed with Ada, Derek Simmons. Given Simmons' power and his obsession with Ada, the villa she frequented wouldn't escape his notice. Driven by jealousy, even if he knew Shen Fei's identity, he probably wouldn't care. This guy's a real problem. Shen Fei didn't take Simmons seriously, but his identity and background would undoubtedly cause significant trouble if not properly addressed. He was the current head of one of the families controlling the American government. Living in modern society, Shen Fei couldn't help but consider this. Simmons could die, but it was best not at his hands. Looks like we can only ask Fury for help. I hope the fake Ada kills them quickly. This couple is so twisted. With S.H.I.E.L.D's power, it's no problem to warn Simmons. Actually, it's not about warning Simmons, but Simmons' family. For these conglomerates, family is the most important thing, and sacrificing the leader is no big deal when necessary. Speaking of which, the fake Ada had really bad luck, falling in love with Simmons, which led to her tragedy. You know, the fake Ada is also a genius. Happy New Year everyone. Chapter 145 Beehive, Part 2. Peter Quill, Missouri, thank you for your hard work. Ada hadn't come this time just to warn Shen Fei about Simmons, she had also completed the investigation Shen Fei had previously asked her to do. It was Star-Lord's case. Using the conditions Shen Fei had provided, Ada finally found him. His mother had died of a brain tumor, and his child was missing. Each of these conditions might have been difficult to find on its own, but when combined, the situation became completely different. The only problem was the location. But after all, this is the age of big data. Even cases that have remained unsolved for years have a case file. With determination and the willingness to invest, finding them is only a matter of time. If S.H.I.E.L.D. had been tasked with a search, they would have found it long ago. As for what to do after finding it, Shen Fei honestly hadn't given it much thought. The Guardians of the Galaxy and Ego were too far away, making it impossible for him to reach them. Just like he now knew the locations of the Power and Soul Stones, but he had no way of finding them. Even if Shen Fei could have gone looking for them, he wouldn't. The conditions for obtaining the Soul Stone were too stringent, and he couldn't do it. Furthermore, he didn't have a vessel capable of fully supporting all 6 Infinity Stones. The Infinity Gauntlet in the treasury of Asgard's palace is a fake. As for making one yourself, it's even a joke. The power of the Infinity Stones is so strong that ordinary materials can't even bear the weight of one, let alone 6. Not to mention him, even the current Stark couldn't make it. Let her deal with the fake Ada herself. After thinking it over, Shen Fei decided not to tell her about the fake Ada. As for Star-Lord's hometown, Shen Fei planned to go there later to see if he could find anything that Ego left there. Shen Fei was still very curious about Ego, the god, and the life on the planet. Shen Fei didn't know where Ego's original planet was, and even if he knew, he wouldn't dare go there. However, the seeds he left on Earth were still safe at this stage. Even if they were not safe, it didn't matter, as the 2 great gods Odin and Ancient One were still alive. Speaking of which, if we drop the Power Stone onto Ego's planet, can we kill him? Judging by Star-Lord's performance, it seems impossible. This approach doesn't seem feasible. If there was a chance to kill Ego, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't mind taking action, but unfortunately, after much thought, he couldn't find a good solution. Looks like I can only rely on fools. Ego wasn't just powerful, the location of his planet was also very secretive. If he hadn't taken the initiative to bring Star-Lord and the others there, ordinary people would have never found his true form. Forget it, these things are far away now. Let's talk about it later. When Hydra arrived, Shen Fei quickly put the matter aside and chatted with her. Shen Fei was still curious about what Hydra did, but she didn't seem to like talking about her affairs, so Shen Fei didn't ask too much. Of course, Shen Fei was not completely unaware. After Hydra's enhanced body, she seemed to have reduced her work as an agent and instead focused on exploration. Even in the technologically advanced Marvel world, there are still many unknown ruins on Earth, places that satellites cannot explore. Time to deal with that hive guy. A few days later, after Ada left, Shen Fei immediately began preparing for action. To reach the alien planet, they had to find the massive black stone that could teleport them. This stone had been kept in Malik's home. Because Shen Fei hadn't been sure of it before, despite knowing it, he hadn't taken action. Malik was no small figure. He was a member of the World Security Council, and his family business was ranked among the top 10 of the Fortune 500. In the United States, or rather, in the entire Western world, he was a powerful figure. Hydra's habit of severing one head and having another grow back was primarily due to the Malik clan's reliance on them. After Red Skull's defeat, the Strategic Scientific Bureau was infiltrated so quickly by Hydra, leaving even Carter helpless. It was the Malik clan's behind-the-scenes support. It could be said that as long as the Malik clan wasn't there, Hydra could continue to regenerate. In the original story, if Coulson and his team hadn't been brought out by Hive, they might not have been able to completely eradicate the Malik clan. This was someone that even the US president could only secretly ask Coulson to deal with, and he didn't dare to touch openly. Killing such a person now would cause too many variables. Malik's family had a treasury that stored a huge amount of wealth. The defense inside was very strict, but this was nothing to Shen Fei. In a mirror space, all defense facilities were ineffective. Huh? It's not there. Did I remember it wrong? Shen Fei, who had walked back and forth in the treasury twice, couldn't help but frown because he didn't find the huge and strange black stone. Isn't it here? It seems I have to go to that old guy Malik. Shen Fei, who didn't find the black stone, was ready to go to Malik to ask. But there was no other way. Malik had too many properties and villas around the world. If he searched one by one, who knew how long it would take? Instead of wasting time looking, he could just hypnotize Malik and ask directly. As for the telekinetic alien beside Malik, he took it for granted. While both possessed telekinetic powers, the difference between this alien and a certain green-haired lolly was worlds apart. Speak of the devil, and here he is. Just as Shen Fei decided to act, the door to the treasure vault suddenly opened, and Malik walked in. Could this be the black stone? He watched as Malik, oblivious to the treasures on either side, walked directly to a reinforced glass case in the middle. He used his fingerprint code to unlock it, and pulled out a small box. As the box opened, Shen Fei was stunned. The box contained no priceless treasure, but an ordinary-looking stone pillar. But the next moment, Shen Fei immediately guessed what it was. Malik, having entered, ignored the other treasures and went straight to the tempered glass case containing the stone. He examined it with a look of fondness. No matter how he looked at it, it couldn't be just any stone. Others might not have guessed why, but Shen Fei knew. Strange. I remember it being a really large stone that swallowed Simmons. How could it be so small? Did I forget something? Shen Fei pondered the stone in Malik's hand. I can't remember. Never mind. After a moment's thought, Shen Fei, unable to grasp the idea, gave up immediately. He only remembered a few key or memorable moments from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had forgotten most of the rest. Simmons being swallowed by the stone was the one scene he remembered most clearly. What era are we in? Still pinning our hopes on an ancient alien? Really? Shen Fei shook his head helplessly as he watched Malik fondly put the stone away again. Room slaughterhouse. After Malik left, Shen Fei left the vault and went outside. He then exited the mirror dimension and activated the Operation Fruit's power to swap the black stone out of the box. He then used the Operation Fruit to cut a piece of black stone from the stone pillar and then swapped it back. For Shen Fei, A bit of black stone was enough to use as a coordinate to locate the alien's position. The entire black stone wasn't needed to open the portal. I see. Using the power of the Operation Fruit, Shen Fei found the frequency that turned the black stone into liquid, then sensed the space on the other side. Then, with a hand seal, a golden portal appeared before him. From this side, a desolate desert landscape could be seen on the other side. The cost isn't great. Kamar-Taj's magic is indeed the biggest flaw in this world. No wonder Doctor Strange and his team were able to return from Titan so quickly. This time, the portal was opened on an alien planet. How far away from Earth the other planet was, who knew? Harry Potter's apparition could also teleport. Through constant use over time, Shen Fei understood the difference between the two. In terms of ease and speed, apparition's release speed was undoubtedly faster than Kamar-Taj's portal, but in terms of cost, the difference was worlds apart. For example, Shen Fei could now use Kamar-Taj's magic to travel from one side of Earth to the other, but apparition wouldn't work. The energy consumption was too great. How desolate. Shen Fei sighed softly as he stepped onto the alien planet, taking in the surroundings and the distant sandstorms. Looking around, there wasn't a single speck of green. It was truly unbelievable that Simmons had stayed here for so long, let alone the more powerful fellow who had spent over a decade. Thinking this, Shen Fei immediately placed his belongings on the ground, walked to a distant spot, and activated the PIM particles. Instantly, 4 large shipping containers appeared on the desolate landscape. As they opened, 40 steel mechas flew out, hovering in a fan formation above Shen Fei. Which direction should we start searching from? The surroundings were nearly identical. If it weren't for the fact that the location where Blackstone activated the teleportation array was likely not far from the hive, it would be more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. This should be equipment left behind by the Far Star Project. Using his detectors, Shen Fei quickly spotted bones and some old equipment buried beneath the dust not far from where he had emerged. Are there any signs of human activity? It must be Will. The easiest way to find the hive was to find Will, who had lived there for over a decade. To quickly locate him, Shen Fei had installed a human body sensor on his Iron Man suit. I'm so sorry, Will. Shen Fei had already prepared for what to do with Will before arriving. He wasn't here to rescue anyone, and in the original novel, Will didn't make it out alive. Who's that? Will, a disheveled man gathering supplies outside, paled when he spotted the Iron Man suit. He immediately dropped his belongings and ran desperately backwards. But he was just an ordinary man, after all. How could he possibly escape the Iron Man suit's pursuit? Especially since Shen Fei had equipped it with Spider-Man silk? Imperious curse. Shen Fei quickly appeared before Will, met his shocked gaze, and cast the Imperious curse on him. He didn't want to reveal what had happened on the alien planet. Only Fitz would be so generous as to want to come and save Will. If it were him, he wouldn't care about Will's life or death. Is the hive playing cat and mouse? Shen Fei learned from Will that he had been able to escape the monster's attacks for so many years because he found a natural underground space and then used it as a base, searching the surrounding area for survival supplies every day. Although the alien planet is very desolate, it does not mean that there is no water and life. If that were the case, Will would have died long ago. On the one hand, the hive probably didn't want to kill him for the time being, so he was allowed to live. You have to know that the hive is not a monster that only knows how to kill. He is intelligent. In addition, the Malik clan has been sending sacrifices for so many years. Even after being exiled for 1,000 years, the hive still has a certain degree of understanding of Earth civilization. The hive can obtain all the memories of those he devours. Speaking of which, how did the hive in the original novel escape from the alien planet? S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Lee Liming explained that the hive devoured a deceased ward and resurrected him, which was understandable, but how they escaped from the hive remained a mystery to Shen Fei. Logically, the tunnel should have been blown up by then. If escape were that easy, the hive would have returned to Earth long ago. Unable to figure it out, Shen Fei gave up on it. To deal with the hive, he had to lure him out, so he used the controlled will as bait to lure him out. The hive was actually quite easy to deal with. In the original novel, if it weren't for an unexpected incident, a whipping would have killed him. Is this the hive? They look just like zombies. If it weren't for Malik's tribe constantly feeding them, the hive would have starved to death over the years. Poor Malik. The hive's reluctance to kill Will wasn't just a game of cat and mouse, but also likely a desire to preserve food reserves. He'd already noticed the feeding patterns over the years. Seeing the hive, rotting and more zombie-like than a zombie, emerging from the dust and sand, and swarming towards Will, Shen Fei immediately took action. As he pressed the button, Will's body erupted in flames. Knowing what would happen next, Shen Fei certainly didn't sit idly by. He had a backup plan for Will. As Will's body erupted in flames, the flying steel armors immediately surrounded him from all directions, simultaneously activating their flamethrowers, spraying fierce flames at Will below and around him. Shen Fei was now one of the people inside the steel armor. As the flames burned, Shen Fei used the power of the Operation Fruit to inspect the area. It's ridiculous that the Malik clan wasted 1,000 years against such an opponent. If he knew that his clan's hope of 1,000 years was wiped out like this, I wonder how he would react. In fact, Shen Fei was a little arrogant. The reason why he could kill the hive so easily was, firstly, because he knew the hive's ability, and secondly, the hive was now in a half-crippled state. This is the so-called taking advantage of your illness to kill you. Cold, fever, depressed to death. Chapter 146 Beehive, and what a strong will. Shen Fei, surveying the shabby surroundings from Will's underground hiding place, shook his head with a touch of emotion. Living alone for over a decade on a desolate planet infested with terrifying monsters, anyone would have long since broken down. But after all, he had connections to Hydra. Although the daylight hours are a bit short, judging by Will's ability to live here for over a decade without any problems, if the environment could be improved, this planet would be perfect for Earthlings to migrate to. It's a true real estate giant. Thinking back to the housing prices of his previous life, Shen Fei couldn't help but think. Of course, migrating to an alien planet presents many challenges, not the least of which is finding a way through space. While teleportation is possible, Shen Fei already has plenty of transportation and has been helping people teleport. He wondered if he still needed to do his own thing. Of course, these things were too early for Shen Fei to consider. Whether he would reveal the alien planet's location in the future was a matter of time. Looks like we need to invest in an ecological research institute and have the scientists devise ways to alter this planet's environment. Also, we need to find Newt. Besides the scientists specializing in ecological systems in the Marvel Universe, there are also the magical creatures of Harry Potter's world. Some of these creatures might be suitable for transformation, and Newt, the author of Where Are the Magical Creatures, must have extensive research in this area. It's a shame this planet isn't in Harry Potter's universe, otherwise it would be simple. Gathering a large number of wizards would be a simple matter of altering this world's environment. As for monopolizing this planet, Shen Fei never considered it. There was no need. After all, he was still human, and even if Earth wasn't the Earth he once inhabited, he could still do something for humanity. If he truly wanted to monopolize a planet, using dimensional magic would be much easier. Perhaps we could ask Star-Lord to explore the route. Shen Fei had no current knowledge of the celestial realm. Star-Lord, a predator, should have his own methods. At worst, he could ask the people of Earth to pay him more. Paying for it himself was out of the question. While Shen Fei didn't mind exposing the alien planet, doing so for free was out of the question. In exchange for this planet, Shen Fei could reap numerous tangible and intangible benefits on Earth. Furthermore, this was a good deed, which the Ancient One would surely appreciate. The Ancient One rarely intervened in current human conflicts, but that didn't mean she wasn't concerned. After all, she had always protected Earth. If this were exposed now, Hydra wouldn't have their project inside. While Shen Fei pondered how to deal with the alien planet, he also opened a portal and brought most of the materials from his villa laboratory. While Shen Fei possessed the untraceable extension charm, he had some space, but with such a vast alien planet, it would be a waste to use it. As for the alien planet's sandstorms, while there was no way to completely eliminate them, barriers and other devices could be used to block them. On the alien planet, he could boldly produce steel armor. As for minerals, he could also use Red Queen to control various exploration robots to explore them. He could easily establish his own industrial park. Once we've reached a certain point here, we can move the Iron Man suit and notify Tony to come over. We can then develop it together and announce it. Strictly speaking, for Shen Fei, even if the Iron Man suit were exposed to Tony, it wouldn't be a big deal. The manufacturing method isn't difficult. Vanko can make it, and other major forces can probably produce it if they want. The only problem is that it might be much more expensive than Tony's. The advent of the miniature arc reactor has solved the biggest problem plaguing the Iron Man suit. For example, Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. can't obtain Stark's Iron Man suit method, they can still manufacture their own. The reason S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have any Iron Man suits is because the Security Council forbids them from possessing them. Otherwise, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't manufacture them, wouldn't they have asked Stark to buy a few? Hawkeye, Natasha, the Black Widow, and now Shirley, etc., would be greatly enhanced once they donned the Iron Man suits. For another thing, if Hawkeye and the others had Iron Man suits during the Battle of New York, the situation would have been significantly improved. The 5 major powers behind the Security Council represent the UN. They may seem insignificant, but that's simply because they haven't taken action. For example, Stark appears to be the only one in possession of the Iron Man suit. However, if you were to actually visit the armies of the 5 major powers, you'd undoubtedly find numerous Iron Man suits. If Anton Vanko and Justin can build something, how could they not? Don't forget, the US military possesses an Iron Patriot. It would be ripped to pieces if it were in their possession. Even the most clueless military scientists, faced with a sample, would be utterly annihilated if they couldn't build one. The fact that only Tony Stark and Iron Patriot possess the Iron Man suit is a compromise between the Security Council and the other parties. After all, the Iron Man suit was Tony's invention, and James's was a gift from Tony. It's not impossible for Shen Fei to take out the Iron Man suit. He could simply inform Fury and say it was a gift from Stark. Of course, if Shen Fei revealed the existence of the alien world now, he would instantly gain greater power on Earth than Stark. A trifle like the Iron Man armor would be a minor concern. Aside from acquiring some resources, there's nothing I can improve on these few worlds now. Even if Voldemort were fully resurrected, it wouldn't matter. Harry Potter's magic was truly remarkable, but it had its limits. For Shen Fei now, defeating Voldemort with either magic or technology wouldn't be a difficult task. Just like the alien hive, even without the Iron Man armor, using magic combined with the power of the surgery fruit would have easily killed him. However, to be precise, Harry's world was still useful to Shen Fei. After all, it contained not only the time turner but also the magical luck potion. This potion could increase luck, essentially granting the desired outcome within the potion's limited duration. For Shen Fei, what he most desired was, of course, a world where his strength would be enhanced. This was a common concern. If he were a member of the Asgardian royal family or noble, what he sought now would be easily achieved. An average Asgardian can live for over 5,000 years, a lifespan not even the Ancient One can currently achieve. While Shen Fei can live quite a while now, it's definitely less than 5,000 years. Remember, the Celestial Empire only has a 5,000-year history. Research on the blood of the Asgardian berserker hidden on Earth confirms that their genes contribute to their longevity, but perhaps even more so to their souls. This is a realm beyond the reach of Kamar-Taj's magic and even the Operation Fruit. Kamar-Taj's magic primarily cultivates the soul, but the composition of the soul remains unknown. This is perhaps what they call where others begin, you end. If Shen Fei takes the Lucky Spirit Potion, perhaps his wishes will come true, allowing him to find the world he desires. Of course, the Lucky Spirit Potion has more benefits than that. Since the Lucky Spirit Potion increases luck, similar to the ability to make wishes come true, taking it might accelerate Dr. Zhao Helen's research in nanotechnology. In scientific research, especially cutting-edge research, a flash of inspiration is crucial. Such a miraculous potion, of course, requires an incredibly complex preparation process. Even Professor Snape, a master of potions, seems unable to successfully create it. Currently, only one person in the wizarding world can successfully create Felix Slughorn, a figure even Voldemort desires. Had Voldemort taken Felix during the final battle with Harry, the outcome might have been different. During the final battle, many members of Dumbledore's army survived the war thanks to the luck bonus of Felix, which prevented many Death Eater's magical attacks from being defeated. The scarcity of such a potent potion in the wizarding world is not only due to its complex preparation process, but also because it takes 6 months to create. Imagine spending 6 months preparing a potion, with a high probability of failure. How could such a potion not be rare? As for whether it would be ineffective outside of Harry Potter's world, Shen Fei had already confirmed this through conversations with Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Snape. The effect might be diminished, but it certainly wouldn't lose its effectiveness. If Zhao Helen develops nanotechnology ahead of time, the nano-steel armor could be released sooner rather than later, which would be incredibly exciting for Shen Fei, Stark, and the world at large. Nanomedical technology could cure most people with disabilities, significantly improving Shen Fei's profits and status. Of course, all of this presupposes finding Sloan. This guy's whereabouts are extremely secretive. It's unclear if it's the elixir of life, but Grindelwald's followers have repeatedly received news of him disappearing the moment he's found him. While the elixir of life is incredibly difficult to create, it shouldn't be a problem for someone with this surgery fruit. Once successfully created, even if it can't be used repeatedly, it's a truly valuable treasure. Sloan's reverence for talent, aside from his penchant for investing in geniuses, is also crucial. So many missed calls. What's wrong with Coulson? After setting up the alien laboratory and collecting data on the alien environment, Shen Fei returned to the villa. Immediately, Red Queen alerted him that someone had been looking for him. Shen Fei checked the data and was shocked to see dozens of missed calls, all from Coulson. Shen Fei immediately called back. Given Coulson's personality, so many calls meant something serious had happened. "It's you, Coulson? What's the matter?" When the call connected, Shen Fei didn't see Coulson, but instead saw a worried Fitz. Finally, the call went through. "S.H.I.E.L.D's in trouble, and Coulson was looking for your help," Fitz quickly explained. "Where are you now? Give me the coordinates, and I'll be there right away," Shen Fei said after hearing Fitz's words. Through Fitz, Shen Fei learned that S.H.I.E.L.D had been shot and was in critical condition. Coulson had intended to contact him, but since he couldn't reach him, he didn't fly there. Instead, he went to another location, presumably the one that had saved Coulson's life. This location was originally kept strictly secret, but to save S.H.I.E.L.D's life, Fitz immediately disclosed it. S.H.I.E.L.D's confidentiality regulations clearly prioritize S.H.I.E.L.D's life over Fitz's. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Fei immediately understood what had happened. It was a scene from the original Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, where clairvoyant Garrett, seeking the secret of Coulson's resurrection, had S.H.I.E.L.D shot, allowing Coulson to search for the secret. If Coulson had contacted Shen Fei, perhaps the trip wouldn't have been necessary. But who knew Shen Fei was on another planet at the time? Being on a different planet, of course, meant no cell phone signal. Although Shen Fei knew about this, he had no way of alerting Coulson or Scarlet. Just like with Coulson himself, first, not to mention where he got the information, and second, even if Shen Fei did, Coulson, as a S.H.I.E.L.D agent, wouldn't evade the truth. The same thing happened with S.H.I.E.L.D. Shen Fei remembered a prophecy-related issue that had occurred later in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson tried to protect S.H.I.E.L.D, but she ended up going to the prophecy anyway. Shen Fei couldn't just sit on Coulson's bus and wait for something to happen, so he let it happen. He'd assumed Coulson would contact him when it happened, and S.H.I.E.L.D wouldn't die anyway. But who knew he'd missed it? "What are the coordinates?" Fitz immediately gave them. Although Coulson had already gone to the base that had rescued him, Fitz was hoping Shen Fei would show up just in case. "I'll be there right away." The coordinates were very far from New York, and using apparition was definitely not enough to reach them directly. So Shen Fei opened the portal directly. As his strength increased, it didn't matter if this thing was exposed. The reason why it wasn't exposed before was because of the problem of strength. It's like dealing with a beehive. If you don't have enough strength to deal with it, you don't know who will kill whom. But with enough strength, it's easy to solve the problem. Of course, this strength doesn't just refer to personal strength, but also technological strength. Chapter 147, The End of Garrett and Ward, Part 1. There's quite a bit of deviation. It seems we're still not as good as Doctor Strange. Shen Fei, emerging from the portal, looked at the plane taking off ahead and shook his head slightly. It seems Doctor Strange can teleport directly to Tony later. It must be due to the temple's magic system. While the satellite's positioning was accurate, it still lagged behind the temple's magic system. It doesn't look like the portal was exposed, but isn't this welcoming ceremony a bit too grand? As the plane left the ground, a violent explosion erupted from the nearby mountains, and the ground beneath them collapsed. Fortunately, Shen Fei reacted quickly, apparating to the plane above before the blast of debris reached him. "Who's there?" Shen Fei, emerging from the plane, heard a familiar voice call out. It was Melinda. "It's me. What's going on? You called me over, and there was an explosion down below," Shen Fei said with a hint of complaint. "It was an accident. S.H.I.E.L.D's here," Melinda said, leading Shen Fei to the plane's medical room. The plane Fury had prepared for Coulson was well equipped. "Ward, Garrett, interesting. Outside the medical room, a number of people had gathered: Coulson, Ward, Fitz, Garrett, and a black man Shen Fei didn't recognize. Although Shen Fei had never met Garrett, he had seen his picture. "Sorry, I'm busy. I just received your call," Shen Fei said, and without waiting for him to speak, he entered the medical room. Inside, Simmons was observing Sky, who lay unconscious on the bed. "Looks like she's stable now." Glancing at the medical equipment to the side, Shen Fei knew Sky was out of danger. "Yes, this medicine is amazing. It's a shame it seems to be the last." Simmons seemed excited, partly because Sky was out of danger, and partly because he was impressed by the drug's effectiveness. After all, the dying Sky had been saved. Simmons' expression darkened as he spoke. The loss of this miraculous drug was humanity's greatest loss. Simmons believed that if it could be mass-produced, it could save countless lives. Shen Fei remained non-committal. After examining Sky and finding her completely safe, he left the medical room. While GH325 might have side effects on others, it was perfectly safe for Sky. "Phil, who is this?" In the plane's lobby, Garrett glanced at Shen Fei briefly, then asked Coulson with a smile. "You're such a good pretender." Shen Fei sneered inwardly at Garrett's apparent complete lack of recognition. Even though Garrett was a level 8 agent, he didn't technically have the authority to know Shen Fei's identity. This was part of S.H.I.E.L.D's tiered confidentiality system. However, that was for other level 8 agents, not Garrett. Shen Fei was certain that even the Hydra brass within S.H.I.E.L.D knew him. "Consultant," Coulson said. "Same as Mr. Tony Stark," Garrett said, stepping forward and extending his hand to Shen Fei. "Hello, Mr. Counselor, I'm Garrett. I'm a level 8 agent, just like Phil. We used to be best partners." "Yes," Shen Fei nodded to Garrett with a smile. He pretended not to notice the outstretched hand and didn't even stand up from his seat. He immediately turned his gaze to Coulson and said, "What happened? Why was Sky shot?" Shen Fei's attitude made Garrett's eyes flash with anger. This was the first time he had been ignored like this. Whether as a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D or as a clairvoyant, he had always been in a dominant position. Not even Fury or Alexander Pierce would treat him like this. However, Garrett was a man of great cunning. Although he was furious, he didn't show it on the surface. A smile appeared on his face. "I'll go check on Quinn." After saying this, Garrett left. "It's my fault. I should have let her go alone." Fitz stepped forward and recounted Sky's injury. He blamed himself most for Sky's shooting, even though she was now out of danger. Did he find another company? From Fitz's account, Shen Fei learned that Sky was shot by Quinn while investigating Ian Quinn's case, and that the story also involved the Death Warriors. Shen Fei now controlled all of Whitehall's businesses, including Ronk Industrial. Although Shen Fei rarely interfered in the management of the company, after all, he barely managed his own company, he did know about the robotic armor. Shen Fei was aware of Ian Quinn's order for a batch of robotic armor from Ronk Industrial, and after receiving a report from S.H.I.E.L.D, the deal was cancelled. The clairvoyant operated with a low profile and had not revealed his identity to Whitehall. Shen Fei learned of this through the robotic armor's weaponry. Ronk Industrial, after all, is a legitimate tech company, open for business. Mechanical bodies are in great demand. In the world of Fullmetal Alchemist, these bodies would be prosthetic limbs or mechanical armor. Shen Fei would handle normal business, but Ronk Industrial would refuse any requests for additional features, such as weapons. It now appears that clairvoyants must have obtained the mechanical body from another company. After all, there are many similar companies in the world, and high-tech prosthetics have always been a very profitable industry. What is clairvoyance? Shen Fei was silent for a moment after listening to Fitz's words, then spoke again. "Mr. Consultant, this is S.H.I.E.L.D confidential information and cannot be leaked without permission." Before Coulson could speak, Garrett appeared from the site and said, "I see. Then I'll have to ask Fury." Shen Fei smiled, looked at Garrett, then took out his phone, dialed a number, and shook the dialer button towards Garrett. Garrett's face immediately changed. He had never expected Shen Fei to contact Fury so casually. "It's you. You actually took the initiative to call me." The call was quickly connected, and Fury's voice echoed in the hall. "I need to talk to you. I'm on Coulson's plane right now." Shen Fei immediately pointed the phone at Coulson, allowing Fury to see Coulson's figure, and then told him about the clairvoyance. "You're actually interested in this?" Fury's puzzled voice came from the phone. "Curious," Seeing the future? Not only us, but even Heimdall, who can see through the 9 realms in Asgard, can't do this. Now that such a person has appeared, how can I not be curious about how he did it? Shen Fei glanced at Garrett at the sight and said to Fury in a playful voice. I see, I get it. Coulson, tell him all the information. After a moment of silence, Fury immediately opened his mouth and ordered Coulson at the side. Thanks, Shen Fei said, hanging up the phone. He then looked at Garrett and smiled. Don't worry about it leaking out now, do you? Here's the thing about the clairvoyant. The first intelligence we found about him was, seeing Garrett's awkward expression, Coulson immediately stepped forward and helped him out. So, all your actions were seen through. Even you were captured once and then rescued. But this person who could see through everything couldn't see what happened after you died. So, by shooting Sky, they wanted you to save her and see how you came back to life. After Coulson shared the information about the clairvoyant, Shen Fei smiled faintly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he scanned everyone in the hall. Bring Quinn here. I want to question him. With Fury's authorization, Shen Fei now held the most authority on the plane. Tell me everything about your conversations with the clairvoyant. Looking at the bruised and battered Ian Quinn, Shen Fei smiled and shook his head. He was, after all, a multi-billionaire, yet he had been so badly deceived by a mere clairvoyant. It must be said that second generations are easy to deceive. Ian Quinn's assets were all inherited from his father, making him, like Stark, a second-generation tycoon. However, he clearly lacks Stark's intelligence. Didn't I tell you all? Ian Quinn muttered, but he still revealed the story of the clairvoyant. A wise man never gives in to loss. After all, Ian Quinn was just a wealthy second-generation tycoon. He usually appeared arrogant, but when faced with someone more ruthless, he immediately became timid. How come you're a wealthy man, yet you actually believe the words of such a liar? It's really funny. If the so-called clairvoyance really has the ability to see through the entire future, he wouldn't have seen what happened to Coulson. He would have needed to do it again before he could see it. Are you an idiot? He really can do it. Even if he really can do it, then why did he come to you? If he really has the ability to see through the entire future, wouldn't it be easier to find the director of S.H.I.E.L.D to cooperate with him? Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D, who are you? Or he could find the President of the United States or the leaders of the 5 major countries in the United Nations? If he really has such ability, wouldn't these people be more suitable than you? Oh, Shen Fei's words stunned everyone present. If he wanted to keep a low profile, he shouldn't have come to you and attracted S.H.I.E.L.D's attention. If he wanted to be high profile, then finding the director of S.H.I.E.L.D is much better than you. I'm afraid he came to you because you're easier to deceive. No, it's probably because you're more greedy. A greedy person, even if he knows it's wrong, will always have a just-in-case idea. Coulson, you are an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, with so much intelligence, but you haven't guessed who clairvoyance is. You already know who clairvoyance is. Shen Fei's words shocked Coulson and others. Garrett and Ward's eyes flashed at the same time, and then they looked at each other invisibly. Ward's hand slowly reached towards his waist. Who is clairvoyance? At this time, not only Coulson, but Ian Quinn on the side also paid attention. I don't know. Shen Fei's words made Melinda's face change immediately, and she said in a cold voice, Are you kidding us? No, I'm not kidding you. Although I don't know who clairvoyance is, I know that clairvoyance is hiding there. Shen Fei continued as if he didn't see Melinda's expression. The matter is very simple. Many of your actions seem to have been predicted by the clairvoyant. I don't believe in the ability to predict. Since I'm not familiar with the ability to predict, there is only one possibility, that is, the enemy has obtained your intelligence, which is why they can predict the future. However, your actions are so secretive that it is difficult for outsiders to obtain intelligence. Eliminate all the impossibilities, and the remaining one, even if it is impossible, can only be the truth, that is, someone in S.H.I.E.L.D leaked your plan. The reason why Ian Quinn said that the things were predicted by the clairvoyant is the same. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to do it, if they are S.H.I.E.L.D agents, especially those with high-level authority, they can easily predict some things through S.H.I.E.L.D intelligence. Plus, clairvoyance cannot see Coulson's situation, which means that he does not have the highest authority in S.H.I.E.L.D, but he said that he can know it as long as he experiences it once. This is easy to guess. Clairvoyance may be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, And if Callson's affairs can be known after experiencing it once, then it can be guessed that clairvoyants, or his people will be involved in this operation. It's very simple. As long as they follow Callson, of course they can see it. Then we can conclude that whoever acted with Callson before is most likely clairvoyance's people. If my guess is correct, clairvoyance's people should be, Shen Fei said as he glanced at Garrett. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was Shen Fei's sudden idea to reveal Garrett's identity here. It didn't matter if he left Garrett alone, but since he had made a move on S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei was not going to let him go, not to mention that he could take this opportunity to play the role of a famous detective. With the increase in strength, some things don't matter. Don't move. As soon as Shen Fei finished speaking, Callson looked a little dazed, but Melinda reacted immediately, pulling out the pistol from her waist and pointing it at Garrett on the side. At the same time, Ward pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Triplet, while Fitz immediately stepped back. "Phil, you won't believe that I'm a clairvoyant, will you?" Garrett raised his head and said with a smile. "It's very simple to tell whether it is or not. Just use a truth serum to interrogate you," Shen Fei said with a smile. "You are a clairvoyant, and you killed them." Triplet raised his hands and glared at Garrett angrily. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, he could naturally tell whether Shen Fei's previous words made sense or not. There were only two outsiders on the plane. Triplet asked himself if he was not a clairvoyant, so who was the most likely to be the one could tell at a glance. Quotation mark. Chapter 148, The End of Garrett and Ward, Part 2. "Phil, you can't just believe the nonsense of an outsider. We've been good friends for years. Besides, I'm here to receive the prisoner on orders from headquarters, and I can't change their decision." Garrett, ignoring Triplet, raised his hands and addressed Callson. "I'm willing to believe you, John. Truly. I've never doubted you before, but now that I have these doubts, I hope you don't mind accepting headquarters review." After a long silence, Callson stared at John Garrett and said this. S.H.I.E.L.D has strict rules for escorting prisoners. Generally speaking, they would never send a level 8 agent to receive an already captured prisoner. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D level 8 agents are the elite of the elite, with countless tasks to perform. Sending a level 8 agent to receive a prisoner is a gross overkill. Callson had previously harbored such doubts, but because of his good relationship with Garrett's legitimate reasons, and the order from S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, Callson hadn't questioned them. But after Shen Fei's words, Callson immediately felt that the situation was fraught with doubt. Of course, as Garrett had said, Garrett's level 8 agent, while considered high-ranking within S.H.I.E.L.D, couldn't influence the orders of S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, as Hill, a level 9 agent, oversaw that area. Shen Fei's words made perfect sense, though. Callson didn't believe in precognitive abilities. Previously, he had trusted S.H.I.E.L.D's internal intelligence, so he didn't question them. Now, after Shen Fei's words, Callson suddenly understood. "We've been friends for so many years, and you actually trust an outsider," Garrett began to say, but Shen Fei interrupted him. "Alright, stop talking nonsense. It's easy to get to the truth. Just try Veritaserum. As a level 8 S.H.I.E.L.D agent, don't you dare say you haven't tried Veritaserum," Shen Fei spoke, tapping the table in front of him with his wand in his right hand. His gaze wasn't on Garrett, but on Ward. In an organization as tightly controlled as S.H.I.E.L.D, promotions aren't easy for agents, especially those above level 6. Each promotion requires a review, and truth serum is essential. Of course, strictly speaking, truth serum and polygraphs aren't a panacea. Deliberate concealment can be achieved, but characters like Black Widow and Hawkeye are immune to these tests. S.H.I.E.L.D agents, especially those in the action team, are trained to resist torture. In the original novel, Ward used pain to evade a polygraph test. By the way, this Ward seems to have served under you for a long time, which means he's quite suspicious. Callson, maybe he was the one who leaked your plan. Expelliarmus, Shen Fei said, pointing his wand at Ward and unleashing a spell. An invisible shockwave instantly knocked the pistol from Ward's hand. While Ward's weapon was aimed at Triplet, he could easily change targets. Playing around is fun, but it's important not to overdo it. "Ward can't be a spy," Fitz exclaimed. "I didn't say he was, I just said he was suspicious. Shouldn't we just investigate him?" Honestly, Ward had a good chance of reforming. The framework that appeared later showed Ward as a good person. Unfortunately, Shen Fei wasn't Fitz, Simmons, S.H.I.E.L.D, or the others. He had no close relationship with Ward, let alone any saintly intentions. Rather than wasting time trying to change Ward, it would have been simpler to just kill him. Quickly imprison them. Just as Carlson and Fitz were about to say something, Shen Fei pointed his wand at Ward and Garrett, casting a binding spell. 2 ropes bound them separately. "Why aren't you arresting me?" Triplet asked, looking at the bound Garrett and Ward. Garrett and Ward were suspicious, but so was he. "As a descendant of the Howling Commandos, I believe you're not a bad person." Triplet was one of the few S.H.I.E.L.D agents Shen Fei remembered, having died in the Kree Temple while saving S.H.I.E.L.D. "Of course you'll need to be interrogated, but there's no need to arrest you. If Captain knew I'd captured a descendant of the Howling Commandos, he might find me in trouble." The Howling Commandos were Captain America's direct subordinates back then. Captain America's achievements on the battlefield were largely due to the Howling Commandos. Howling Commandos, Carlson and Melinda looked at Triplet in surprise. They knew Triplet, but they had no idea Triplet was a descendant of the Howling Commandos. While Carlson and the others were stunned by the news, Shen Fei called Fury again. "What's going on?" Fury's voice was clearly annoyed. "I found a lead on the clairvoyance." Shen Fei immediately shared his theories about the clairvoyance and the situation with Garrett and Ward. "I see. I'll send someone to bring them back immediately. But next time something like this happens, could you please notify me before taking action?" Fury's voice was filled with resignation. Shen Fei's arrests, specifically those of S.H.I.E.L.D Level 6 and Level 8 agents, were a serious violation of procedure, as Shen Fei had no authority to arrest them. "I'm not just arresting them to prevent them from escaping, or taking things, or taking hostages. And I'm not arresting them just for the clairvoyance. I suspect they have some connection to those guys," Shen Fei said pointedly. "I understand. But please contact me before you act next time." "No problem," Shen Fei nodded. "Coulson, keep an eye on them. We'll send someone to pick them up right away." 3 Quinjet fighters quickly appeared around Coulson's bus. This formation showed Fury's deep regard for Garrett and Ward. "There's no need to take him away," Shen Fei said as the task force prepared to take Trip away. The task force initially refused to agree, but after Shen Fei removed Fury, they had no choice but to take Garrett and Ward away. Garrett and Ward were taken away, and Garrett looked at Shen Fei with hatred. How could Hydra save them? They're turning on their own people. 90% of S.H.I.E.L.D's task force consisted of Hydra agents. Garrett and Ward were suspected of being clairvoyants and had been captured. Alexander Pierce couldn't have hidden this from him. Pierce was certain Pierce would not let them fall into Fury's hands. If they fell into Fury's hands, Hydra would suffer a devastating loss. It now depended on whether Pierce would rescue them or simply kill them to silence them. As Shen Fei had predicted, the Quinjet transporting Garrett and Ward was attacked by missiles before reaching S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, leaving Garrett and Ward missing. This was Shen Fei's concern for not allowing them to take Trip with them. Not only Trip, but Quinn as well, was also not taken. "What?" Coulson, Fitz, and Simmons exclaimed in unison upon hearing the news. "It seems my suspicions were correct. So, I'm quite talented in detective work, aren't I?" Shen Fei said with a smile. "Damn it!" Fitz suddenly exclaimed. Fitz was quite clever, having already figured out the connection between Ward and S.H.I.E.L.D's injuries. "Who are those guys?" Coulson demanded immediately. Normally, Coulson wouldn't have asked, but the story of Garrett and Ward had infuriated him, and he'd ignored S.H.I.E.L.D's confidentiality regulations. Coulson was a strict self-disciplined person, but that didn't mean he couldn't lose his temper. In the original Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, after Ward assassinated Coulson's new girlfriend, Coulson immediately abandoned his principles and was determined to kill Ward, ultimately killing him on an alien planet. When an honest man loses his temper, it can be terrifying. You should ask your director about this. I can't let you know, but I can give you a heads up. There are probably a lot of people like Garrett and Ward in S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei said, apparating from the plane. "Did you really think you could escape?" Shen Fei sneered as he sat sideways on his broomstick in the sky. The reason Shen Fei had exposed Garrett and Ward this time was simple. After seeing S.H.I.E.L.D injured, he realized that things weren't always as he'd anticipated. He'd missed his first opportunity to show up on the alien planet, which wasn't too bad. But if you were in the other dimension and something happened here, that would be disastrous. For example, what if Ward had killed Agent Hand while he was in the other world? Hand was the CEO he'd chosen. If he died, it would be difficult to find someone as responsible and capable as him. The exposure of Garrett and Ward was different from the Hydra situation. Shen Fei hadn't shared all of Hydra's intelligence with Fury for a simple reason: it would have been useless. S.H.I.E.L.D. was deeply infiltrated by Hydra. Short of disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D. and leaking its intelligence, there was no way to completely eliminate Hydra. Even killing Alexander Pierce wouldn't work. Fury's plan to eliminate Hydra while preserving S.H.I.E.L.D. was simply unrealistic. The result would be no different from the Strategic Scientific Agency's SSTAR past. Hydra would only exploit the opportunity to hide even deeper. Seeing this outcome, Fury resolutely disbanded S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone would perish, and at worst, he could just rebuild S.H.I.E.L.D. with some hard work. More importantly, the painstaking task of rebuilding S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't Fury's responsibility, but Coulson's. Fury himself escaped into space, wandering around with Captain Marvel and the others. Damn bastard. I'm going to kill him. Garrett, having been rescued from a hidden laboratory in an abandoned warehouse, angrily smashed the objects before him. He was so close to obtaining the life-saving GH-325, but Shen Fei's appearance had thwarted everything. Garrett's desire to know the secret of Coulson's resurrection was simple: he was dying, and only the drug that could bring him back to life could save him. As Garrett angrily smashed things, Raina watched with a sneer. Raina had once admired the clairvoyant, but after meeting him in person, she realized his supposed foresight was merely a manipulation of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority, and she became disillusioned with Garrett. Raina had always sought extraordinary power, not mere speculation based on data. Raina, how many centipede warriors are available? Garrett, having vented his anger, immediately asked. Shen Fei had ruined his plans, and he certainly wasn't going to let him go. As for Alexander Pierce's order to hide, Garrett didn't care at all. Garrett joined Hydra for its power, not its faith. Cutting off one head and having two more grow was irrelevant to him. He simply exploited Hydra's power to gain greater authority. For example, his unused level 8 agent privileges were something he couldn't have achieved without Hydra's help. Seriously, Garrett hated Hydra. If it weren't for Hydra's Death Warrior program, he wouldn't have ended up like this. More importantly, Hydra quickly abandoned the Death Troopers project, treating him as a complete pawn. If he didn't need Hydra's help, he would have likely attacked Hydra immediately. It was for this reason that Garrett, while brainwashing Ward, emphasized himself, not Hydra at all. There are still 8, but 3 of them are currently unstable. The Centipede Troopers, a project Garrett secretly oversaw, while possessing some combat effectiveness, were also extremely difficult to maintain. This was only possible thanks to the supernatural blood of a certain person who controlled the goods. Without this, the Centipede Troopers would have been impossible to use in actual combat. Of course, Simmons and Fitz also played a significant role in this. They rescued Michael, the Death Trooper, and some of his data had been transferred to Ward, which enabled significant progress in Raina's research. Forget about it. Send them all out and kill him. Garrett didn't specify who to kill, but both Ward and Raina knew. It seems your clairvoyance has been exposed. Just as Raina was about to send her men into action, someone unexpectedly appeared, surprising Garrett and Ward. Sunil, Whitehall's confidant. What are you doing here? Garrett's face immediately turned cold upon seeing Sunil. Mr. Whitehall wants to meet with you. He's always been very curious about magicians. Perhaps we could join forces, Sunil said with a smile. I see. Not a problem. When are you going to act? Garrett said, somewhat interested. Mr. Whitehall, I'd like to meet and discuss this so we can develop a foolproof plan, Sunil said with a smile. Okay, Garrett said, and he left with Ward and Sunil. Before leaving, he asked Raina to quickly adjust her martial arts skills. Mr. Whitehall, I've heard a lot about you. In a luxuriously decorated office, Garrett and Ward stood at a desk, facing the executive chair behind it, with the back of the chair facing them. Chapter 149, The End of Garrett and Ward, and although Garrett didn't consider himself a true Hydra member, he was still very respectful to Whitehall. After all, Whitehall held the same status within Hydra as Pierce. There was a reason why Garrett had been able to rise so quickly within Hydra, but unfortunately, Garrett's respect today was in vain. Hello, you two, a familiar voice rang out, and a chair swiveled around to reveal a familiar figure sitting on it. Garrett and Ward's expressions suddenly changed. Just as they were about to draw their weapons, they realized that all weapons had been confiscated before they entered. "It's you, you're one of them too," unarmed, and the man before them was a magician among superheroes. Garrett and Ward exchanged glances. Garrett's expression suddenly changed, as if he had remembered something, and he asked directly. "They're people. It seems our clairvoyant doesn't share any sympathy for Hydra. If Pierce knew your thoughts, he probably wouldn't have saved you, but would have killed you mid-air, saving the lives of many task force members. If Garrett and Ward were to escape, the task force members escorting them must not be spared. In such a hurry, even Pierce couldn't send anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. who wasn't part of the Hydra task force. The only result would be the sacrifice of one of their own. If you're one of us, why betray us?" Garrett shouted. "When did I ever say we were one of you?" Shen Fei smiled at Garrett. Suddenly, with a flick of his right hand, a gunshot rang out, directly striking Ward's right arm, which was constantly fidgeting behind his back. As a level 6 agent on the action team, Ward was a formidable talent. He possessed a wealth of the essential gadgets that agents carry, making them incredibly difficult to detect. For an agent whose secrets were known, death was near, especially for someone on the action team. Ward's repeated escapes were a result of his cautious nature. Unfortunately, Shen Fei stood before them. Even with Garrett's deliberate attempts to distract him, Ward's subtle movements were unnoticed by Shen Fei. "Don't try to act in front of me, but Ward, you're truly worthy of me. You took that bullet without a murmur. No wonder Hill made the mistake of selecting you for Callson's team." Shen Fei spoke, his wand in his left hand. He cast a series of simple spells on Ward, including levitation and swift binding, suspending him in the air. Shen Fei ignored the bleeding from his injured right hand. Sky, Fitz, and the others might still believe Ward could be redeemed, but Shen Fei saw him as irredeemable. He had killed his own parents. He could point to the abuse and violence Ward endured as a child, accumulating hatred that ultimately led to him killing his own parents, a fact not unjustifiable in the United States. It's true, however, that some parents in the United States deserve to be chopped to pieces. They abused, violently abused, and even sexually assaulted their own children. Shen Fei couldn't fathom how such people could think. In Shen Fei's view, Ward deserved death not because he killed his own parents or the congressman's brother, but because he abused his younger brother and then shifted the blame onto his brother and parents. Regarding the Ward family well and the brother who was pushed in, Ward's version of events and his congressman's brother were completely different, making it difficult for outsiders to distinguish the truth. Shen Fei was initially confused by this. But the subsequent appearance of Ward's younger brother and his attitude toward Ward suggested that Ward was the most problematic. In this family, aside from the bullied younger brother, everyone else grew up to be normal. However, this reveals one thing: someone who has abused and treated violently as a child doesn't necessarily become violent towards others as an adult. The reason is simple: the bullied younger brother didn't become a bad person. In Shen Fei's view, Ward was the kind of coward who, after doing something bad, would desperately justify it, never admitting his mistakes. He thought, "It's all someone else's fault, I'm not wrong, so why don't you understand me? Who are you?" "What did you mean by that?" Seeing Ward hanging in midair, bleeding profusely, Garrett's face darkened. It wasn't that he was worried about Ward, he didn't care whether Ward lived or died. He only cared about one thing: his own life. "Actually, I lied about something on the plane earlier," Shen Fei said, leaning back in his chair, looking at Garrett's grim expression and Ward in midair, and smiled. "I said before that there's no such thing as foreknowledge in this world. Actually, that was a lie. True clairvoyance exists in this world, and a fake like you can't compare." Shen Fei wasn't talking about himself, he knew these things from a god's perspective. He was referring to the Ancient One and Dr. Strange. With a time stone in their possession, foreknowledge wasn't difficult for them. "Who am I? I'm the true clairvoyant. I've known about you for a long time. Garrett, Ward, Alexander Pierce, Agent Sitwell, Brock Rumlow, are these names familiar to you?" Shen Fei's words made Garrett's face turn even uglier. These people were none other than Hydra's agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. There's also Whitehall, Lister, Baron Strucker, Gideon Malik. Cut off one head, and two more grow. Hydra is truly formidable, turning S.H.I.E.L.D. into S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury thinks he has everything under control, but he doesn't realize that, aside from a few trusted figures, almost 90% of S.H.I.E.L.D. is made up of Hydra personnel. I really want to see his expression when he learns the truth. I think that would be quite amusing. Shen Fei's words made Garrett open his mouth, but nothing came out. The names Shen Fei mentioned were all the high-ranking members of Hydra, information Garrett only learned after becoming a mid-level or senior member of Hydra. Now, Shen Fei, a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, has revealed it all. The hidden truth is terrifying. Hydra has always boasted of its secret control of the world, yet it has never realized that everything it does is being seen. To be honest, I wasn't planning on killing you right now. It's a shame you guys weren't being honest at a time like this. I'm really surprised. Didn't Ward report Mephisto's appearance to you? With Asgard and Mephisto both appearing, not only did you not back down, you intensified your actions. I had no choice but to kill you, Whitehall, too. Wouldn't it be better to just live a good life? You actually offended a big shot who came to Earth for vacation, and I ended up having to kill him. To be honest, I really admire you, Hydra. Under such circumstances, you actually went ahead with Project Insight. Do you know how many hidden aliens there are on Earth? Their identities are no less than Thor and Loki's, especially with bigwigs from hell like Mephisto and Lucifer. By the way, Odin sometimes comes to Earth too. In this situation, why are you guys pursuing Project Insight? I have to say, I've seen a lot of people courting death, but this is the first time I've seen someone doing it like you did. Shen Fei's words left Garrett completely stunned. As a level 8 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and a high-ranking Hydra official, he was of course aware of Project Insight and had even done a lot to support it. Previously, Garrett had thought Hydra was incredibly courageous, but now it seemed they were fools. Besides, Earth was far too dangerous. Of course, it doesn't matter to you now. It's time to send you to see Lord Mephisto. I'm sure he'll take good care of you in hell, Shen Fei said, raising his pistol and aiming at Garrett. Wait a moment, bang. Garrett was about to say something when Shen Fei shot him in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. There was no blood on his chest. This was perfectly normal. Shen Fei wasn't using real bullets, but rather freezing bullets made from cobras. Previously, Shen Fei would have killed him with a single shot, but this would have been too easy for him. It was a good opportunity to test the Philosopher's Stone transmutation array on Garrett. It's your turn, Ward. I think your brother would be very happy to hear about your death. You knew Christian, not just him, I know Thomas too. He asked me to tell you a message, Shen Fei said with a hint of a sneer. He asked me to kill you, so he wouldn't get calls from you and lose sleep. Thomas couldn't have said that. As Shen Fei finished speaking, Ward erupted in excitement. That's impossible. Don't you wonder why he keeps changing jobs? It's not to avoid Christian, but to avoid you? The story you made up at S.H.I.E.L.D. was so convincing, you acted like a victim, but that's not what I heard from Thomas. You did everything, yet you keep acting like a victim. I have to say, Ward, you're disgusting, bang. Shen Fei had barely finished speaking when, without waiting for Ward to speak, he fired a shot. In reality, Shen Fei had never contacted Thomas. He had simply looked up Ward's family information and learned the names of his older and younger brothers. My brother Christian isn't a good guy either, but compared to Ward, he's still useful to Shen Fei. He's a senator, after all. Why do so many American consortiums fund campaigns? Because they stand to gain huge benefits. How's the situation? After putting Garrett and Ward away, Shen Fei left the office and asked Sunil. All the centipede warriors have been eliminated, preventing that woman named Reina from escaping. While Shen Fei was meeting with Garrett and Ward, Sunil's team also began to take action. After all, it's all Hydra's power. Shen Fei doesn't care who dies. They all escaped. Reina's lucky. What a shame. Reina had spent her entire life pursuing supernatural abilities, such as human evolution, believing she was born different from ordinary people. However, after gaining the powers of the inhuman, she regretted it because they weren't what she expected. Reina was a talented person, especially in pyramid schemes. She could have made a good living with these abilities, but she ended up becoming a hedgehog. Forget it, there's no need to chase her. Thinking of Reina's future, Shen Fei immediately told Sunil to give up the pursuit. Looks like you're recovering well. It's only been a few days, and you're already out of bed. Shen Fei reappeared on Kalson's plane. Seeing Sky able to walk around, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh at the perfect match between Sky's mutant physique and the GH-325. Anyone else wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Thank you. Sky's face was not in good spirits, not only because of her injuries, but also because of Ward's situation. S.H.I.E.L.D had never imagined that after waking up, Ward would become a traitor and the main cause of her being shot. "S.H.I.E.L.D, how could you come out? Go back," Simmons suddenly appeared. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D leave the room, he immediately walked over, trying to take her back. Another blood draw. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the syringe in Simmons' hand with a look of frustration. Simmons had already drawn blood from her several times since she woke up. The reason for so many blood draws was Simmons's desire to study the composition of GH-325. After the guest house explosion, Callison and the others only managed to retrieve a single tube of GH-325, all of which was given to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, there was no sample left, so Simmons wanted to study GH-325 from S.H.I.E.L.D's blood. This was a common problem for scientists. For Simmons, if GH-325 could be discovered and manufactured, it would be a tremendous boon, saving countless lives. Although Callison wanted to stop Simmons, he had a valid argument to refute him, so he let him go. Are there any aliens in the universe with blue skin? Shen Fei's appearance on the plane wasn't his own initiative, it was Callison's call. Shen Fei didn't understand why Callison had called him, but once Callison spoke, he understood. Callison had seen the Kree corpse. There are many, but there are mainly two types, the Kree and the Frost Giants. Loki's identity should have meant he had blue skin, but he had the same skin as a normal Asgardian. It's unclear if it was due to magic or if he'd been assimilated by life in Asgard. I know what you want to ask. You want to know the origin of GH-325, right? Shen Fei continued, not waiting for Callison to continue. You know, Callison asked, surprised. Of course I know. You should remember the last time I came here and drew your blood. I discovered the problem back then. Although Fury tried to hide it from you, I'm not his subordinate, so there's no need to hide it for him. Fury's fragmented management is the biggest cause of S.H.I.E.L.D's current problems. Callison has also shown a trend in this regard. When watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei noticed something: many things are caused by their own lack of communication. P.S. I've recently strayed from the outline. After a bad cold, I'm at a loss as to how to write. I'm so depressed. Chapter 150 Goodbye Sif. Everyone, take a seat. In the luxurious airplane lobby, Shen Fei greeted Callison, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the others, inviting them to their respective seats, as if he had become the master of the place. Although Ward, a key member of the team, was missing, Triplet had been added. Perhaps because Triplet was a descendant of the Howling Commandos, or perhaps because Shen Fei had deliberately rescued Triplet, clearing him of suspicion. Triplet had been vetted and subsequently joined Callison's team, much earlier than in the original story. Shen Fei was pleased with this situation. Fury couldn't say anything, as Callison's team had indeed been working hard to save lives. After S.H.I.E.L.D's collapse, many agents within the agency were disgruntled by Fury's divided management, even leading to a split. Shen Fei didn't mind this. Honestly, if he didn't have a good impression of Callison's team, he wouldn't have come to help every time Callison called. Many members of Callison's team had died, many due to misunderstandings. In Shen Fei's view, these were avoidable. Then there's the issue of Callison's resurrection. Fury was worried about Callison getting into trouble, so he set up this team. This resulted in a lot of misunderstandings for Callison. If Fury had told Callison earlier, there wouldn't have been so many problems. He even hid things from his most trusted subordinates. It's hard to change Fury's nature. There are some things Fury won't tell you, but that doesn't matter to me. Today I'll tell you some of the things I know about you, Shen Fei said, waving his finger, and a bottle of pure water flew in front of each person. It wasn't magic, but the command ability of the Opnomi. To those who didn't know, Shen Fei's ability was very similar to telekinesis. Would that be a bad idea? S.H.I.E.L.D has its own confidentiality system, Fitz said. I know you have your own confidentiality system, but that's for you. Aren't you curious why Callison didn't want S.H.I.E.L.D to use that life-saving drug before? And Simmons, you can stop your research. GH-325 can't be mass-produced, and continuing your research is just a waste of time. This is a drug that could change the world. Why can't we research it? Simmons asked directly. Because this drug has significant side effects. Callison didn't want to use it on S.H.I.E.L.D because he was worried about these side effects. I don't feel anything wrong with my body, S.H.I.E.L.D said after looking at Callison. That's because this drug has no side effects for you, but it has severe side effects for Callison. S.H.I.E.L.D, your genes are different from those of ordinary people. So drugs that have side effects for ordinary people don't? You know my background, S.H.I.E.L.D said, standing up immediately, her expression extremely excited. S.H.I.E.L.D joined S.H.I.E.L.D to uncover her origins. After joining Kelson's team, she was persuaded and officially joined the agency, though her first day as a full-time employee was when the company collapsed. I'll tell you a little about your background later. Let me first talk about GH325. GH325 isn't a normal drug, but a substance extracted from alien bodies. Because these aliens are extremely advanced in biotechnology, the substances they contain are like panaceas for ordinary people. Alien? Then S.H.I.E.L.D's an alien, Fitz said, glancing at S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone present was intelligent. Even though Simmons was the only biochemist, the others were not completely ignorant of common sense. Shen Fei had previously said that GH325 had side effects, but S.H.I.E.L.D didn't have any. No wonder Fitz thought S.H.I.E.L.D was an alien. S.H.I.E.L.D was also confused at this moment, and she was also wondering if she was an alien. Don't worry, S.H.I.E.L.D is not an alien. She just has some connection with aliens. We will talk about this later, Shen Fei said, turning his gaze to Simmons and continued, now you understand why GH325 cannot be studied, Kelson. In fact, the side effects of GH325 are not a big problem. What you engraved is not some strange symbol, but a map. A map that can lead to a temple left on Earth by aliens. As long as you find this temple, the side effects on you will completely disappear. Map, you said it was a map. Kelson's voice was a little anxious. Yes, it's a map. Thousands of years ago, several powerful nations in the universe were engaged in an endless war that lasted for a millennium. The Kree Empire, facing a stalemate in the war, devised a plan to create super soldiers for combat. They conducted human experiments on several planets with life, but all failed. Finally, they arrived on Earth and completed their experiments. Unfortunately, while the experiments were successful, the war had already ended, forcing the Kree to conclude their experiments and hastily depart. However, despite their departure, the people used by the Kree as their experimenters continued to live on Earth. Because of the experiment's success, these people possessed abilities not possessed by ordinary people, superpowers. Because they were different from ordinary people, they were called Inhumans. S.H.I.E.L.D was able to fully integrate with GH325 because she was a descendant of the Inhumans. Shen Fei's words silenced everyone present, due to the sheer volume of information. To Shen Fei, this was nothing, but to Kelson and the others, it was beyond their imagination. Wait a minute, you said S.H.I.E.L.D's an Inhuman, but she doesn't have any superpowers. After a long pause, Fitz raised his right hand and asked. When the Kree left Earth, they sealed the Inhumans' abilities because they were worried that their human experiments would be discovered by other nations in the universe and cause further trouble. However, they also left a key to unlock the seal on Earth. The key is in the temple they left behind. Of course, the temple is only one way to activate the Inhumans' abilities. Another way is to use the obelisk. Shen Fei used magic to condense the image of an obelisk. That's it. As far as I know, during World War II, someone within Hydra was constantly studying Inhumans. This thing is harmless to Inhumans, but to ordinary people, it's a deadly weapon. Once touched, unless the contact part is immediately severed, the person will be reduced to charcoal. In the original novel, Kelson lost his hand because he touched the obelisk. If the person next to him hadn't reacted quickly and chopped off his hand, Kelson would have died. Speaking of Kelson's severed hand, Shen Fei immediately thought of Captain America's S.H.I.E.L.D. Kelson's severed hand was equipped with this device. A true fan of Captain America. That's pretty much it. Do you have any questions now? It seems I don't. Let's discuss it first, Shen Fei said as he left the plane's lobby and entered the onboard entertainment room. It was a long journey, and the entertainment room was the only entertainment system on the plane, stocked with a vast library of movies and games. I figured you'd call me. In the entertainment room, Shen Fei was watching a sci-fi blockbuster when his phone rang. Seeing the large, bald black man on the phone, Shen Fei immediately knew who it was. Shen Fei spoke so directly about such an important matter. How could Melinda not contact Fury? After all, Fury had assigned her to look after Kelson. Such an important matter, and you actually told it to others without informing me. Fury's tone sounded deeply annoyed. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Kelson. It's better for Kelson to know these things than for him to imagine them on his own. I advise you to tell him the whole truth as soon as possible to prevent him from overthinking. You know, overthinking can lead to problems. Also, by the way, if you have any information about S.H.I.E.L.D, just tell her directly. You seem to care about her. With S.H.I.E.L.D's capabilities, I don't believe you don't know about my relationship with her. The relationship between Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D is simple. They were both members of the hacker group Rising Tide. Shen Fei even learned hacking techniques from S.H.I.E.L.D, but S.H.I.E.L.D didn't know about it. While S.H.I.E.L.D might be able to hide this, S.H.I.E.L.D certainly couldn't. Rising Tide thinks of itself as a powerful organization, but in reality, it's just because S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't care much about them. If they really wanted to, arresting all of Rising Tide would be easy. Rising Tide does have many powerful hackers, like S.H.I.E.L.D, who can directly hack into S.H.I.E.L.D using a tablet, but that's just the surface. S.H.I.E.L.D can't penetrate S.H.I.E.L.D's true core. I see. I'll give those things to Callison later. How much do you know about the Kree Temple? Do you know where it is? If I knew, I would have told you long ago. I just looked up some information on it, but I don't have a specific location. I'll continue investigating when I get back, but don't get your hopes up. Okay, now that you know what's going on, I'll leave the rest to you. I should be heading back now, Shen Fei said, preparing to hang up. Wait a minute. Since you're there, I need your help with something. I'm not one of your agents. You have to understand, I do so much because of Callison, not you. Shen Fei's words made Fury, who was on the other side, curse inwardly. He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, a level 10 agent, yet he didn't have the same respect as his subordinates, level 8 agents. This was probably the difference between people. Callison had a naturally friendly side, and Fury knew this. Therefore, it was Callison who was responsible for contacting Stark, Shen Fei, and the captain. If it weren't for special circumstances, Callison might have been the one to contact the Hulk banner as well. It's about Asgard. We've detected a massive energy reaction here. Someone might be coming over there, Fury explained immediately. Knowing about Asgard and the Rainbow Bridge, it was no surprise that Fury, the king of spies, had prepared countermeasures. Numerous S.H.I.E.L.D scientists, along with Stark, Banner, and others, had conducted research to monitor atmospheric energy to confirm the arrival of Asgardians, preventing them from coming and going as they pleased. While this didn't guarantee any action against the Asgardians, it at least allowed them to prepare for any potential incidents. As the king of spies, Fury didn't mind predicting the worst-case scenario. Unfortunately, his limited knowledge meant these predictions were useless. Asgardians. Is Thor coming? Shen Fei asked curiously after hearing his words. How would I know? But you can go and take a look. Fury's plan was simple. Since there was no way to fight Asgard, he'd send the magician Shen Fei over, using the strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. After learning about the art of war and the 36 stratagems from Shen Fei, Fury had been intensively studying them. This had happened because Shen Fei and Fury had been discussing these topics, and Shen Fei had somehow gotten into the subject, leading Fury to be fooled. Actually, it wasn't a complete fooling around. The art of war and the 36 stratagems were still useful in modern society, it just depended on who was using them. Okay, I'll go over then. After Shen Fei hung up, he saw the plane was already heading towards its destination. It seemed Fury had already given Callison and the others orders while they were talking. Callison, though he had just learned a lot of secrets and was preparing to digest them, had no choice but to carry out the mission. Fury was truly adept at using his people, giving Callison and the others a mission to put their minds at ease. California, near Death Valley. In a desolate wilderness, 4 S.H.I.E.L.D vehicles were parked nearby, with 8 S.H.I.E.L.D agents carefully monitoring the surroundings. Shen Fei, Callison, and the others arrived in a Quinjet. Callison then issued an order for the agents to depart. Shortly after their departure, a multicolored beam of light descended from the sky in front of the Quinjet. As the beam dissipated, a familiar figure appeared before them. It wasn't Thor, but Sif, one of Thor's subordinates, now dressed in full armor. Why are you here? I thought it was Thor. Shen Fei greeted Sif with a smile. Hello, your highness is currently suppressing a rebellion and has no time to come. Sif nodded at Shen Fei and explained Thor's recent situation. Because Asgard's Rainbow Bridge was destroyed by the battle between Loki and Thor, some in the 8 realms ruled by Asgard were attempting to seize this opportunity to rebel. The reason Asgard has been able to rule the 8 kingdoms is because of the rapid mobility of the Rainbow Bridge. Once someone wants to rebel, They can quickly suppress it. Now that the Rainbow Bridge is destroyed, this tactic can no longer be used. So Thor is very busy at this time, so busy that he doesn't even have time to see Jane Foster. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.